All right, let's start this again. Yeah, some low notes, some low notes. And let's put some tension. There's some tension. More tension. More tension, less tension. More air is coming out. Slower air is coming out. Now no vibration, because it's too wide of an aperture there. Now we'll close the aperture a little bit. Tension. More tension, less tension. No tone, too wide of an aperture. A little bit of a tone, and lower. Add tension. Less tension. Less tension. Less tension. All the way down to no tone. The number one reason you can't play high on any brass instrument, trumpet, trombone, French horn, baritone, euphonium, tuba, cornet, flugelhorn. If you play one of those instruments and you are having trouble going upstairs into the upper register, there are quite a number of reasons why you might be having trouble, but there's a number one reason. There really is a number one reason, and I can say this because I've demonstrated a lot of the other reasons here on my channel. Various sizes of mouthpieces, great professional horns, horns that are crappy and should be made into a lamp, lower level student instruments. All these kinds of different things will add into whether or not you can climb upstairs on any brass instrument. Your own physiology, breathing, and air. But let's get into the number one reason why you are having trouble trying to go upstairs. And the number one reason, drum roll, is muscle strength, lip strength, contraction, and tension. And I just demonstrated that in the balloon trick that you saw there. What did you see in the balloon trick? Well, let's go back and watch it one more time. All right, let's start this again. Yeah, some low notes, some low notes. And let's put some tension. There's some tension. More tension. More tension, less tension. More air is coming out. Slower air is coming out. Now no vibration, because it's too wide of an aperture there. Now we'll close the aperture a little bit. Tension. More tension, less tension. No tone, too wide of an aperture. A little bit of a tone, and lower. Add tension. Less tension. Less tension. Less tension. All the way down to no tone. When I had the balloon and I manipulated the opening, which is the aperture of the balloon, and I made it more taut and added more tension and contraction and made a smaller aperture, you noticed that the pitch rose. When I relaxed things here, the pitch went down. Regardless of the air, I mean, you saw the balloon was full of air and it got all the way down to almost no air. I was kind of pushing on it, but still, when there was a reduced amount of space for the air to come out, you heard that the pitch went up. When this got all relaxed and a lot looser, you heard the pitch go down. This is the number one reason you can't play high on your trumpet or any brass instrument, or maybe you can play a little bit high, but you're having some struggles. And probably a part two of this is that you're hearing erroneous advice from people that you probably trust. Band director, private teacher, famous brass players, all the way up to people that have had their nose in the book and got their DMA and their university professors. And then specialty celebrity famous trumpet players that can actually play very, very high. You're hearing some erroneous advice and you're being misinformed. These people have good intentions, but let's go through what you've been told. A lot of times you've been told just work on your long tone, your long tones or pedal tones, work on your flexibility stuff, and make sure you are really breathing with an open throat. Don't close off the throat. Your mouth is open, your teeth are open, your jaw, a lot of warm, slow air coming out. Well, that could be good when you're playing in the staff and below the staff. I totally agree. That setup of warm, slow air and this big correct breath and your throat open and everything open is really going to jinx you when you have to go above the upper register. And so let's go back to the number one reason and the premise for this whole video. I boiled it down. In fact, I went through a lot of my videos. I don't think I had one video that just targeted this number one reason. So this can make it clear. Tension, lack of tension, strength, lack of strength, contraction, or a lack of contraction. So for example, my arm is not contracted. See? I'm going to show off my muscles here. I haven't worked out in a while, but still, it's pretty loose. Look, not contracted. That's not contracted. Now, if I contract it, I got some pipes, baby. I got some pipes. That's contracted and hard. That is the contraction I'm talking about here. If your lips are not well conditioned and not well strengthened, you won't be able to get the contraction you need to be able to play with power, accuracy, but more importantly, to be able to go upstairs. And why is that? Let's go back to the balloon. The balloon, you may not have been able to see it. And of course, the balloon is not a perfect example of exactly what's going on with our lips, but it's pretty close. When you saw me stretch it, I'm not wanting you to stretch your lips out, but what was happening was when I was stretching it, I was reducing the aperture of the air coming out of the balloon. By stretching it, I was actually forcing more tension from the top part of the balloon beat the bottom part. So there was more tension coming in, reducing the aperture, and you heard the pitch go higher. You have to have this ability here to be able to add the tension, keep a narrow aperture, and that comes from the muscle contraction like you saw in my arm. Well, that contraction has to happen in your top lip and your bottom lip. If you don't have the strength to make that contraction happen, you're just going to have troubles and you're not going to be able to get into the upper register. That's why you see me doing crazy stuff. If you checked out my channel, I'll pick up, in fact, I have the mouthpiece right here. I got the world's largest Bach trumpet mouthpiece. It's the Bach 1. See if I can get out of the way. And it's not necessarily important that you see the number on there. I'll turn it around just to see if it's going to come up. But just trust me, this is the world's largest Bach trumpet mouthpiece. It's the Bach 1, not 1A, not 1B, not 1C. This is a big, you can go swimming in this guy. It's very, very large. So yet I'm still able to get some higher notes on it that most people can't get on their shallow mouthpiece. So why is that? It's not that I'm special, but I'm employing a certain contraction from the top lip and the bottom lip. You can do it too. You don't have to be over 30 like I am. You don't have to be over 90 like Doc Severinsen is. And you don't have to be some famous prodigy that's 18 years old over in the Ukraine, for example. I mean, you yourself can do this, whether you're 12 years old and you've only been playing for a year or two, or whether you're a comeback player or you're an old timer or anything in between, whether you're a beginner, intermediate, advanced, pro, or superstar trumpet player. You can employ this pedagogy of upper register that I'm talking about today. And so how are you going to do that? You have to strengthen the lips, and that's where a lot of people seem to have the problem. So they're hearing, let's go back to what I mentioned at the beginning of the video. You're hearing advice from people that you trust. How many of you people are 13 or 14 and you trust your band director? Raise your hand. All of you raised your hand because you trust your band director. He or she knows a lot more than you do, and that's true. And so when they tell you to do this or when they tell you to do that, you're probably going to listen to them. How many of you have a private trumpet, trombone, tuba, or whatever teacher? Yeah, you do? Okay, so you trust them. They're telling you how to do this and you're going to do it. But is it working? It probably is not working for what we're talking about in this video today. Upper register, high range, high notes, expanding way upstairs above the staff. It may or may not be working. And then you get on YouTube and you watch very famous trumpet players and trombone players, French horn, baritone, euphonium, tuba players, cornet players, flugel players, everybody. These are famous people. Typically they're older, but they're telling you this and that about how to play higher. And well, maybe they're telling you something that's good and maybe not. For example, anybody that's telling you just to completely relax and you're going to be able to play higher is, number one, very, very misinformed, or number two, a prodigy or a natural talent. There's one person I'm thinking in particular that had some very famous interactions with a celebrity trumpet player back in the 70s. And his whole thing is no tension at all. And you have to set the mouthpiece a certain way. And if you do, you're going to get this amazing upper register. That just simply is not true. For that particular person, it is true. Let me give you another example. Maynard Ferguson. Are you aware that Maynard Ferguson was playing professional lead trumpet in a big band when he was 14 years of age? Let that sink in. Let it sink in. Here's a kid that's 14 years of age, 8th or 9th grade, and at night his parents are taking him to play lead trumpet with a pro big band in downtown Montreal. I mean, think about that. That same trumpet player later, when he got older, talked about air. In fact, he lived in India for 3 years and got into yoga breathing and all this. He talked about air being the main reason, and that everything here should be relaxed. And that when you go to play higher, you lean back and you bend your knees. No, sorry, Maynard. That's not going to work. It didn't work for Maynard's son, Bentley, either. And Maynard's son, Bentley, eventually took this guy, threw it away, and I guess he started, boom, 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 boom. He started playing bass. So it didn't work for Maynard's own son, Bentley. And I don't know about his daughters if they try to play any brass instruments, but we already know that it didn't work for them. Because do you hear about any of them playing like Maynard on any brass instrument? No. And there's no evidence that they can do that. So it worked for Maynard. And you have to think, why did it work for Maynard? Because Maynard was a natural talent. He still remains the best trumpet player of all time. No one has beaten him all around. He's just the natural. He could have, if he only done classical, we would be talking about him being so much better than Wynton, maybe a little bit better than Maurice, Andre, He would kill Alan Mazzuti. Anybody that you can think of that's good, Maynard would have absolutely annihilated them if he had chose only classical. He chose commercial and jazz, and so that's how we think of him. But as a pure trumpet player, he is unbeaten. And you have to think about this. When he was 14, how many years did he practice? Hello? How many years did he practice high range stuff? Long tones, lip slurs, going high. I mean, how many years could he have practiced to gain the acumen that he did? Not many years. He's 14. When did he start practicing? He started messing around when he was, what, 8 or 9? And I mean, come on, think about it. He didn't have many years to go from 0 to 100. That's a natural talent and happened to be the best trumpet player of all time right there. That's why he was playing lead trumpet at 14 years of age. And probably outdoing people like myself now at my level. I mean, this guy is amazing. You can't listen to his advice because he is a one-of-a-kind type of individual. So whose advice are you going to listen to? Well, you're watching this video, you're going to listen to my advice because I've been around the block. You know, I'm not 19 years. You know, I'm not a kid that's just messing around in college. You know, I've been around the block. This ain't my first rodeo. And I've focused on brass pedagogy with a micro focus on trumpet and upper register. And I've done that for years. And I've looked at a lot of different people, and then I've experimented on myself, also students way back when, and I pretty much know what I'm talking about. You have to have the tension of upper and lower lip to create a narrow aperture so it will withstand all the pressurized air coming out, and it will maintain the narrowness of the hole there to allow the air to be sped up, and so you can play higher. Everything else is going to help you out. So working on your air, yes, that's going to help you. Working on your tone, of course, that's going to help you. Working on flow studies, that's going to help you. Being in good physical condition, that's going to help you. Getting the world's best trumpet. Maybe if you're rich, spend $30,000 on a Monet trumpet. That's going to help you. Maybe you're going to spend $500 on a custom mouthpiece. That's going to help you. Get with the world's greatest private teachers and celebrity trumpet teachers, yes, or trombone or whatever instrument that you play that's a brass instrument, that's going to help you. Go to Juilliard, right? Go to Berklee School of Music, go to Eastman, go to the best schools in the world, and that's going to help you. But what all those won't do, they are not a substitute, and they will not take the place of developing the muscle contraction in your embouchure and your lips and able to contain a narrow aperture for the air to be sped up fast. The fast air. Don't let anybody fool around with messing with your head that like too much air allows you to play higher and doesn't help you to allows you to play louder or allows you to play higher, or they say fast air has nothing to do with playing higher. That's just physically and scientifically not correct. Faster air, and you can substitute another medium. What if you substituted water? Fast water can be almost extremely violent, like in a pressure washer. If you get a high-powered, heavy-duty pressure washer from Home Depot, I mean, they tell you to be careful, wear gloves, because the water comes so fast, it can inject you with water and get air and water bubbles into your bloodstream and probably could, you know, kill you. So, and if you've used a pressure washer before, you've seen the power that it has to strip off rust and paint and everything else. That water and the air, we can go back and forth. The pressurized water is coming out with such a force because the aperture of the nozzle for the pressure washer is maintained. It's not being widened because of lack of strength, and that's because we're talking about an inanimate object. That's why you have such a focus, and the water is coming out with such a fast focus, it's able to be quite devastating on whatever you use that pressure water on. The same thing with air. Let's go back to air. If you are able to contain the aperture, just like the nozzle on a pressure washer, you are able to contain fast air. Don't let anybody talk about saying more air is going to help you in the upper register. More air will not help you. I've demonstrated that you can play high without any air. Let me do it one more time. Let me point my horn away from, I got my Neumann TLM 103 and it's very sensitive, and I got to point it the other direction because I have the gain cranked up. But let me go this way. Hopefully it won't clip on us. But I'm going to let all my air out, and I'm going to play higher than probably you can play. So this is going to prove the point that all this extra more air, this yoga air and all this filling up is bogus. It's someone that's misinformed, or someone that's a natural talent that really is not able to tell you how they are able to play so great themselves. It's the tension and the strength and the contraction of your embouchure and your top and bottom lip, maintaining a very small, narrow hole where the air is going to be coming out. That is how you can play higher, and that's the number one reason you're not able to climb upstairs on any brass instrument. From tuba all the way up to trumpet, to piccolo trumpet, to E-flat cornet. It is the number one reason. There is no other reason that trumps this as to why you can't play. There are other reasons, but this is the number one reason. Now let me exhaust all my air, and I'm gonna let you watch this. I'm gonna make it uncut, which means there might be some bobbling and some spias and some, it's not gonna be perfect, but I'm just gonna show you. Okay, I'm gonna take a big breath, I'm gonna let the air out, and then I'm gonna play. You'll see that I'm not taking any air in. That was a high C with no air. Let me try it again. I probably can go higher. It might not be the best sound, but it proved a point. This is the worst you could possibly play for any brass instrument with no air. No air. Yet this has to be turning on the light bulb in your head, and you have to be thinking, how in the hell could he exhaust all his air and get the high C and then get the double C? How? When my teacher tells me to suck all the air out of the room, keep your throat open, your jaw drop down low, and use a big mouthpiece, and you're going to be able to play high. They're just regurgitating maybe what their teacher told them, maybe what their DMA doctorate told them, maybe what they have heard before, or they are a natural talent that can play amazingly and they really don't know why, and they're just pulling stuff out of the air of what they've heard that probably they think might be true. It's not. So go back, rewind this, and watch me play a double C with no air. No air, but just the air that's trapped naturally in my mouth. All right, now you know the number one reason you can't play high on your instrument: trumpet, trombone, French horn, baritone, euphonium, tuba, E-flat cornet, piccolo, trumpet, flugel, alto horn, whatever brass instrument that you play on. If you are having trouble trying to go upstairs, you now know the number one reason. Think back to my arm. See? Soft, squishy, squishy, right? Squishy, squishy. Now I contract it. Boom. Hard. Hard. Contracted. Contract your embouchure. Contract the lips towards the center and down with tension. Keep this pinprick of a hole, keep that narrowed and unflinching. And the air that comes out compressed and fast will allow you to skyrocket on any brass instrument. I hope you found this video of value. I've been trying to distill a lot of the stuff that I've told you over the years, and I believe that this is the most salient and poignant advice and I really feel like I'm revealing the number one reason why just about any brass player can't go higher. It's they don't have the muscle power and the contraction and the tension to keep the aperture at the smallest and the most narrow as they go higher. What happens? You don't have the contraction, the strength, your lips will slightly part. And when they slightly part, it might not be noticeable to you, but that is what's going on. And when the lips can't quite contain that air and the aperture just widens just a millimeter or just a fraction, your range is either stymied or goes down. That's just the facts. Dem the facts, folks. So, if you found this video of value, please hit the like button. If you haven't subscribed, I just want to let you know I do have 1 or 2 videos on my channel that you may want to check out. I'm getting up to maybe 10. So, you know, you got 10 videos you can go through. So do subscribe. Hit that little bell thing because that's a notification when I put up new videos that you might be interested in. If you want to peruse through my website, it's TrumpetSizzle.com. TrumpetSizzle.com. I have a lot of new things coming out. Practice aids. I've got some different versions of my brand new 2019 16-week updated upper register course for all brass instruments. You might want to check out my site, TrumpetSizzle.com. I'm Kurt Thompson, and again, I hope that you and I interacted through this video and you got my message about what is the number one reason you're having problems going upstairs. I'll see you in the next one. The Andre Baroque, folks. I've developed it. You're going to benefit from it. Happy New Year, almost. By the way, that was Kurt Thompson, moi, on the new Sizzle Jazz Flugelhorn. It's a gorgeous, beautiful horn, inside and out. And I've already kind of done it. Let me get out of the way because this camera's kind of funky. If I'm in the frame, it doesn't like to do close-ups. Hopefully you can see the Sizzle Jazz on the horn. That is the brand of this flugel. It's a beautiful horn. Beautiful, smooth valves. Hey, it's Kurt Thompson, and I wanted to give you 3 tips, maybe a bonus or 2 as well, to start the new year right. Or if you're watching this and it's in the middle of the year, maybe you're trying to start a new chapter in your life or turn over a new leaf and just begin anew, begin fresh. And this is a couple of things that you could try. So number 1, don't be intimidated. There is a psychology to playing just about any brass instrument, especially when it comes to trumpet. What makes trumpet different? Because you are going to be heard, ladies and gentlemen. You are going to be heard. I played all the brass instruments in various organizations, and when I screwed up on trombone or when I screwed up on tuba, no, not too many people cringed. You screw up on trumpet, above the staff, especially at the end of the song, everybody will hear it, everybody in the audience will hear it, and then people outside, it's a whole different ball game. So there is a psychology to playing the brass instruments, especially when you are almost out there naked and you're playing trumpet. I mean, there's a psychology to it. And so here's my first tip. You have to break through the psychological barrier, and the number 1 barrier I see for people wanting to improve their range and endurance is they don't ever try to test their limits with their range. That doesn't even seem logical, right? Someone that wants to get better, someone that wants to play higher, play with more power, play with better endurance. Yet it's like one of the number 1 things when I ask, hey, when's the last time that you tried to go for a double C? Or if it's a pro player, when's the last time that you really crunched down and tried to get that double E, that triple F sharp, that triple G? When was the last time? A lot of times either it's a nada or it's a no-go, or they're scratching their head like, well, I think I did something last month. If you are intent and serious and motivated, you should know the answer to that right away. You should say, I did that today. Kurt, I just did that yesterday. Kurt, I just did that 2 days ago. You know exactly when you did that. Not, well, I believe sometime maybe last month I went for a high C. No. So the reason people don't do that, they don't push their limits, is psychological. It's kind of intimidating to go up into the sky, and maybe you've had bad experience before and you just don't like what happens. So your number one tip right now is to break past your psychological barrier. If you're watching this before you practice, get out your horn. And of course it's flugel for me, but usually I'm on my trumpet. So go ahead and get out whatever instrument that it is. It could even be tuba. It could be euphonium. And go ahead, and I want you to go ahead and play to your limit and push your limit beyond. So if you're on euphonium, and you can always get up to E flat and F, but after that it gets really, really intimidating and you don't try to push it, I want you to go for the G, euphonium players. I want you to go for the A, okay? Trumpet players, if you get above the staff and you're good with high C and D and E flat and E, but doggone it, you don't want to go for that F because you know what happens. There's some pain involved. It doesn't sound good. Maybe it doesn't come out. Or maybe you don't want to go for the F sharp, or maybe you don't want to go for that double G. Or whatever the case is. I mean, you could be higher or lower. You have to push yourself beyond your limits. And I would recommend at least once a week. Now, I don't know who you are. I don't know if you're a sixth grader, or if you're a 60-year-old professional trumpet player, bone player, or whatever. At least once a week, get a little tough and say, okay, today's the day. I haven't tried to get, let's just say, I haven't tried to get a trombone players. I haven't tried to get that way on up above where Tommy Dorsey got, and I'm getting sentimental over you. You know the one I'm talking about, way on up there. Let today be the day. You're in your own practice room. No one's watching you. Break that psychological barrier and try it, okay? Work your way up and just try to push yourself beyond that limit. That is tip number one. Everybody can do that. I promise you, if we have 52 weeks coming up in 2020, that's 52 times for the year of 2020, you could try to push beyond your limits. What do you think is going to happen after pushing beyond your limits 52 times? My guess is you're going to improve. My guess is that the limit that you push through will be the old limits because you'll be comfortable in that particular range. It's going to be an overall winner. So that's tip number one. Tip number two, articulation. Articulation. Try adding in 5 or 10 minutes, at least every other day, of some extra articulation. Quarter note equals 120. Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, bum. That's about 120, right? So, if you can't do that, put down where you're at. Are you at 116? Are you at 108? Are you at 92? Or if you're a whiz at classical music and maybe even an advanced or pro player, maybe you're way beyond 120, maybe you can single tongue at 132 or 138. Write that down and try to best yourself every other day on single tongue. Add in K tongue, double tongue, reverse double tongue. Now you guys know what that is, right? Add in kata kata kata, kata 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 kata, right? Kata 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 kata. Add in that. How about your triple tongues? Ta-ta-ka, ta-ta-ka-ta, ta-ka-ta-ta-ka-ta. How about ka-ta-ta, 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 ka-ta-ta? That's like your reverse triple tongue. Add in articulation. My point is add in articulation. The worst offenders happen to be the professional jazz trumpet players. I've known a lot of you through my lifetime. Maybe even Sam Noto, a guy I played with a long, long time ago at the Royal York Hotel in Toronto. Maybe he might even agree to this, that the professional jazz trumpet player is lacking sometimes when it comes to articulation. I mean, really buckling down and working on your articulation. Why would that be? Well, come on, enjoy spring, Brownie speaks, and then all the other jazz standards, all the things you are, and on and on and on, Green Dolphin Street, you're not really doing lots of triple tongue and double tongue, and those type of songs for the jazz trumpeter. I'm here to tell you, jazz trumpeters and everybody else, if you would just add in some articulation, at least 5 or 10 minutes every other day, by the end of 2020, or whatever year you're watching this video, give yourself a year, you're going to be overjoyed as to what happens with your playing. You're just going to have more command of your instrument. I believe you're going to have an improved sound, a more crystal clear, pinpointed attack, and who knows, you might even increase your upper register just a little bit. At the very least, you're going to have just a lot more colors and a lot more pops when you go to play your instrument, especially you pro jazz players. You're going to be able to put a little bit more pops, a little bit more sizzle on those different notes that you want to get. So that's my tip number 2. Add in 5 to 10 minutes of articulation in addition to what you already do every other day, at least 5 or 10 minutes every other day. Now for you classical only players, maybe you can dilute that down, because maybe you already spend an hour on what I'm just talking about now, and I'm not telling people to spend an hour on it, but if you're a classical person and that's all you do, then maybe you have to substitute something else. Maybe for you have to add in 5 or 10 minutes of lip trills, for example, or 5 or 10 minutes of some other part of the instrument that you tend to put on the back burner. Tip number 3, at least once a week, turn one of your practice days into piano or pianissimo for everything. You're not going to be doing a concert, you're not going to be going to a jam. You want this day to be a day where you don't have any other distractions and you can just play your normal stuff, whether you practice an hour a day or 3 hours a day. Turn everything into piano or pianissimo. That means when you're doing your range study and you're supposed to be powering out, I want you to go even softer, because it's going to be your pianissimo day. Now, too bad you couldn't be in the room with me, because that was probably 2 Ps, maybe almost 3 Ps for a high concert B flat, a high C. So make one day per week. That's going to give you 52 times between now and the end of 2020, or whatever year you're watching this, 52 times of really helping your chops vibrate better, better flexibility, and getting that response coming in. You need that. We brass players need that response to happen. I promise you, if you do this 52 times over the next year, you are going to want to come shake my hand. Thank you, Kurt. Wow. Thank you. And you can do it, and you're not adding any extra time to your practice regimen, right? You are taking what you normally would already do. You're already going to practice this particular set, for example, on a Saturday. Maybe you're practicing 2 hours on a Saturday and you don't have anything else going on. So I'm not asking you to add anything. You already are practicing. I'm saying I want you to turn down the volume. Turn it all the way down to piano. You can barely hear me. You're on piano, maybe pianissimo. You're going to keep your practice about that soft all the time, very soft. Okay, and then the next day you can turn it back up to normal, how you would normally practice. So there you have 3 tips. What are they? They are all things that you can do, and you don't need to buy anything. You don't need to find another teacher for this. And it's just easy. What was the first one? Do you remember? It's about this, about the brain. Don't be intimidated by your instrument. Trombone players, I'm getting sentimental over you. Don't be scared to get up to that super duper way, way above the staff. Don't be scared. I know you probably can't play that note, but I want you to have the psychological mindset to work your way up there. At least break through those barriers. Don't be intimidated by those notes. Same goes for all other brass instruments. What was tip number 2? Articulation. Add in 5 or 10 minutes of articulation at least every other day. At least every other day. I promise you by the end of the year, you are going to thank me. You're going to be a much better player. You're going to feel better. Probably will have increased your range a little bit. You're just going to be an overall better player. Especially the people who tend to really need this, the pro jazz trumpet player. Pro jazz trombone players might need it, but they tend to do a lot of articulation with their doodle tongue. Pro trombone players tend to have a lot more action going on with their articulation than your typical pro jazz trumpet players. So you guys need to add in this tip number 2, your articulation, 5 to 10 minutes. Get out the old Arben's book, or if you don't have a book, you could just work on scales, right? On and on and on. Add an extra 5 or 10 minutes of that every day. What was that 3rd tip? I said to turn down the volume where you really can't be heard that much, down to piano, pianissimo, play softly. Play softly. I'm trying to be exaggerated here, but I want you to play softly 1 day per week. You don't have to change anything about your practice except for this, turn down the volume. Play everything normal, whether you do jazz standards or whether you're working on orchestral excerpts, band music, whatever the case is, your scales and your warm-up and your long tones and sight reading and on and on and on. But I want you to turn down the volume all the way down to P or pianissimo, 2 Ps. Maybe you can get it down to pianissimo. That's triple pianissimo for you guys who don't understand my version of Italian. You start your year with those 3 tips, I'm just going to guarantee and bet you are going to be a better brass musician. And I don't care if I'm looking at somebody who's 60 years old and has been a pro player for 40 years, or if I'm looking at somebody who's 15 years old and still just trying to figure out their instrument. The 3 tips that I told you right now are going to help you out. Take it from me, Kurt Thompson, guaranteed. Now how about a bonus tip? All right. This is a little bit of personal information about me, but you might be wondering why I'm dressed like this. Well, I just got back from doing a wedding reception. And yeah, you're thinking, wow, wedding reception at the end of December. Why? Don't ask me why. I don't know. People like to get married at all kinds of interesting times. I guess now is not a bad time to get married, because if you think about it, going forward for your anniversaries, a lot of times you'll have off for your job, whatever, or school. I mean, you're going to have off or kind of around this time, the holidays. And then if you're married, you could celebrate your anniversary kind of more easy, right? So I guess it's not a bad time. Now, I could still be at that wedding reception right now, drinking, getting my drunk on, and a bunch of other stuff, but I'm not. What am I doing? I'm having a little bit of this. I don't know if you can see in there without me spilling it. Can you see? Yeah. A little bit of coffee, and what am I having here? Protein shake. Seems a little bit cliche, doesn't it? Well, it was just several years ago that I wouldn't be home right now. I'd still either be at the gig or at the reception, or if that didn't last long, out to a bar, out to somebody's house, somewhere to continue drinking. And if not, if there was no gig, I probably would have a steel reserve
something hardcore. Hurricane, Steel Reserve in this hand, a big 40, and I wouldn't have a protein shake or coffee. I'd be waiting for the Domino's guy to deliver a pizza. And so I had developed some pretty bad habits. Being a professional musician, a full-time professional musician, now this is a topic for another conversation, but let's just make it clear. Being a full-time professional musician does not mean you work at Best Buy during the day and then you play a jam or something at night. It doesn't mean that you sit at home and mess around while your wife is a realtor bringing in the money, or your wife is a teacher or an insurance agent. That is not a full, you have no skin in the game because you got it on Easy Street. I'm talking about you full-time musicians where everything depends on you playing this instrument or another one close to it, and you don't play this, you don't eat. Okay? There's no Easy Street. You haven't gotten married, or you haven't have the luxury of a girlfriend that's a realtor, you know? And she's out actually making, or it could be a he if you're a female player, but I'm just going to use he's for right now. You're a he and she's out there selling houses and you're on Easy Street. That's not what I'm talking about. When you are a full-time musician, you get as many gigs as you can. Come hell or high water, they could be good ones, they could be bad ones. The number one thing that happens, I will tell you, if you're a real pro player, and also I'm not talking about university and college trumpet instructors and brass instructors, you are not a full-time pro player, you're a teacher who happens to maybe play a couple of gigs. You have somebody holding your hand with that paycheck. That doesn't count. I'm talking about a real pro player that doesn't play, doesn't eat. There's a huge difference in that world. And what happens when you are a pro player, you tend to want to get all your compensation. What is your compensation? It's going to be usually cash or a check at the gig. It's going to be a dinner voucher or some kind of free food. And it's going to be almost always alcohol and drink tokens that you're going to get, or accommodate, or a voucher or something like that. As a result, you can find yourself, if you've been a pro musician like I have a very long time, you can find yourself really having to develop some bad habits. Being on lots of gigs where you get your cash, you get your money, you get your free dinner or lunch or whatever it is, but damn it, you're going to take advantage of that alcohol because it's part of your compensation. You're going to drink those 4 or 5 beers, or those 4 or 5 or 6 shots. They might even give you more. A lot of times they give the band more, or that bottle of champagne. So it can be a pretty overwhelming and insidious bad habit that develops as the result of being a full-time pro player that isn't able to depend on anybody else for their income. When you're on the bandstand and you're in between sets, it's not likely you're going to be offered a protein shake. Yeah, maybe you can get coffee, but most players that I've played with aren't going to grab a cup of coffee at midnight on that 10 or 15 minute break in the set. They're going to get a beer or wine or something like that. And you're not going to get a protein shake. You're going to get some kind of chicken wings, fried mushrooms, fried cheese sticks, or something like that. So it's insidious. If you're a full-time pro player, you're going to have developed these bad habits, and sometimes it's just like an 800-pound gorilla that's tough to get off your back. A couple of years back, I made these changes. It was very tough, and now I'm home early. I could still be out partying up and going crazy, but I'm home early and I'm having a protein shake, which I'm getting ready to indulge in right when I shut this camera off. And I got a little bit of coffee left. So that's kind of like my bonus tip for you guys. I feel like my playing has improved over the last couple of years just by doing that. But I've even gotten my health a little bit better. My health is a little bit better. Blood pressure is down, stronger, slimmer. All by getting rid of some of those old bad habits that developed being a pro musician for so long. The kind of pro musician I just gave a definition to. You don't have a day job, you don't have a teaching gig during the day, and you don't have a wife or husband who's an insurance or realtor bringing home the bacon so you can just do whatever. You have to get out there and play. That's how I define a 100% full-time pro musician. Anyway, that was my bonus tip. Well, I'm going to be taking a detour off my normal status quo of playing and making videos and stuff, and I'm going to really be getting into jazz trumpet, and I'll tell you more about that soon. So Happy New Year 2020, Kurt Thompson. Take a visit to my site, trumpetsizzle.com. You could hit the like button, you could leave a comment below, and you could subscribe. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
Now, Kurt, you can do better than that. Hit it one more time, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Now I'm happy. How to turn any trumpet mouthpiece into a screamer. You'd like to know that, wouldn't you? Well, a couple of key points. In order to do this, you have to have uneven or lopsided asymmetric lips. That means one lip is a little bit larger, a little bit thicker, a little bit wider than the other. So if you look at my lips, let me get into the camera a little bit closer. Did you notice that the bottom lip is substantially larger? Not just a little bit. It is, let me see if I can pooch my lips out. It's substantially larger than the top lip. As a result, there's some inequalities happening there when you put it into a typical mouthpiece. Now look at that, mouthpiece is uniformly round and everything about it is symmetrical. There's nothing uneven. I can get it real close. You don't see anything too asymmetrical about it, right? What happens when your lips are asymmetrical, not symmetrical? Let me try to break it down in case maybe you're in Italy watching this. Your lips are uneven. They are not the same length, width, thickness. They're not equal in size. You have a problem. There's a dilemma. Now some of you can overcome it, some of you can't. But even if you've overcome it, you can still sweeten the deal, baby, with what I'm going to tell you today and how to turn any trumpet mouthpiece into a screamer. Now let's look at this mouthpiece real carefully. I want to see if it's an old faded mouthpiece, and I want to see if you can figure out what kind of mouthpiece it is. Oh, there we go. Let me move it up closer to the camera here. You saw it was one of my least favorite mouthpieces, right? The Bach 7C. In fact, you probably have one. Whether you play on it or not, that's a different story, but you probably have one because the horn that you got when you were first starting was a 7C, or had a 7C with it. Or maybe you've just always played on a 7C and didn't know any better. Or maybe you have a band director or a private instructor who just slams her fist down and says you need to play on a 7C. So I want you to get all that garbage out of your head. That's all bunk. That's all garbage. You got to get that out of your head. That's number one. You should be playing on what mouthpiece, folks? No, not a 5C. Again, you should be playing on what kind of mouthpiece, folks? No, not a 3C. You guys aren't watching my channel very much, are you? Okay, let me hold your hand a little bit. You should be playing on a Bach 3E. 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 3 like Edward. 3E. 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 That's my go-to trumpet mouthpiece. If you have not invested a lot of money and time on getting a custom mouthpiece made for you, or you haven't been on a mouthpiece quest, you don't necessarily have to have a custom mouthpiece made for you, but maybe you're going to try several custom type mouthpieces that aren't the typical norm. For example, maybe Parduba, for example, isn't your typical mouthpiece. A Schilke 13A4A isn't your typical mouthpiece. I mean, people play it in marching band and lead, but it's not like your Bach 7C. So unless you have been on a mouthpiece quest and have tried all kinds of mouthpieces and found one that's just perfect for you, my go-to mouthpiece is the Bach 3E. It just tends to fix what ails you. You can play a little lead on it, you can use it for marching band, you can definitely play it in brass quintet, you can play it in a wind ensemble, orchestra, pep band. It just has a lot of uses, solo and ensemble. It really does have a lot of uses that you back off on a little bit, open up your aperture slightly, and you get a darker, bigger sound. You roll in a little bit, you push that air and fire it up, and you get that brighter sound for jazz. It just is a great all-around mouthpiece. 3E. But you saw that I don't have my favorite mouthpiece, my go-to mouthpiece, the 3E. I got the one I don't like, the Bach 7C. And I got the Bach 7C to prove a point with this video. Now you're already saying, I can hear you right now. I can hear you. You know, I'm psychic and I also am omniscient, and I can hear a lot of people saying, Kurt, get on with the freaking video. I want to know how to make my mouthpiece into a screamer. Okay. First, you're going to need to pick up some epoxy that looks like this. They have all kinds of epoxy that you can get at your local hardware store, at the big box stores like Home Depot and Lowe's, even grocery stores. This one here I happened to pick up at Harbor Freight. It's not expensive, $4 or $5. So you want to get a tube of this. Now they have liquid epoxy and they have all kinds of different epoxy. This one has the consistency of Play-Doh, pretty much, until you start mixing it together, and then it can harden like steel. I've actually used this with emergency plumbing situations. I remember a leak under the sink in a rental house I used to own when I lived in Washington State. Middle of the night, had to go there and stop this leak. I took something similar to this, broke it open, wadded it up, made a little snake of a ring with this, put it around there and kept holding it, and this works even while wet. This stuff hardened, it stopped the leak until down to just a couple of drops, and I was able to sleep and call a plumber the next day. This stuff is pretty miraculous. So you might be thinking, well, Kurt, what has this got to do with me and becoming a screamer on my ordinary 7C mouthpiece, or whatever mouthpiece that you play? Because this is going to help even the score. It's going to help make your playing and your lips more symmetrical while turning your mouthpiece into an asymmetric mouthpiece. Let me say that again. Your lips will go into the mouthpiece more symmetrical when you've made your mouthpiece asymmetrical. You're going to make your mouthpiece a little uneven to balance out the unevenness that's in your lips. What will the end result look like? What you saw inside my mouthpiece is epoxy. Here's my custom Bob Reeves mouthpiece with the Neil Sanders rim on it. Still beautiful on the inside. Here's the one I've kind of effed up a little bit. Same deal, it's the same mouthpiece. Bob Reeves cut off the Neil Sanders 17S, put that top on this bottom. But you can see I've gone to work and suffered some abuse. But this mouthpiece here is a killer. It allows me to get some meat on the bone with triple G's and even a little bit above. It's pretty miraculous. So let me put both of them together. What this has that this one does not is a little bit of balancing for my top lip, which is a little bit thinner and not as big as the bottom lip. You wouldn't think it would make that much of a difference, but when you put both lips in, now both lips go in quite equally compared to before with this one, where more of the bottom lip will get shoved in, even if I don't want it to. That is just going to happen. So we're now creating a equal balance in the embouchure and a more equal vibration. And you're going to bring all that strength and power, and it's all going to sync up, and you are going to get higher notes. You're going to play louder. You're going to have more brilliance, and you're going to be more powerful when you do this. There are some negatives. I've noticed sometimes that the intonation here can be a little bit squirrely, especially the lower that you go. If I'm going to be playing something that does have quite a lot of stuff in the lower part of the staff or below the staff, I'll use this one. Or more lately, I've been using the big Bach 1. I don't know if you've noticed that. I have been pulling out the Bach 1, the largest of all Bach mouthpieces, more often than not. I really get a great sound in the middle to lower register on the Bach 1. So, but I'll use this one if I have to play something that goes all over the horn, the tessitura of the horn, but it does get down low. I will have to play this one just so I can be more in tune and the notes are slotting a little bit better. Another negative, should you do this, you will notice your accuracy goes out the window a little bit. Let's say maybe 10%. You'll notice the slotting is not near as good. Okay? You just have to be, there's the pros and cons. So you want to bury the band, you're probably going to do this. You want sizzle and fire and electricity and thunderbolts shooting out of your horn, you're going to probably want to do this. You want to be the man or the lady in your band, yes, you're going to probably want to do this. Now, if you're going to play an orchestra or anything really legit, orchestra, concert band, wind ensemble, brass quintet, for the most part, there'd be a couple of pieces you could use this type of mouthpiece for. Trumpet choir, brass choir, maybe even solos. Like I've done a lot of these at wedding receptions. You're not going to want to pull this out. You do sacrifice a little bit of tone quality as well. Your tone will not be as good. Once you have turned your mouthpiece into a screamer, it will not be as good as before. It'll be a little bit less. To throw a percentage, how about 5 or 10%? You're probably pushing 10%. Your tone quality will be about 10% less. But who's really going to notice when you're in big band or jazz band or a rock band or a fusion band or some commercial thing, and you're powering out D's, E's, F's, double G's, and A's? No one will notice the difference in the tone, and you won't either. because it's going to come out as pure power and electricity to anybody in the audience. When you take it down into the staff, that's when people will know. You will know it too. Other people will notice. If you're playing this, I notice it myself. Now, how do we do this? So hopefully that you found the epoxy, and maybe you pause this video, or you've already watched this video, but now you're coming back to it for the how-tos and how to put this all together. So let me open this baby up. Let me read the warning here. It does have a warning, and yours probably does too. If you swallow this, I mean, if you took a bite of this and swallowed it, you might die or get very, very sick. If you messed around with this and then didn't wash your hands and then you had to itch your eye, you're going to be sorry. You're probably going to have some eye problems. How bad, I don't know, but it's not going to be good. I would just not want to leave this on your skin while it's in its moist, non-hardened state. Once it's hard, in my opinion, you're good to go. I mean, I've been using this in this mouthpiece. I've been using the epoxy in my mouthpiece for about almost 10 years. And I go to the doctor at a regular basis. I don't have any problems. My lips haven't fallen off. Everything's normal. When I do the whole health spectrum panel, I guess they call it like a panel. So I mean, everything's tested, blood and everything, and I'm good to go. Once it's hard, you're good. Once it's in its moist state where it hasn't hardened, that's where you want to be careful. You don't want to be messing around on it too much until it actually turns hard. I've got it out of the package. It does have a pretty bad smell to it. So like I said, it looks like Play-Doh. So I'm going to pull a little bit out. Not like that much. Now sometimes you'll get an epoxy and it'll have a gray color on the outside, and then there'll be another part that's a whiter or a lighter tan color, two different colors, and that's fine too. And then when you mix them together, they become one color. This one, I guess, works once it hits air. So I can already feel it's getting tacky now that it's hit air. I can feel like there's a chemical reaction happening. What you want to do is get this into about the size of a little pea. Like that. And then it's just like when you were playing with Play-Doh as a kid, right? Okay, now here's my little pea-sized epoxy. Here's the mouthpiece. I'm going to put it in. Now it's hard to do this without really looking at it, but I'm going to put it in on the mouthpiece here. And put it on the edge. Now I have to do this kind of on my own to actually look at it. Just so you know, I had to take a little bit of piece off of that. It was too much. All right, let me let you take a look at it now, and I'm still going to get a little bit more out of near the hole, the throat. Hopefully you can see what's going on there. Now notice it goes down a little bit too far near the hole or the throat. I'm going to try to remove that out with a pen now. Or the pen cap. And if you're more high-tech, you can probably figure it out. I'm just going to take this and scoop a little bit out. And I'll take a look. You can see that I've got it further away from the hole. Now I'm going to go ahead and let this dry, so I'm going to have to come back, and after this is dried and hardened up a little bit, I'll come back later and we'll proceed further with turning your trumpet mouthpiece into a screamer. Alright, I am back. It's been about 4 hours, and I would say this is probably somewhere around 60 or 65% cured, meaning it's not quite there. It needs to likely go a good 10, 12 hours, maybe even up to 20 hours, like a full day, and let it totally cure and harden. But just to go ahead and finish up this tutorial, and I got to move on to other projects, I want to come in and go ahead and give my final thoughts on this, let you see how it looked. You can see that the darker gray is now turned a little bit lighter, and I suspect this will become even lighter than what you see here. I would like to leave you with a couple of thoughts for consideration. And then after that, I'm going to leave you with a final word, and my final word will be me playing on the new improved Bach 7C Screamer trumpet mouthpiece. A couple of thoughts. You're likely going to have to sand this down a little bit. You have to put this in at a certain amount because you have to have room to work with. In other words, you can't start off with too small amount, because then what are you going to do? If it's not enough, then you're going to have to go back and repeat this whole damn process all over again, and it's one big long waiting game. So let me save you the time. Just put in a little bit more like you saw me do in the beginning, and then you're going to play on it. Now, a con or a negative to turning your mouthpiece into a screamer is the potential destruction of your existing mouthpiece. Not a total destruction, because of course it's going to be a screamer mouthpiece. But let me give you the before and after of my mouthpieces. These are identical mouthpieces. Bob Reeves cut them up for me. They have the Neil Sander 17S top, and then the Bob Reeves 42SV bottoms. That's 42, S like Sam, V like Victor, and I'll show you that right now. You might be thinking to yourself, wow, Kurt, one of your mouthpieces is really effed up. The other one still looks somewhat like new. What happened? Well, exactly what I alluded to. When you turn your mouthpiece into a screamer, you're going to have to do some fine-tuning and adjustments. What you saw in the 7C is probably a little too much for most folks. You're going to have to shave that down a little bit with some super duper fine sandpaper. I mean, it's got to be extra fine, or extra fine steel wool. And what you're going to do is you're going to rub on the epoxy, get some of it off, make sure you wash it off with water, rinse off your lips, don't swallow any, and then play on it. And you're going to keep going back and forth until you find that magical sweet spot. That sweet spot when you play and bam! If you're a high C player, now you're a high E or a high F player. I shite you not. It will be that significant. If you're a pimply faced, gangly little 14-year-old 9th grade girl or boy, and all you could muster up was a G right above the staff, and you're shaking and veins are popping out of your head, you will be able to nail the you-know-what out of a high C after you've turned your mouthpiece into a screamer. But it comes at some destruction of your mouthpiece. You can see that there's plenty of scratches on there. I pretty much took the hide off of the mouthpiece, and the reason that happened is because all the sanding. You take some sandpaper and you keep messing around in there. Well, unfortunately, that sandpaper is hitting other parts of the mouthpiece. Now, my latest thing that I did when I put some finishing touches on this about a year and a half ago is I got one of those nail salon Dremel type drills. It's not a Dremel, but if you're a female, you've been into a nail salon, you've seen that they use this little tool. Kind of looks like a handheld straight drill. like a Dremel, and they use it to smooth out your toes and your nails and, you know, smooth them down, whatever. Well, I got one of those off of Amazon and put some fine abrasive wheel on it, and just and did a little bit of that, and it got it even more close to what I wanted. But it does come at a cost. I mean, it scratched it up and took off some of the finish. The whole moral of the story about the destruction is you're not going to want to even think about turning your $400 Monet gold Prana mouthpiece into a screamer unless you're absolutely rich and you don't mind having a $400 mouthpiece end up looking like this. When it used to look this good. So if you got the big bucks and the cha-ching, and you don't mind taking a mouthpiece that's maybe expensive and chomping it up a little bit because you want to get an extra 3 notes in your range, then by all means, you've been warned, and if you're okay with it, good. Another thing, I am a teacher. I've taught so many students. There are a couple little shortcuts, but in reality, there's no big shortcut to success. You're going to have to still practice. You're going to still have to take lessons. You're going to still have to use these and listen to lots of music, lots of players. You're not just going to be able to turn your mouthpiece into a screamer and have life be easy street for the next 80 years or however long you're going to live. You're going to have to pay your dues. You're going to have to put in the time for practice. You need to be spending time with somebody who knows how to teach this instrument and somebody who knows how to play, preferably who can do both. I would love to have you work with me. I have a proven system. I have several proven systems, especially for upper register and endurance. This is a cool little gimmick, turning your mouthpiece into a screamer. It does work. And I've already mentioned some of the cons. You might notice some intonation problems, some accuracy problems, a little bit of squirreliness. There is some destruction to your mouthpiece. But let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, there is nothing more satisfying than pulling up your horn and just knocking the you-know-what out of a high F or a double G when just the night before when you went to sleep, you couldn't even get a high D out. I mean, veins were bulging, your face turned beet red just to get a high C or high D out. And with this little gimmick, you can hit out and nail an F, a double G. You can't beat that feeling. It is an amazing feeling to feel that potent, that strong, that powerful, that much in control of your destination on this instrument. And I want to plug my new 2019 revised upper register course. If you want long-lasting success on this instrument, you got to take that course. I say it, but a ton of other successful graduates also say it. This is not bull. This is the real deal, the holy grail, the #1 rated course for brass players to improve their upper register and their endurance. TrumpetSizzle.com is where you can find a lot of my stuff. By the way, you went through this whole video, maybe you stopped and paused, and actually now you're looking down at your mouthpiece and you're getting ready to try it. Did you find some value here? If you did, well, I appreciate a nice little like. Maybe leave a comment. Did it work out for you? Let others know. Did you have a glitch or a problem? Let others know. Do you still have questions about this process and need my help? Leave a comment and maybe we can get involved in a lesson or two, and I'll be glad to work with you. Alright, so it's been my pleasure showing you this amazing trumpet tip to increase your range almost overnight. It really has been my pleasure. And remember, we talked about taking your plain old vanilla trumpet mouthpiece and turning it into a screamer. You go to bed, a high C player. You wake up the next day and you got Fs all day long. That's Fs above high C or even double Gs. I mean, you can't even put a price tag on that. I mean, it's just an amazing feeling to feel that powerful and that in control of your destiny on this instrument. I'll leave you with a final word, and my final word won't be coming from my words. My final words will be spoken through my instrument, showcasing my 7C mouthpiece that has been turned into a screamer. It's a brand new spanking 3E mouthpiece. Most of you watching this video are looking at your trumpet or pulling the mouthpiece out and you're going, holy crap, he's right. I have one of these guys. And I don't know if you could actually see that, so we'll try to zoom it in a little bit. The 7C. This is the all-time favorite mouthpiece that's in the case of a typical beginner intermediate. I've even seen it in a box Stradivarius, brand new case, a 7C. For some reason, someone somewhere along the line decided that 7C was the best all-around mouthpiece for everybody. And then you could branch out depending on what you wanted to do, jazz or rock or symphony or whatever, and get different mouthpieces better suited. I'm here to tell you that the 7C is not the mouthpiece for you. And it may be a specialized mouthpiece for a few. So how does that translate to you? That what you need to know is there is a much better all-around mouthpiece, and it is not the 7C. The 7C is too deep, too narrow, and has a nice sharp rim to bite your lips as soon as you try to go to the top of the staff. It happens to me, and I got powerful chops, and it happens to 4th and 5th graders who have no chops and they're just starting the horn. Why start on an instrument when you got your hand tied behind your back with the Bach 7C? Don't do it. I consider this more of a specialized mouthpiece. Maybe if I wanted to audition for fourth trumpet for the Chicago Symphony, I get off my current custom Bob Reeves, and I probably would use something like this, a 7C, maybe a 3C or a 5C, somewhere in this general vicinity, for get a real crisp, clear attack down in the low register. So, but for everybody else, you don't need to start on 7C. Instead, there is a better solution, the 3E. Now the 3E is a little bit wider than the 7C, and I can visibly see the difference. I don't know if you can. This is the 3E. This is the 7C, and you can see that's a brand new mouthpiece. Look how beautiful that is. So this is a review of the Bach 3E trumpet mouthpiece versus the Bach 7C trumpet mouthpiece, with the Bach 3E mouthpiece being the overall winner for the best overall mouthpiece for the money that just about anybody anywhere on the planet can get. If you have a choice and your horn came with no mouthpiece, you must get this one if you want to succeed in today's world. If your horn came with the Bach 7C, you really should make every effort that you can to acquire the Bach 3E. It's an overall much better mouthpiece, and I'm going to tell you some reasons why. Number one, it's slightly wider. Slightly wider, so you're going to have more surface of the lips vibrating. You're going to have better flexibility. It's a little bit more shallow, and the corners or the edge of the mouthpiece is a little bit more rounded, so you're not going to cut up your lips. You're not going to experience the pain that you would on the Bach 7C. Because of the shallowness of the 3E, you're not going to fall into it like you would on the 7C. And that's going to give you half a chance to be able to play some of the beginning and intermediate music that you want to try to play as either a student in 4th, 5th, 6th, or 7th grade, or an adult who's picking up the horn, or a comeback player who is picking up the horn, the trumpet, after so many years, and they see their trusty old 7C in the case. Please get rid of that. I don't care how good you got on this, but please get rid of it and get the Bach 3E. It's just an overall hands down winner. Even if you had a jazz band at your school, or even if you're an adult and you have a local jazz band in the community, you could take this and potentially play most of the parts. You could even play a decent amount of lead on this horn, on this mouthpiece. The 7C is going to F you up bad if you try to take it and play lead. And I'm talking about lower level lead stuff like Woodchopper's Ball and 1 O'Clock Jump, In the Mood, Little Brown Jug. The 7C is going to make your world tough. The Bach 3E, it's going to be a breeze. So the Bach 3E is the overall winner. I've reviewed both mouthpieces. Please get rid of the Bach 7C. Unless you are an advanced or professional player that knows they need a 7C for playing typically a lower part in the symphony or orchestra or wind ensemble or brass band that you are in. Then if you need a mouthpiece like this to play a lower part, then by all means go ahead and get it. Otherwise, don't accept the Bach 7C mouthpiece as a status quo of what you should be playing. Everyone should now look in their case, and if you don't have a Bach 3E, please go ahead and get one. I have the link right below. And I'm going to go ahead and play just for you. Now, I have my custom Bob Reeves mouthpiece. This is the one that I've spent probably over $300 on in a whole afternoon in Valencia, California with Bob Reeves, John Schnell. Those guys spent a considerable 2-3 hours, up to 3 hours with me, messing around, cutting my other mouthpiece off, cutting off the rim, a whole bunch of stuff I'm not going to go into, but this is my perfect mouthpiece for right now. And the body of it is the 42 SV Sam Victor. I'm going to take it out, and I'm going to put in the Bach 3E. And again, I'm not quite sure if you're actually seeing the 3E on there, but it is there. And I can't do everything on it as I can, my Bob Reeves, but if that got lost and I had to have a backup mouthpiece, this would do in a pinch. Just simple scales. And by the way, my third valve slide is kind of a little bit sluggish, so I'm not going to be popping that out when I should on the D's and D flats, but probably gives me a pretty decent tone. It's relatively easy to tongue. Centers, articulation is pretty crisp on it. Pointed attacks, that's the tonguing. Accuracy is good up to high C so far. Lip slurring. Glissandos. Nice flexibility. And get around the horn well. How about shakes and lip trills? Shakes. So far, it's passing the test, and I'm putting it through some extreme tests now. Now, this is not going to be my go-to mouthpiece for any kind of range work, but let's just give it a little test. Because I am telling you guys, this is the all-time best, all-around mouthpiece for just about any player on the planet. I'm going to prove to you that I can do a couple things on this that would typically be hard on other mouthpieces, including the 7C. Again, this is the 3E. The start of Maynard Ferguson's Birdland. Hey folks, that was on the Bach 3E trumpet mouthpiece. Not a Shooky 14A4A, not a Purviance, not a jet tone. Hello? Are you getting the picture here?
That was the Bach 3E. Oh my god! Kicking butt on that bill chase lick. Awesome. A Bach 3E.
Kurt Thompson, and I'm recommending the Bach 3E as the mouthpiece for everybody, the go-to mouthpiece. And if you have the 7C, which probably most of you do, especially you beginners in band and junior high, please get rid of that or put it in a shoebox, put it in your chest of drawers, put it in the closet, and you need to go out and get a real mouthpiece that's going to allow you to do a lot more, play higher, get a better sound, better tonguing, better everything. I'll see you in the next one.
Hey, it's Kurt Thompson here. Welcome to Coffee Chat. And this is a response to the big fight, the big slug out between the Bach 3E trumpet mouthpiece and the average plain vanilla, most common trumpet mouthpiece around the planet, bar none, no debate, no question, the Bach 7C. So, you know, if you look down in the comments
I didn't memorize everybody's names, so I'm not going to say names, but you know, it seemed like people were interested in this, and they were talking about, well, hey, Kurt, why not a 7E? Or what about a 5C? Or hey, yeah, Bach trumpet mouthpieces are very sharp with their rims. Why not Dennis Wick? Why not Parduba? Why not Purviance? Why not Giornelli? Is that one? I'm probably not pronouncing it correctly. Why not the wedge mouthpiece? Why not? I mean, on and on and on and on and on. And here's the dealio. This was not a mouthpiece tutorial on what is the best mouthpiece for you, because I haven't worked with you personally and heard you play and heard you do well or falter on certain things. Classical, jazz, high stuff. I haven't heard you do that. So there likely is a best mouthpiece for everyone. In fact, I don't play on a Bach mouthpiece. I play on a really weird hybrid custom Bob Reeves mouthpiece that took quite a while to put together. So, but what I'm saying in this particular video that you just watched, the slug out between the 3E and the 7C, is that with decades of experience and trying a plethora of mouthpieces, and believe me, all the mouthpieces that you guys have mentioned, I've tried. Marsikowitz is another one. There was a Claude Gordon Bench mouthpiece, where I've tried them all. And some of them I even played at one point. So, Monet mouthpieces, I've tried those. What's another one? Jet Tone, I've tried those. All the Schilke, the 6A4A. Of course, I went right out and got the Bill Chase 6A4A, thinking I was going to scream like Bill Chase when I was in college. No, didn't happen. Of course, the quintessential Schilke 14A4A. I've done it all, folks. And I'm here to tell you there is one mouthpiece that's the best all-around mouthpiece for everyone for the money, and that is the Bach 3E. I'm talking about all around. So I'm talking about your 4th grade, 5th grade, 6th grade, and you're just starting, and you see that 7C, you get rid of it, and you get the Bach 3E. Now, I'm also saying that if I lost my mouthpiece and was in a pinch and needed a mouthpiece for a gig or a wedding or a piccolo thing or a Broadway show or a lead, or God forbid I was doing a Maynard Ferguson tribute or even a couple of solos, I would probably go right to the Bach 3E. It's just a good all-around mouthpiece. You won't be able to beat it in that capacity. I am not recommending a specific mouthpiece for you because I haven't heard you play. I haven't spent time with you. And so the message of this tutorial is there likely is a best perfect mouthpiece for you. And it may not be the Bach 3E. It likely might be something else more specialized, more custom for your chops, your blowing style, and your teeth structure, your jaw, your lips, everything. But what I'm suggesting is the best all-around mouthpiece. So you don't even have to think this one through. This is a no-brainer. You don't even need to put any thought in it. Is the Bach 3E. The Bach 3E trumpet mouthpiece is the best overall mouthpiece for the money for anyone, anywhere, anytime, any place. It's $50. I just mentioned I spent over $300 just on this one mouthpiece. How much money have I spent in my lifetime? $3,000, $4,000, I don't know. I mean, when you factor in shipping cost and all kinds of stuff. I mean, I've had the Prana before. That was $300 or $400. I mean, I spent a lot of money. So to get the best all-around mouthpiece for $50, it's a no-brainer, folks. So I'm Kurt Thompson. That's my follow-up with the fight, the slug out, and the controversy of the Bach 3E versus the Bach 7C. So get your brain out of it, folks. Don't be thinking whether you need a Bach 1.5C or a 10C, or you need to go over to Marsikowitz or Giornelli or whatever, the other, some of the new ones, you know, like the wedge. And I mean, those might be great mouthpieces, but there might be more specific. Just don't think and do. It's the Bach 3E mouthpiece that's the best all-around mouthpiece for the moolah. Hope this settles some of the controversy and the questions that were in the comments below. You don't have to have a doubt or a question or any more comments, because really It's the Bach 3E mouthpiece. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
Hi, welcome to another review by me, Kurt Thompson, TrumpetSizzle.com, and I have here in my hands the amazing, the stupendous, the incredible Kelly Screamer mouthpiece. Kelly Screamer trumpet mouthpiece. If you're a first trumpet player, whether in high school or college, coming up soon, guys. I know for at least college, but maybe even for some high school. Pep band parades outside. I don't know if you're doing Veterans Parade and just Christmas parades. I mean, you're going to probably need to have a secondary mouthpiece that doesn't freeze up in the below 32 degrees of weather that some of you have to endure. I wonder if this is any good. So we're going to try it out. It's a pretty mouthpiece, though, isn't it? I mean, it's definitely attention getting. If you were playing with this in your horn. Okay, I'm a little bit surprised. I didn't even blip that last little slurp in high C. How is it able to do that? Why is it doing that? I don't know. It's a little bit. I'm impressed on the positive side. For being plastic, the tone is decent. It vibrates very, very well. The slotting is good. I'm actually almost speechless here. I was expecting it to be a piece of junk, and it's $30, so it's a very low price for just any typical mouthpiece. I'm really not believing how well this sounds. Can you tell the difference? I'm just using my phone. I'm not using the venerable, this guy. I don't know if you can see it. That's my Neumann TLM 103. We're not engaging that today. And my new ribbon mic, and I got a review of this one coming out very, very soon from Amazon. I'm not using the nice mic, so I'll have to go back and watch this to see if it actually came out good. So let's see. We'll push the envelope on this a little bit. Well, let me think of a little an actual lead trumpet chart, not a solo that I could get. I'm not warmed up for the high notes here, but so there might be a little blips and flips here. But first off, let me just see if I can get upstairs a little bit, and then I'm gonna play a lead trumpet lick, which is kind of what you would buy this mouthpiece for. I was able to push the accelerator down on the double G. That's right on my brake, as you know, folks. So whether or not this is going to be quite accurate, we'll see. But here's a lick from Satin Doll. It's the main Satin Doll that you would think of, and there's several versions. I think there's a bassy version. What is it? I think this is Duke Ellington. So this is the real Satin Doll. So let me think of the lick where the trumpets come in and they have to play high. That's it right there, yeah. Not bad. I mean, I wasn't dead center like I would be on this guy, but hey, I mean, it wasn't bad. Let me do a take two and see if maybe I'm slightly getting used to it, and maybe I can get those G's to come out. It's not bad. I mean, I'm not expecting a plastic mouthpiece to be able to scream out some real lead trumpet parts. This is off the cuff. I don't have any music in front of me. Let's try it again. Wow! Did you hear it got a little bit better as I'm slowly getting used to this Kelly Screamer mouthpiece? That was a real lick that many of you have probably played, and if you haven't, you will likely encounter this piece at some point in your career. I mean, it's a fun piece. The audience loves it. What's another one? Oh gosh, the notes are kind of coming at me in a blur. Okay, here we go. Let's see if I can get the right notes. I'm not even sure what the key is. I'm liking it. That was the last shout chorus on All of Me, which is, in this particular arrangement, is my favorite version to play. So, okay, I'm going to give it 2 thumbs up. I mean, I spent a lot of money on a holy grail quest for mouthpieces, and it's not as good as this. I mean, I can tell you, I guess on my quest for the best mouthpiece that I started back in my late teens until I got this one about 10 years ago, how much money have I spent on mouthpieces? Thousands of dollars? When I say thousands, at least 2,000? Could it be 3,000? Trying and playing different mouthpieces. So to have a mouthpiece, for me, come up very, very close. I mean, this is quite extraordinary. Let's leave it off with that. You're not buying this to play the Hummel. You're not buying this to play fourth trumpet part at the London Philharmonic, right? No, you're not buying that for that. So I'm not going to be going into stuff like that. You know, that's not really my specialty, although I can do some of it. But, you know, watch all my videos. How you can count on your fingers how many demonstrations I've done for stuff like that. You're buying this because you're going to do some commercial stuff with it, or jazz or lead trumpet, maybe some session work. Maybe you have to play outside from time to time, and maybe you're in a performance band that makes money and you play outside. So you're buying it for that reason, or maybe as a backup, maybe in marching band or college marching band. So let me see if I can punch out a couple of notes. You've heard the double G. What about the A? Again, I'm kind of impressing myself, not because of my playing, but because how this mouthpiece is responding to my playing. That was a dead center bullseye double A. Would you agree? I I definitely would. Let's see here. Oh, we can do one more little lick. Now I'm thinking of one that's one of my favorites. You've heard me do this a couple of different times. Okay, I ad-libbed at the end. My money's on the Kelly Screamer mouthpiece. It's a fantastic mouthpiece. It's purplicious, and I think that you're going to be, like me, impressed that it responds this well. So I'll put a link in the description where you can zip to it right away on Amazon. And November now, not a bad time. You might be watching this video in May, but November, you know, when you got a lot of gigs coming up related to Christmas and the holidays and New Year's stuff, this is not a bad mouthpiece to go and take a look at. But if you're watching this at another time of the year, it's because of the price point, $30, you should just go out and grab it and give it a try. I'm Kurt Thompson, TrumpetSizzle.com. I will catch you in the next one. I guess not bad for winging it. Hey, it's Kurt Thompson here. Welcome to Trumpet Player Street once again. It's been a while, right? The question, how long does it take to progress, achieve, improve note per note after you hit the high C? How long does it take on average? At some point you probably have asked yourself that question, or maybe an instructor, or maybe a performer that you admire. Hey Tom, I can play a high D now, but dang, I've been stuck on the high D for about a year. How long before I get up to the double C? So this video, we're going to discuss my experience on how long it takes a typical person, once they've gotten to high C, to get to double C.
Please go over to Patreon, become a supporter, support my channel and my work and what I'm doing. I really need your help. Thank you so much. This is Kurt Thompson.
And the answer has many facets and variables. One answer being sometimes never. Another answer almost right away. And then everything in between. So first off, we're not going to talk about what it takes and how long it takes to go from low C to middle C to high C. I'm using high C as a benchmark. You finally have arrived at this note. And to keep it real, baby, Bach 1. Trying to keep it real for you guys, because I know a lot of you guys are in high school or college, and maybe you're still playing a 3C. Ooh, feel sorry for you on that one. Maybe, unless you want to play fourth chair in the Chicago Symphony, hey, play the 3C. Good for you. If that's all you aspire to be as a fourth chair player in some symphony, then play the 3C or do the 1 if you can. This would even be better if you want to play fourth chair in the Chicago Symphony. This is the Bach 1, the largest of all mouthpieces. But for a lot of you guys that do play on all these Bach mouthpieces and these large mouthpieces, because it makes you feel a little bit good about yourself, that you can tell people, well, I can't do this. Well, I can't do that because I play on the big Bach 3C mouthpiece. And you, my friend, play on that Schilke 13A 4A, right? See? That's why you can hit that double C. But wait a minute. Are you watching carefully? Are you watching real carefully what I did? Did you see me swap out this big Bach 1 mouthpiece for a Schilke 13A 4A? Go back and rewind. Watch real quick. Notice there was no switch out. But yet, I went up to double C like it was nothing. It really was nothing. How'd that happen? And how long does it take for you out there watching me to get to where I am right now? Well, as I alluded to in the beginning of this video, it varies. For example, I guess one of the most talked about trumpet players, it seems like it always comes up in videos of mine, especially when I start talking about high, is a guy named Wayne Bergeron. And they're saying, Kurt, can you play his stuff from some movie, whatever it was, The Incredibles? Oh, geez, I don't know. I don't know if I could do that. It'd be really hard. Just stuff like that. It gets a little irritating, but, I did check on this guy, and sources seem to corroborate that when he was in elementary school and he picked up a French horn, I guess he started on French horn, he played a double C. Then he went over to cornet or trumpet and he was playing double Cs. So from what I've heard, he had to learn how to play low. So there's one answer. Some people start off right around the double C range, and we're not talking about high C. Let's get this straight, guys. A lot of you confuse the double C with high C. is not a double C. I don't know why so many of you call that high C note a double C. It is not. The first C that you come to above the treble clef staff is what we refer to, especially people in the know, as high C. The C above that is called a double high C. It's not another high C. It's called double high C. Bam! Can I do it without kissing it off? Of course I can. I can do that double C any which way I want to. I own that note. It's in my back pocket. I've owned it for a long, long, long time. I can do whatever I want with it, however I want, whenever I want. So you got guys like that. You got guys like Maynard Ferguson. How many of you are in 8th grade going to 9th grade? I just had an awesome student graduate recently. My youngest student, you can watch his videos. It's kind of up in the tall part of the order here because it was recent. He started this 16-week course when he was 14 and just turned 15 when he graduated and was sporting a nice, pretty solid E above high C. There's another guy. Are you recognizing some of these people? This guy. When he was 14, he was playing professional lead trumpet in Montreal. I kid you not, I'm not exaggerating. My guess is at 14 he might have had a better range than I do now. I haven't heard him play at 14, but I bet it was probably close. Here's another guy. That was amazing. That had, now he practiced, but it came naturally to him. It came easy to him. You know, we all practice hard. He practiced hard, but it came very easy for him. So at 14 years of age, it's almost sounds like it's made up, right? But he was playing professional lead trumpet at age 14. So these are the exceptions. So now that I've told you about these guys, you kind of need to pull them out of your head so you don't worry about it, okay? Because for the rest of us that aren't blessed, no, blessed. Maynard Ferguson, blessed. Maurice Andre, blessed. It's a good thing these guys didn't do something else besides trumpet because that's where their real talent is. What if they had got into accounting or become a lawyer? Maybe they would have just been a so-so CPA or a so-so accountant, never knowing that their real true genius and talent was trumpet. Luckily for them and for us, they got into trumpet playing. So these are the exceptions. Almost guaranteed you are not going to be like them. I'm not like them. And if you already are, I doubt we'd be talking right now, and I doubt you'd be listening to me. You're doing something else. So now, if you're a typical person, and what is a typical person? I'm just going to say average. Not above average, not below average, not prodigies and talented people like this. But you're a good player. You got kind of a good noggin on your shoulders. Maybe you take a few lessons. And I'm assuming that maybe let's just say that you're in high school right now. Maybe you're in college. Maybe you're an adult trumpet player that does it for fun. Maybe you make $200,000 a year and you're a trial attorney. But by night you like to get out your trumpet and play in a couple of bands or something like that. But what's kind of gnawing at you is that over and over and over again, you've dibbled and dabbled trying to improve your range. And it's coming slow like molasses. Slow. Like you're moving in slow motion. You do all the things that you've heard people tell you to do. Me too. I told you to do what? Practice on your long tones, which could include some pedal tones. Definitely do some lip slurs, lip flexibilities, some lip trills, right? And to actually try to play high. It's always funny to me when people want to play high, they shy away from it. So when you ask them when's the last time you'd really try to go for a double C, I think last year, it kind of hurts. So last year, yeah, I tried. No, at least you're doing those three things, right? Long tones, pedal tones, which could be part of that. Lip slurs and lip flexibilities like lip trills. And actually trying to play high. You have to at least be doing those three things. So let's say that you're doing those three things. and it's coming slow like molasses. You've been on a high D for 5 years, and the high D is good, but just like crap, you go to E flat and it all goes down the toilet. So let's talk about this. On average, how long does it take to go from high C to double C? Now I'm going to throw out some generalities, and for your situation, it could be right on target. It could be a little bit miss on the high end, a little bit miss on the low end. Let me repeat again. Some people never make it to double C. There is a certain amount of endowment, if you will, maybe talent if you want to call it. I call it more like a physical endowment. Just the setup of your face, your teeth, your lips and everything, maybe your lungs, your oral capacity. For example, I have a kind of a natural endowment that's kind of a negative one. My tongue is a little bit too big for my mouth. And a lot of times, sometimes in speaking, it sounds like I slur my words or have a little s on it. My tongue, my dentist has told me this, several dentists have told me this, and even a speech therapist long ago said my tongue is a little bit too large for my oral cavity. That kind of sucks, that's why I'm not going around doing public speeches and getting, $100,000 like the Clintons, I'd like to be able to do that. But my special endowment has a negative and a positive. This tongue, got a big tongue. I got a thick tongue and a big tongue and a long tongue inside kind of a smaller oral cavity. As a result, it's all smashed up in there, so when I talk, if I'm not careful, sometimes it will sound like I'm chewing on a bunch of marbles when I try to talk. Can't help it, that's just the way I'm born. But the silver lining of that, the positive, is that because of this smaller oral cavity that I have and this huge tongue that gets in the way of my speaking a lot of the times, guess what? That enables me to really have amazing compression for playing a brass instrument. I don't have a lot of space in here and a small tongue and very difficult to compress the air like some people. I have the opposite. So I'm really kind of happy about that. Unhappy, especially if I had to do the State of the Union address. I mean, I would be a little bit kind of fearful of that just because of my natural setup. But if I had to go play the trumpet somewhere, I would be thankful for how I am built. So for you, you might be more like me, or you might be the opposite. Maybe you are quick-tongued and you can do all the poems and all those tongue twisters, and you can sail through them at amazing speeds, crystal clear speech and tongue. Possibly you might have a smaller tongue and a larger oral cavity, which will result in very clear, sharp, pointed speech. Just like you hear people on TV and the radio. That could also be a slight detriment when you're playing a brass instrument. You might have a little bit more of a challenge trying to compress that air. It doesn't mean you can't overcome it. So think about these things. So I'm going to talk in terms of generalities. So from high C to D, if you're working on the right stuff. Now I'm going to plug my 16-week course because as you may have seen my other video that's kind of popular here on YouTube, it's called the top 3 ways to be able to play higher, or some title with that effect. And I go through what I just talked to you about: long tones, lip slurs, trills, and practicing playing high. At some point, you're going to plateau out on that, and you're not going to be able to kind of budge. You're going to get too used to that. And so for most people trying that, and the reason you're going to be trying that is because that is what most private trumpet teachers will tell you, most private trombone teachers will tell you, and on and on and on. When you get to college, it's the same song and dance. They're going to say, do Cocconi, do Schlossberg, do irons, all this kind of stuff. Your lip flexibilities. Do Claude Gordon, long tones and pedal tones. You're going to hear a lot of that, and you're going to try it. And time after time after time, you're going to go for it, and you might get a little bit of results. So let's just agree right now that if you started today and you had a high C, to go to would take 3 to 6 months. On average. Now, maybe you're raising your hand and say, hey, Kurt, I got it after 1 month. Okay, well, good for you. On average, especially if you're kind of a young adult, I'm not talking about a 10-year-old kid. If you're in high school or college or older, and you just start focusing on increasing your range, and you're at a high C, and your high C sounds good like mine, and you're wanting to go to high D, but that high D does not sound good. It sounds like a squeak, or a little bit more than a squeak, but not worthy of playing in any ensemble. Write down right now 3 to 6 months to get you a D. And if you get it in 3 months, pat yourself on the shoulder and bow down to these guys. Okay, you need to honor them. They are the gods of trumpet. I didn't say they're the gods of jazz. There's some other jazz innovators. It's hard to beat this guy for classical. He actually is the innovator for the Baroque period. I don't know if you know that. Maurice Andre revitalized the whole Baroque trumpet deal back in the 50s. So he did innovate a good portion of our classical trumpet. This guy is the best trumpet player in the world, bar none. Is he the best at Dixieland or the best at pure freeform jazz improvisation? Maybe not. But all around playing this instrument, he's the best. Hasn't been beaten. You need to pay some homage to them if you were able to go to high D in 3 months. Now, from high D to high E, it's going to get a little bit harder. Here's a rule of thumb. The higher you go, the slower things get as far as improvement. Why? Because you're physics and the acoustical nature of the horn, you're going to start to run out of highway. You're going to start to run out of road. There's only so high we can go on this thing, just based on the physical mechanics of everything. It's just only so high we can go. So let's talk about going high D, high to high E. You got a high D. How long to go to high E? I'm going to say roughly it's going to be kind of about the same. So once you've arrived at high D, and I'm just pulling this out of thin air. Maybe I might crack a note here or there. A lot of times I'll play E1 and 2 because it comes out flat. But to go, notice how nice that sounded? High E? Okay. If you want it sounding nicely like that, where you can use it in an ensemble or a solo or show off here on YouTube, figure 3 to 6 months. Okay, so that would be about 6 months to a year to go from high C to E, typically, if you're just kind of messing around on your own, or you're doing the typical university trumpet major track. If you start as a freshman, maybe by the end of the year, you might be around high E, which would not be too bad. High E to F is a half step, but doggone it if that F can be quite squirrely. So we're on E. Okay, pretty nice solid E, or E and F. That F actually was not too bad either. It was give or take, but I'm going to say you're going to add more time now to get up to that F. The F happens to be a sticking point. It's not a break note or your break, typically. It just happens to be a sticking point that you got to push through. And I'm going to say for a lot of folks, it might take you 6 months to 9 months to get to that F. Some of you might be a year. Remember, get these guys out of your head. The people that I mentioned that had automatic high notes to begin with. Get that out of your head. Those are the exceptions. We are almost all not like these guys, just not like them. They're the exception. So if you have an E and you're trying to get the E, but the E comes out a little squirrely, or let's say that you got it at home, but then you're in your jazz band, you're going to play, and you can never get it to happen without it being out of tune or squirrely or just not centered. With the right amount of focus and the right instruction and dedication, it'll probably take you 6 months to 9 months and maybe pushing it about a year to get to that F. Okay, Now let's say that you have the F. Am I on the F? Yeah. All right, those notes are locking in for me, and I'm kind of surprised. I'm on this huge bathtub of a mouthpiece still, you know. I'm not on my mouthpiece, my normal mouthpiece. Okay, so the F came in, I almost overshot it. The G came in just sweet, the double G. Double high G. Why double high G? Low G. We can't go any lower than that. That's a middle G. That's a high G. If we double it, double high G or double G or double G. There's not two high G, folks, on the horn. High G sits right on top of the staff. It may not seem that high for us, and some people don't want to call it high G, but the fact of the matter is, theoretically, using music theory, it is a high G on the staff and a double high G an octave higher. Okay, now we're getting into where people get really frustrated and irritated. To go from F to G is a super duper jump. It's like jumping through hoops backwards and backflips and twists and everything else. And for some of you, you might be about ready to encounter a break, what's known as a break. That's where the lips don't vibrate as well. You're kind of acoustically in your lips and on the horn hitting kind of like a dead zone, a dead spot. You're just not getting any reception. And so sometimes F sharp, G, we're talking double F sharp, double G, double A flat, double A, B flat, right around that vicinity. Almost 99% of all trumpet players, when they get up there, will have some kind of a break. When you factor that in, plus the fact that we are now dangerously close to the end of upper register. I call the end of upper register double high G. And starting at double high A flat, I call that extreme upper register. So double G is, a good solid upper register. Notice that at the very end of upper register, and then we go into extreme. There is an extreme upper register. Everything above that double G, I call extreme upper register playing. Most people don't play up there. Most people can't get those notes. Just the way it is. But you can hear a lot of people play the double G and a little bit below. You need to give yourself 1 year of dedicated practice to 18 months to go from that F to double G. F to double G. It's just going to take that long, folks. Unless you happen to get with a very highly skilled teacher who's used to working with people wanting to play higher. I don't really see anybody in the room that kind of fits that description. But if you happen to get with somebody who has a tremendous amount of track record, history, experience, and students touting the fact that this teacher was able to help them get higher quicker, well then you need to run and grab a hold of that teacher and get going. So there are some methods that can expedite your ability. I'm talking to you as if you're just trying to do stuff that the normal trumpet teacher at the college level or in the local community is helping you out with. Long tones, working on your breathing, pedal tones, Schlossberg, Cocconi, airflow, you name it, lip trills. It's going to take you a year to a year and a half to get up there to that double G like that. Just the way it is. Okay, now let's move on from, let's say that you've got the double G and you've listened to some of my stuff, watched some of my live stuff, watched me mess around on the horn, and then heard some of my recording session of me playing some Maynard or Doc Severinsen. And you go, wow, I'd like to be able to play that, but I don't have double A's and double C's. So to get up and play a lot of Maynard, you really do need to have more than just the top double G as your ceiling, because you're going to be playing on the skin of your teeth just after about half a song. So you have to have more range. To go from double G to double A on your own,
or with a typical instructor who doesn't specialize in range and amateur coaching, I would suggest, and this is, I'm being modest here, but probably 18 months to 2 years. Hate to kind of burst your bubble, but if you have a double G and you want to get a nice solid double A, and you're not working with someone who's a specialist, someone who has been down this road with a lot of students, a lot being hundreds, and you're working with a guy or a gal who has a lot of academic accolades behind their name, and they're at a university or a college or something like that, you're going to spend 18 months to 2 years to take what they're telling you to do. In fact, they probably will tell you not to even worry about it, that you need to focus on making music, son. I mean, you're never going to play those notes. 99% of all notes you play are up to high C, and that's it. Yeah, that's kind of a lot of bullshit, isn't it? We all know that that's not really true. And even if it were true, who wants to be the average? Who wants to be the John Boy in the average group of trumpet players that can just play up to high C? Not me. Maybe not you. But you're going to hear that, and you try to go higher than that. A lot of these people, they have advanced degrees that really can't play that well, and that are just regurgitating what their professor, when they got their DMA, told them. They're going to probably start to, try to tone you down. You don't really need a double A. You need to focus on this nice, wonderful Tony Plogue concerto for trumpet a cappella. That's what they're going to probably try to tell you. Yet, if you still persist, and you want to get up to the double G, I would say give yourself 18 months to 2 years. And it might happen for you. Ooh, why did I say it might happen for you? Well, here's the rub. If you're not getting advice from someone who can do it, remember, the people you're likely talking to can't do what I'm doing for you right now on this big mouthpiece, or actually any mouthpiece. If you're getting advice from someone who can't do it, but they're operating on theory, you might be kind of out in the weeds, my friends. So it might take you 18 months with a lot of persistence, a lot of elbow grease, a lot of hard work, burn the midnight oil, really working this thing and doing everything right based on what they've told you, which is the old standard protocol. I'll say it again, long tones, lip slurs, flexibilities, trying to play high, that kind of stuff. Yeah, so 18 months to 2 years, but you may not get to that double A. Okay, so let's, just for the sake of this video, let's assume that you did get to the double A. And so now you're at double A, and you realize that you would love to be able to play the double C, because a lot of Maynard stuff has double C. A lot of the Bill Chase stuff has double C. Somewhat big fat band stuff has some double C's. There, Ron McConnell. So there are some highfalutin charts out there, rock charts, Al Jarreau stuff, maybe Michael Jackson. There's all kinds of stuff that might have that double C that you would love and dream to be able to put as a little cherry on top of your banana split.
Hey everybody, I'm Kurt Thompson, trumpet player, brass teacher, and I just wanted to tell you a little bit about myself in case you've never heard of me. I make trumpet videos, lesson videos, also quite a lot of brass playing pedagogy and instruction, and I help out quite a lot of people, and I've been doing it almost all for free all these years since 2007. What is that, 10 years? Look at my channel on YouTube. All you got to do is search Kurt Thompson and I come up right away. I have 1,000 videos plus on YouTube, all free. Done in the last 10 years. And I need help. It's gotten to the point where I've had to reschedule lessons. It dawned on me a couple of months ago when I was rescheduling yet another lesson to finish up a video on YouTube, and I thought to myself, wait a minute, I just shifted a paying student to a few days later in order to finish up a video that's going to be free on YouTube. No money, Mr. Ching, I'm hurting here. So I want to keep bringing awesome content to you. I want to improve my content, improve my equipment. I want to bring higher quality everything to you guys. This cool idea called Patreon. Patreon is just an amazing tool because it allows you guys to get involved with me in creating content. Patreon simply just says, hey, help out Kurt a little bit. It's an every month kind of thing, and you're going to help him spend more quality time, help him buy better equipment, be able to do better things that you already like. You're just going to see better content from Kurt Thompson. That's me. So take a look at this. Take a look at this new idea called Patreon. I want to be able to keep doing this. I need your help. If you like what I've been doing so far, and I've proven it, 1,000 videos on YouTube kind of prove it, right? If you like it, you want to see me keep doing this, I need your help. But the cool thing is I want you to be a part of the process. And I'm offering some cool perks. They call them rewards here on Patreon. Things like mentioning you in a video, putting your name in the credits on a video, having you meet up with me and chat with me in a video. Wouldn't that be cool? Having you suggest a topic, having you suggest something for me to play, having you suggest something for my next professional official video. I'm bringing you the best of myself on this instrument, and I really want your help. I hope you can appreciate, and I want you to be a part of this process. But you can't do it. So I'm going to skip B flat, B, and just go to the C. So you got the double A. It's a pretty rock solid double A for the most part. And you'd like to be able to go up to the double C, which you heard me play at the beginning of this video. Okay, a couple things can happen. If you keep following that, let's say that you're out of college now and you keep following the advice that Joe Blow gave you let's just say that you're at Eastman and you study with James Thompson. You know, he's the James Thompson guy. He's real crazy about mouthpiece buzzing, right? And actually, I'm not crazy about it, but I do believe in mouthpiece buzzing. Although for my students, we use it in a different way for building strength and for building range. But still, you know, mouthpiece buzzing, good. James Thompson, I've heard, is really into that. But let's say that you study with him at Easton and you forked out $100,000 and you got your trumpet performance degree there, and you got your double A. Now, if you want to keep following his type of advice, which is an academic type of advice, good all-around stuff, but he's going to tell you to work on your breathing, diaphragmatic breathing, and your airflow, and open up your throat. Oh, don't close down. Ooh, open, free air. He talks all about that, all that stuff. I know a lot more about these guys than you think that I do. Okay, I know exactly what his curriculum is. And many others very, very much like him at that level at the university. So you keep following the syllabus that he gave you after. It could be that you never get to the double C, a usable double C. You could get to an incidental double C. You know what that is? That's typically what you hear jazz improv guys do, even famous ones. And this, I call it an incidental double C because it's not a usable double C. It's when they're really eating this guy. Let me see if I can get it for you. They're eating, I call it eating the mic. You've seen it. They've got their horn up here and they eat the mic and they're playing a couple of licks. There you go, double C, baby, boom. They're eating the mic. It comes out kind of loud, maybe the audience. But we know, trumpet players know there's something missing. That edge, that thickness, that electricity, that brilliance, that power, that natural power is missing. And so a lot of these jazz trumpet players that don't really own and have the double C will get what I call an incidental double C. You just heard me kind of do it. It's probably close. Yeah. Something like that. That's not a real double C, but when you put it in the mic and you eat that mic and it blares through the auditorium or the clubhouse venue,
people might go, wow, that guy can also play some high notes. No, not really. Take that microphone away and put him in a group of 18 people where he's got a lead and then play the double C, you won't ever hear him. He will not be heard. He does not own that note. It's possible that maybe you might end up with an incidental double C. That if you were in a small ensemble or a jazz ensemble, or you're taking the second book in a big ensemble, but your mic, and you're eating that mic, that you could throw in a couple of double C's, but they would be what I call incidental, not real double C's. You're definitely not going to sound like him. He's got an awesome double C, and you're not going to sound like him. He's got an amazing double C. So you're going to have to switch gears and get with someone who you can look at and investigate and go, wait a minute, for decade after decade, this guy consistently plays awesomely in the upper register and just always seems to have double C's and beyond. Then you look at his students. Wow, this guy's students has gained 4 notes, 5 notes. This guy gained an octave. This guy can play a double C. You have to find somebody like that who is a specialist on the brass instrument. This could also go for trombone players who would love to be able to get up into the Bill Walters range, who would love to be able to play smoothly like Dave Steinmeier, who would love to have the power and the pop and the punch of the Carl Fontana, right? Well, you're not going to get to that level by doing your university curriculum and continue it after you've already got your degree, whether it's low brass or trumpet. So let's kind of add it up. What did I say? 3 to 6 months, maybe to go from high C to D. 3 to 6 months from D to E. From E to F, longer, right? What did I say? 6 months, 9 months, you got to add it all up. And so where are we right there? Let's just take the longest of each one. So 6 and 6, that's a year. 9 months, let's say we're at a year and a half to get to the F. And then what did I say, like a year or a year and a half to get to the double G. So now we're at 2.5 years. And then I said as much as 2 years to go to the double A. So let's boil it down to say that probably on average to go from a high C to a double A, you're probably looking at 4 years and lots of luck. Especially if you're studying with your local yokel private lesson teacher in the community, or you're studying with, let's say, James Thompson, who by all appearances seems to be a great guy, plays great classical. He's innovated some good stuff with mouthpiece fuzzing. I'm not taking away anything from him that way, but I am lumping him into the group of that tend to run a similar track for most of their students. I mean, it doesn't deviate too much from Eastman to Juilliard to, what's another one, School of Music I'm thinking of. I'm not thinking of it right now. But anyway, just other schools of music like that are kind of high profile and conspicuous. They don't deviate a whole lot. It's from what they were telling one trumpet player. If you go to the next school like that, like Yale School of Music, you're probably going to get the same similar type of stuff. From double A on up to double C, those guys I don't think are really going to help you. They can't do it themselves. Now, they might have that incidental jazz trumpet double C that I just demonstrated, right? They're not going to have this guy's double C. They're not. So you're going to have to get with somebody that can help you out, someone who is focused and has a track record of being able to play those notes and teach others how to play it. But if we add it all up, for you right now, just quickly want to know, it's going to take you 4 years to go from high C up to double A. And likely you can probably get up there. Double A to double high C, iffy. You may never get to double C. Or it may, if you're lucky, maybe it comes out to be an incidental double C, one that you could use when you eat the mic. It comes out like a little squeal. But to the audience, it might seem loud because it's blaring through the speakers. But you and I both know it's not a real double C. but at least you got something you can pull out of your hat and use. So to get from double A to double C, if you're really working it hard, I would say let's plan on somewhere between 3 years and 4 years. If you haven't got with somebody that knows what they're doing, but you're working hard, you're stubborn as an ox, and you're just focusing and you're just killing yourself, I would say you might look into it. Let's plan on 3 to 4 years. You've got the double A, and it could be with a little bit of luck and a lot of dedication and the right mix of practicing and rest, you could get to the double C, a usable double C, in 3 years, maybe 4 years after you have a solid double A. So if you added it all up, from high C to double C, and one that loud, that usable, that on command, you own it. That is your baby. You own it. It's got your name written on it. 7 or 8 years. Okay? I'm giving you the real deal. I'm not sugarcoating it. 7 to 8 years. Sounds like a lot of time, but if you're 19 years of age and you're working hard, and if you think at 19, by 26 or 27, you can do what I just did on command. Hey, the world is your oyster, you know? It really is. Now, let me plug my course. If you would like to shorten that time frame up a little bit, or a lot of it, you might want to go check out some of the stuff I have at my website, TrumpetSizzle.com. I'm Kurt Thompson, TrumpetSizzle.com. Maybe it's a knack, maybe it's a gift, maybe it's a little bit of luck, but I've had quite a lot of students work with me and get good results. Now, they're not going to get double C in a week, but a lot of them have got double C in 4 months. So, now was it as loud as this? Not really. But a lot of them have got their incidental double C out in 4 or 5 months. Some of them have finally got up to F and double G in 4 months. So it just depends. But I kind of have a knack or this ability to help others improve their range.
Please go over to Patreon, become a supporter, support my channel and my work and what I'm doing. I really need your help. Thank you so much. This is Kurt Thompson.
So I'm Kurt Thompson. I hope you found this useful. What is the recap? 4 years to go from high C to double A. Let's give it another 3 years to 4 years from double A to double C. We're talking about a rock solid, big, usable, heard at the end and at the back of a big auditorium, double C, unmiked. 7 years to 8 years to high C to double C. Keep that figure in your brain. High C to double C, 7 to 8 years, and you probably will own this note. You need to maybe shorten that time frame a little bit. I think so. Then you might want to get with somebody who knows a little bit about kind of what they're doing, and other people have said so. And you know someone's onto something. You know it when other people are hating on that person. You know Donald Trump's onto something when a whole bunch of shitheads are hating on him. You just know it, right? Okay. You know that I might be onto something when you hear some negative press out there. You got so many people that are jealous. And if I investigated a couple of these people from time to time, you notice a lot of times they have nothing. Zero. Zilch. It's either a fake account by another teacher who's jealous of what I'm able to do and jealous of my success and track record, or it's a player that maybe tried to, pull down their pants and take a big crap on me, and I smacked them really good. And they go on around crying to people about, oh, Kurt hurt my feelings. He said some bad stuff. He's a jerk. Yeah, well, that person can't play. And if he took a crap on me, you better bet I'd give him a little bit of this. Bam, 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 bam. Just like Trump does to the shithead Dems that constantly tried to irritate him. Sometimes referred to as the Donald Trump of trumpet. I am Kurt Thompson. I hope that you enjoyed this tutorial. And if you and I never see each other, then you know it's going to take you about 7 to 8 years, which is still not horrible, to get to that double C. I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. That's it.
Hi, this is Kurt Thompson, trumpet player and teacher. It's October 13th, 2019, and this may be the first time I've done a foreword or an introduction into a student review. And this is going to be quick, and I'll let you get on to hearing Alex's review. But I believe this is the first time that I've had somebody 14 years of age actually start my course and complete the live version of my upper register course. The previous student who had the distinction of holding that honor was Chaz, and I believe Chaz went through this course about 8 years ago. So if you look at all my reviews, Chaz states that he was 15. I believe he was 15 or 15 and a half, and he finished the course close to maybe almost 16. So as of today, we have a record breaker, and in first place for being my youngest student to go through the live version. Now, this isn't the video version. This is the live weekly version, which is the one I recommend for everyone. Alec started this course in between 8th and 9th grade when he was 14, and he just turned 15 about a week or two ago before he finished the course. But basically, he was 14 years of age for most of the time he was in the course, and he got an amazing result. He has a lot of raw talent. In fact, he's actually playing higher than I was as a beginning 9th grader way back when in Hendersonville, Tennessee. I would have never been able to hit the note and the notes that Alec is able to hit right now. So the world is his oyster. I'm going to make this a very quick introduction because it's almost 2 minutes, so I'm going to go ahead and without further ado, here is Alec, and I'm very excited to have you listen to what he has to say. And for anybody else who's around his age and have been on the fence about getting involved, but yet you have a nagging problem that keeps nagging at you all the time, and that's bad endurance, bad range, no power. Sometimes the horn hurts when you play. Well, you need to maybe pay heed to what Alec has to say and demo on his horn, and it might help you out. All right, here's Alec.
Hello, my name is Alec. I just completed Kurt Thompson's 16-week up register course. Before I started the course, I could only just barely squeak out an A. Now I can hit a solid E above the staff. I would like to tell you how I got there. This course is not easy and requires a lot of time and discipline. Towards the end, I committed about 2 hours every single day just to practicing. It's not just fun and music playing. There are several rigorous exercises that include mental and physical strengthening. There are no tricks. This course is hard work. The payoff is that when I felt I hit a barrier, Kurt's instruction and my diligence would allow me to break through it. Prior to the course, I did what all high school students were doing, working with the popular books and my band director, but looking back now, I realized that the methods and techniques that I was doing were not going to get me not even close to where I am today. Thank you, Kurt. Kurt's course has significantly improved my pedal tones.
Hey, it's Kurt Thompson here, and many of you have asked the question, where do I put the mouthpiece on my lips? A similar version is, how do I know if I have the mouthpiece on the right spot on my lips? And so today we're going to be answering the question, where does that mouthpiece go? And it's going to be more specific for trumpet players. Right now I might do another one for low brass. And by the way, as soon as I came out here to do this impromptu video, within 5 minutes the neighbor had to get out there like an idiot and start doing his weed whacker. So if you hear a bunch of noise, that's the neighbor having perfect timing here with my video. So I'm sure he was watching the whole day for when I was going to come out, right? Just kidding. So now, what are you looking at there? You're looking at the world famous, the world's largest Bach trumpet mouthpiece. I don't know if you can see the one in there. Let's see if we can. It's hard for me to see with the reflection here. Let's just see. There's the one. See the one? Notice there's no A, there's no B, there's no C. This is the world's largest Bach trumpet mouthpiece, and I'm just using that. Most of you know Bach, and the Bob Reeves I have is a custom, and none of you really know that one. It's just a hybrid. So yeah, where do you from beginners to intermediates, maybe sometimes even a pro, you might have a question like, am I in the right spot? And there's a simple way to find out where to put the mouthpiece on your lips. Okay, you ready? The first thing is, I'm gonna have to get up close and personal here, is to smile back your lips and put the mouthpiece on your teeth somewhere. It doesn't matter anywhere for right now. Now, listen. Can you hear that? Going across my teeth. There's going to be a spot in there where the mouthpiece kind of sits in a groove on your teeth. There's one right there. There's another one. And right there. 1, 2. Oh, there's like 2 right there. 1, 2. Actually, there's 3. 1, 2, 3. Was that 4? No, I'm way over here. The 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I got 5 spots on my lips where I could actually be playing. And 2 you saw are just really close together. So I guess I got to be introspective. Maybe in another video and find out, am I kind of hopping back and forth between 2 spots on my chops. Now, I didn't take the teeth into account too much. I mean the bottom teeth. I took the top teeth into account. Oh, look, we got Mr. Garbage Man coming by. It's like everybody knew I was going to be making a video out here. See?
That's kind of narcissistic, isn't it? That I think the whole world revolves around me. But there goes the garbage guy. See, he knew it. There he goes. See? Well. Anyway, okay, I'm using the top teeth. Top teeth are very important where the mouthpiece goes. The bottom teeth, less so. I think of the bottom teeth as more of a leverage, more of a shelf, if you will. And the top teeth are going to be the most important. So this is going to be a quick video. I'm going to finish it up real quick. So now that you see where the different spots where I could put the mouthpiece, I want to get more close to center if I can. So here. Oh yeah, there we go. There's 1, 2, right there. I can either read right out there. And folks, look. I played just a fraction off center. I mean, from 10 feet away, you probably would think that I'm dead center on. But if you get up closer, if you've watched my videos, you've seen that I play just a little bit off center sometimes, especially when I go higher. You'll see me kind of torque it in. So here. Right there. Where's that quick one at? There. 1, or 2 together. See? I go here or here. Let's go here. Or am I here? So I guess I'm kind of comfortable right around here. That is going to be your sweet spot, and that is how you know where you put your trumpet mouthpiece on your lips. So, and this is going to contradict probably what your band director, your private instructor said when they said put it dead center and a little bit on the top lip. And that's where you got to be. Well, when you start off, that's kind of a general starting point for the parameters of where to begin. But after you get going a while, let's say maybe you played a couple years, if you really want to pinpoint where you need to be, you're going to find your top teeth and find where it just naturally fits in the grooves, and then that's where you're going to be. Hope this helped out. It's Kurt Thompson with this trusty, friendly Bach 1 trumpet mouthpiece. I hope you found this video tutorial very helpful for you in your trumpet playing. And this was just impromptu. I'm going to be doing a couple of these now between now and the rest of the year. This is October 4th, Friday. It's a lovely, what is it? I think it was around 91 or 92 when I came out here. Yeah, I'm in shorts, see? It is a lovely 92 degrees in Central Texas. Isn't that beautiful? 92 degrees, folks. I'm out here in shorts. October 4th, Friday. Happy Friday, everybody. Hey, it's Kurt Thompson here, TrumpetSocial.com, and this is just an update right before we get into October 2019. And I wanted to make you aware that I have a lot of little cool practice aids, practice exercisers, practice gadgets to help you, the brass player, get better. We're going to talk about that just a little bit. This is not going to be a lesson on each practice aid that I have here. That will come later when you actually get the practice aid. Also, I got a couple of new instruments that I've been developing, and I think you're really going to want to lean forward and pay attention on this. I don't have many of them. In fact, the one jazz horn that I only have one. I have another on order. And I got a couple of piccolos, and I also have a flugelhorn coming with a copper bell, a copper rose brass mix. I think you're really going to like it. I think for those of you that like flugel or looking to have something nice without breaking the bank, you're going to want to pay attention to this. Actually, I don't have the flugel in hand, but it's coming. It should be here in about a month, so we'll talk about that when it gets here. But I do have the double bell jazz horn, and my piccolos I want to talk about.
Please go over to Patreon, become a supporter, support my channel and my work and what I'm doing. I really need your help. Thank you so much. This is Kurt Thompson.
But first, without further ado, let's get to the gadgets, practice aids, and exercisers. Many of you have probably seen this one before. I have a tutorial on it. Like the Cheek Master. You've probably seen it before. I got a couple tutorials on it. It actually does work. There's one problem. This little guy here is about 50 bucks on Amazon, and I've provided a link in my other video. So that has kept quite a lot of you from becoming involved in this particular technique. I have got a suitable replacement for less than half the cost. I call this the Sizzle Jack. It's a replacement for the facial flex that you saw in a couple other tutorials on YouTube. This does the same thing. You put this in your mouth and you squeeze. And there's a certain way to do this, and I describe that in a tutorial that will accompany this. This is a substitute for the $50 version, and you're going to save quite a bit of money on this. Plus, you're going to get a tutorial to go along with it. So this is the Sizzle Jack. The Sizzle Jack. It's up on my website. Right now, you can get it. Many of you see me do the tutorial on the Expandalung. Works well. I got a nice in-depth video on it. Actually, I don't know if you've seen the tutorial, but you've seen my review of it. It's called the Expandalung. It ranges in price from 35 bucks up to 50. And this is a inhaler restriction device. So the way we use it, it puts a drag on your inhale, which puts a load on your diaphragm as the diaphragm pulls down. So that's what you're using it for. I found a suitable replacement at a significant savings. And I'm not exactly sure what the name of this one is going to be yet, but it's going to involve sizzle. Maybe like the sizzle restricted inhaler. That's probably what I'm going to call it, because that's what it is. So it has 3 levels. So you just put it in your mouth and you inhale. But of course, it puts a drag on your inhale, and there's different levels. So that was the first one. You can go to the next one. That significantly reduces the amount of air you can pull in. And the third one is the most restrictive. Can't really get a whole lot of air. So I have a replacement for the more expensive Expandalung. I have the Sizzle Restricted Inhaler. And you're going to save a lot of money. Plus, I'm going to have a tutorial on how to best use this and increase your breathing capacity and the first stage of compression, actually. So the Sizzle Restricted Inhaler, look for that on my website. It's there right now. Next, I got the Sizzle Bite. The Sizzle Bite. And by the way, for those of you, I'm not jumping up into the camera, you can see close-up pictures of these on my site. I've been studying and actually experimenting on myself over the last couple of years of increasing all the face muscles here, because they kind of all sync up together, right? So if you make one part of your face stronger, it's going to affect the other part, especially from your nose on down. And I have determined that working your biting capacity can actually help out being a brass player and give you more fortitude, more endurance. I wouldn't say by just chewing on this, you're going to start playing double C's and triple C's, but it adds to the fortitude of your face, the strength and the musculature and the physiology. Anything we can do that can just push us in the direction of getting better, we got to try. Because almost all of us don't have that natural gift that Maynard Ferguson had. Just say somebody like Bill Waters and Dave Steinmeier. I mean, can you go out to a jazz club tonight if you're in New York and LA and hear someone play like that? No. They just don't have the range and the ability and the chops and the smoothness. You can hear some very good players, some very good bone players. Let's see, Bobo and Oystein come to mind for tuba players and brass, David Childs and some others. So most of us just weren't born with this natural talent. Yeah, they had to practice, but they had the natural talent. That's why I'm introducing these practice aids and devices. Anything that you can do to push you in the direction of better musicality. And for us brass players, unfortunately for us brass players, that means a lot of physical work. Brass playing, it'd be nice if we could just work only on music and technique, but like a piano player. Do you see a piano player doing finger weights and all these crazy finger exercises? I know Franz Liszt may have done that. I heard that he worked some crazy trills with his fingers, but for the most part, piano players don't really have to. That's the bad news about being a brass player, but there's also good news. That means there's things we can do to help us even the score with people like Maynard Ferguson and Maurice Andre. Right? Got these two guys. It's not accidental. I got Maurice Andre and Maynard Ferguson behind me. The two of the best brass players, regardless of what brass instrument that ever walked the planet Earth. So this one is designed to chew. You can put it in both sides of your mouth. And I'll have a tutorial on this one. It will accompany this practice aid. This is the Sizzle Bite. Next up, we got this Sizzle Chomp. The Sizzle Chomp. Looks like a mouth guard for an MMA fighter or hockey player or football player. I take the little plastic knob or spacer out. It allows me to get a little bit more of a chomp. This is a different action than the Sizzle Bite. There's just a different action that's happening when you put the whole thing into your mouth. So this is a Sizzle Chomp. It will come with a tutorial on how to do it. You might just think you put it in and you chew it a couple times. No. Or you might think, well, I'll keep it in my car and I'll chew it all day. No. There's a thing called TMJ, and I'm not going to spell it out for you, but you don't want to screw up your face, your jaw, and everything, because then you might not be able to play. I have a specific way to do this. It's like all these little practice aids and devices are like seasoning, like a little bit of cayenne, like a little bit of paprika, salt, pepper, dill, even jalapenos, a little garnish. This is not the main course. Your instrument is the main course. This is just like a little spice, a little seasoning, and you have to make sure you do it the right way and do it in small amounts. So this is the Sizzle Chomp. Again, you want to see close-up pictures of this, you'll find it at my site. It's also, all these are for sale. That means you can click on the link in my description. Actually, I might put several links for each item, but you click on that, you go right to my site, and you can buy it, and I'll ship it out to you right away. Next is a wacky one. I call it the Sizzle Cheeks. Sizzle Cheeks. It is just another way to contract your chops. Remember, we're trying to get the contraction and our musculature hit from all kinds of angles. If it didn't matter, then I wouldn't be doing this, and I would just give you a golf pencil, like when you play miniature golf, and I would just tell you to hold that in your lips for 30 seconds a day, the way your band director, and for you older folks, the way your band director probably did when you were in the 7th grade. That doesn't cut it. In fact, for a lot of people, that's made them worse. So you have to hit your face and the physiology from a lot of different angles in different ways. Otherwise, just do the pencil exercise. How many of you are playing like Maynard or Maurice Andre just by doing the pencil exercise? You're not, because your face gets used to it, or you get worse because you lose your flexibility. So you have to have something else. So we got the Sizzle Cheeks. This is hitting your squeeze and contraction even different than the Sizzle Jacks. It's a cool little device. You can see close-up pictures of it, and it's on my site to buy and for you to get better. And last and least are the sizzle lips. Now, when I first saw this, I laughed because, I think some people use this as like a party joke or something like that. And you can use it for that probably because it's just ridiculous. But I got to thinking, what would happen if you put this in your mouth and you tried to squeeze on it? And, could you get some value out of it as a brass player? It looks ridiculous. It looks stupid. But the thing is, it works. It works. I mean, it works different than the other ones I just showed you. So here we go. The sizzle lips. Crazy. It kind of feels good when it goes in. I feel like it gets the muscles right underneath your chin better, which is where you got that leverage. And I believe these two guys were born with that natural leverage right under here. It's that shelf for your mouthpiece. So this actually, I feel like this actually works the muscles right under here from the chin up to the lips. It's a crazy, stupid, weird, quirky looking, funky device. It's like a plastic rubbery thing, but it works. I'm showing you stuff that could look silly to you, but it works. It does work. And this, again, is hitting and making you contract your chops at a different angle in a different way. This is like a weightlifting belt, a back brace belt. And this is I call it my restricted inhaler. It's actually in the course. Some of these are in the course. Some of these practice aids I might put in the course as a bonus, my 16-week course. And so this one, we're using it. It has Velcro. I don't know if you can hear it. Velcro. This is extra large, so it should fit most people. And I'm also going to include extra Velcro straps that reach out about another 3 or 4 inches, 5 inches on each side. So if you're bigger than me, those extra straps will be able to accommodate you. And you might want to just let me know if you're bigger than I am. I'm a pretty big guy, and I can actually use this for this particular technique. But I figure there might be some people bigger than me, and I do have the extra Velcro straps for you to put it around your torso. Now, I'm not going to exactly show you how to do that because that's part of the tutorial that you'll get with this. We're using this for restricted inhaling and to develop your physiology to be able to pull in more air against a restriction or against a heavy load. So that's what we're going to be using this for. This is actually available now on my website. And I don't want you to use this for going to the gym or for if you have a low back problems or anything like that, because you want to get a better quality one for that. For going to the gym and for like a back brace, I would recommend spending between 50 and up to $80 for a good quality one. This is not that kind of quality. We're only going to use it just for this specific exercise that I'm going to be giving you. And then you put it away. It's just, this is good for that, but this is not the $60 or $70 quality kind of back brace or back support you would take to the gym. So that's just a heads up on that. So this is the restricted inhaling belt. So we'll talk more about that. Another cool device I got is, I wouldn't say this is a practice aid, this is more of a performance enhancer. I've been working with machine shops and also investigating what metal is the most dense that we could wrap around our mouthpiece where it inserts into the instrument. And keep in mind that the metal has to be dense, otherwise it would be too big and you couldn't get the mouthpiece in. You know what I'm saying? If it's like aluminum, you'd have to have a whole bunch of it to accomplish what we're trying to accomplish. What are we trying to accomplish with these weights? We're trying to stymie the lost vibrations and sound that happen at the insert of your mouthpiece into your brass instrument. and send that energy and vibration through your horn as opposed to have it dissipating right at the insertion of your mouthpiece into the instrument. By having a weight right there, you kind of dampen the vibrations and there, so they're not lost and they're sent on through the horn. Now you need something heavy and dense, and what I came up with was tungsten. I didn't even really know about tungsten, I'm going to be honest with you. I didn't know too much about it, but I was impressed. Tungsten is twice as dense as lead. It's almost right up there with gold. It's just about right up there with gold as far as heavy. Like this little guy here is about 3 ounces. So it really works. Now, what if you say, well, Kurt, I already got one of those megatone mouthpieces. You know, the whole thing is like a big clump of metal. Well, if that's the case, look at where the mouthpiece inserts into the horn. Uh-oh. You see the mouthpiece where it inserts into the horn is not heavy weighted, right? The heavy weight comes into the bell part of the mouthpiece and not the shank. The shank is where we need the weight. So if you went out and spent $200 or $150 on a megatone for whatever instrument that you play on, it might color your tone a little bit differently, but let's face it, you're not getting what we're after here on adding the weight to your mouthpiece. We're trying to dampen the lost vibrations and send those vibrations through your horn. So number one, you get better slotting, you get a better tone, and more often than not, you'll notice a little pop in your range. That's what we're trying to accomplish by adding the weight. And I'll show you some of the instruments where I've already placed the sizzle weight on. Now, tungsten is not cheap. The other devices I showed you are going to be pretty nominal in price. This one is not. These are relatively expensive. And then to drill out tungsten, it's quite a feat because a lot of times drills are made out of tungsten to drill into other metals. So this was actually tough. This was not something that you can accomplish just on your home drill. You actually have to put it on a lathe. It's actually pretty tough. It was kind of a long drawn out process. So I have these sizzle weights for every brass instrument, from tuba to baritone, euphonium, trumpet to cornet to French horn. So, and you're going to see me demonstrate some of those today. I'll just show you how they fit on the horn. This actually is heavy. So it really is heavy, and we'll talk about, well, I can just put it on a scale. Let's just, I don't know, let's see. Okay, see if you can see it on the scale. This one's around, I don't know if you're gonna be able to see it, but this one here is around 2.5, 3 ounces, and that's with the hole drilled out. So watch it. See that? This is not light, folks. There's some serious weight there. It should have gone down about 2.5, 3 ounces. So, and then the trumpet ones and the French horns are a little bit lighter. They're around 1.5 ounces or so. Now, how did I get that idea? I got the idea when I got my Curry sound sleeve, and I got it years ago, and I put it on. You'll notice that most of my videos I don't have it. I think all of them I don't, because I put it on my mouthpiece and I couldn't really feel like it made any difference. The reason it doesn't make any difference is it's not made out of tungsten. I think it's made out of aluminum, or could be steel. It's just not heavy enough. This thing right here for trumpet, the sound sleeve, doesn't even weigh 1 ounce. Let's just see if you can find it, but I believe it weighs about 3/4 to 1/2 ounce. Nothing. So the problem is when you put this on your trumpet shank, it doesn't do much. It's only a little bit of a weight. Maybe it does a couple percentage. And so I started thinking, what if you had a more denser weight? That's how I came up with this idea. What if you had a denser weight that was actually heavier, that actually could make a difference? Should somebody try that? And so that somebody happened to be me. I found out you can't just use steel or aluminum or nickel. It's just too light. It doesn't make much of a difference. So not to slam Curry, but their products, yeah, they look kind of stylish and good, but you won't really notice much of a difference if you buy their typical weight. The weight that I have is 50% heavier than this guy, and you'll see it on the trumpet, but it's like half the size. So the one I have is a good ounce and a half, but it's half this size. This is about a half, comes out to about a half ounce, 3/4 of an ounce. It doesn't really do anything, but you double this, and then now you got something, and I'll show you that in a minute. Now, just to recap on stuff that you already know about, if you don't have the sizzle pipe, boy, are you really missing out. I mean, I do this, I don't know, at least every day. Sometimes I miss a day, but it's pretty much every night I try to do it, or in the morning. Just depends. Now I have my big Bach 1 mouthpiece in this one. I also have a French horn mouthpiece in another one, just for kicks, just trying to get up my French horn chops a little bit. But the amazing part of this is you're going to increase your sound, open up your sound, and it's just going to feel like when you blow your horn. Now I have this mainly geared towards trumpet players right now. It's going to feel like the horn blows easier and your sound is going to be better. Really, if you don't have one of these, now you can do this on your horn, but there are some kind of pains about that with the slide grease, pulling out, scratching it up. This one's mobile. You can take it in your car and be doing it at stoplights or in traffic. And since it's open, by the way, this is super extra large bore. It's a 0.495. So big, a lot bigger than any trumpet that you're going to play on. That's another thing. You get used to doing this and the trumpet feels, I don't want to say it feels smaller. It just feels like you can, put more sound through it. So don't forget about the sizzle pipe. If you don't got one of these, don't complain that you have a weak sound, that your sound is not big, that you're not able to play higher, that your sound is not dark and resonant. Don't complain about that if you're not using this. You better get a sizzle pipe. And you already know about these. You should be having fun with the sizzle rims, tuba, trombone, euphonium, trumpet, and French horn. In fact, I've had several people buy the combo pack. That's where you get all these. And I have a tutorial on that where you actually buzz and in different ways and different amounts throughout the week, depending on what your instrument is, on all 4 rims. Tuba, trombone, euphonium, trumpet, French horn. Or if you're not quite sure, just buy the 1 rim of the mouthpiece that you play on. There is absolutely no question in my mind that the rim buzzing is almost essential now. In fact, I've actually put it into my 16-week revised course. I'm revising my course this year for the 10-year anniversary. The rim buzzing is going to become part of it. It's going to be required. Just because I believe in that much, I proved it to myself. It will pop up your range. It will increase your flexibility and help out your tone. I've already had this on my site for quite some time, but just a reminder of the sizzle rim. If you don't got it, better go get it. I'm going to introduce a couple of new horns for you. I only have one of these right now, but I have another one on the way. This is the Sizzle Jazz Duo. Duo for double bell, right? And you can see that it has a rotor in the back to switch you over to the second horn. This is a pro quality horn, Monel valves. The tuning's great. I could almost say that you're playing on a Bach Stradivarius. It kind of has that same kind of feel. It has a darker, warmer sound. I wouldn't use this for playing lead trumpet, but it would be ridiculous. You don't need 2 bells for lead trumpet. But this is perfect for you jazz trumpet players. Perfect. If you play jazz trumpet, just think of the possibilities you could do and play with this horn. In fact, hey, go ahead and take a listen. Okay, we got to keep her there, I believe. All right, hope you liked listening to me on the Sizzle Jazz Duo double bell trumpet. I only got one right now. If you play jazz trumpet and could think of some amazing things to do with that horn, you better hit me up right now. I have a feeling it'll be gone. The one that you saw is the only one I have. I do have another one on the way. If you are interested, you need to contact me right away. I only got one, brand new, ready to ship. I got two piccolos. Silver flavored and brass flavored. So let's see, what do I got in stock? I just got these two right now. They're in stock, they're ready to ship, they're brand new, they sound great, and I got two more, I believe I got two more of these. I'm not sure if I got two silver or not. These are rotaries. I also got a piston version, and this is the Sizzle Andre Baroque style piccolo trumpet. Gorgeous horns. Someone asked me, a student asked me if it's as good as the P54 or the Selmer or a Schertzer. So no, let me be honest. I mean, this, first off, the price tag is not $3,500. The price tag is not $4,500. The price tag is not $6,000. So no, I would say that these horns are not as good as a $5,000 Schertzer or a $3,800 Schilke P54. No, it's not that good. But these are an advanced piccolo for just about everything. In fact, just to see how good they are and how well they play in tune, for the most part, go ahead and check me out. Check it out. The Andre Baroque, folks. I've developed it. You're going to benefit from it. All right, I got my euphonium baritone here. You know, some people ask me when I say that my 16-week upper register course is for all brass players, I do get comments like, well, if it's for all brass players, Kurt, how come we never see you playing tuba? How come we never see you playing French horn? And, you know, on and on and on. Like, they're kind of heckling me a little bit. But I started thinking about it, and I was like, well, here's the honest answer. I mainly play trumpet. Most of my students happen to be trumpet. But that doesn't mean I don't also teach the other brass instruments. And that doesn't mean that I don't know how to play these. I have put in my time and paid my dues and learned how to play the other brass instruments. So, but I'm going to be honest, I don't play baritone every day. I don't play tuba every day. Maybe once a month, maybe once every couple of months. I mainly am spending time on the instrument that I'm the best at, which is trumpet. But that doesn't mean that I don't know how to teach this guy. In fact, when it comes to brass playing, really, there's a lot of things that are very, very close to the same or compatible as far as improving your chops, your embouchure, your tone, your endurance, your tongue, your flexibility. All of it crosses over, really. It really does all cross over. So that is why I say my 16-week brass upper register course is for all brass players. In fact, I just had someone recently graduate from the course, euphonium. He's a euphonium player named Riley. He's a pretty kick-ass player. Sounds good. Got a good improvement out of the course. It was worth it for him. And now he's going to be studying with, I believe, Stephen Mead over in England. So, I mean, guy's a good player, and he also got good results. He's a euphonium player. So my course does work for all brass players. And notice, look, I got the sizzle weight. Got the sizzle weight on there. And, but, you know, here, take a listen. Yeah. Oh, we got it. Let's get this here. Yeah, I guess it's all right. I think that's gonna have to be a keeper. Hope you like that. And see, I can play a little bit of euphonium baritone, right? So you're probably thinking, hey, you can do that, but you can't do the tuba. Well, As a matter of fact, I can take a close look. I got the sizzle weight on the tuba. I don't play tuba all the time, but I can certainly teach you how to become a better tuba player, better breath support, better attack, better articulation, and yes, better range. Let's face it, low brass players, look at it. I would say maybe it's a more smaller bore tuba. I mean, you could probably get it for under $1,000. But let's just face it, when it comes to playing low, if I go out and spend $12,000 on a Miraphone, brand new Miraphone tuba, guess what? I can play just as low as you, just as loud and low as the best tuba players on the planet Earth. Playing low on a low brass instrument is about the instrument, not so much about the player. Maybe a little bit about the player, not so much. It's about your instrument. Now, what about going higher? Going higher is about the player, not about the instrument. You can play on the most amazing Miraphone tuba or Yamaha or whatever tuba that you want to get and spend $10,000 or spend $15,000. And guess what? The upper register, your tone, everything, your endurance is about you, the player, and your strength, not about the instrument. Popping out pedals and double pedals and blatting and playing low, and actually maybe it's not just blatting, but sounding good. It's more about the instrument. So I've seen some low brass brag about how they can play low, they can play pedals. It's about your instrument, folks. Don't take too much credit for that. You brag when you can play the double highs and the triple highs, okay? You know, when you can get up there like Bobo, like Oystein, then you brag. If you're popping out double pedals and you're bragging about that, there's nothing to brag about that. It's your instrument, okay? Take a listen. Yeah, I'm going to do a little bit on tuba. Tuba. Hey, hope you enjoyed tuba. And yeah. So no, I don't do tuba every week. I don't do it every month, but I certainly know how to play it. I know how to teach it. I know how to make you a better tuba player. That's 100% the fact. Now, what do we got here? Trombone. Now, you have seen me play several pieces with trombone, a lot more than tuba, but again, I don't play this all the time. Look, I got the sizzle weight on it. Better accuracy, better tone, a little bit better range. It works. And so, yeah, go ahead and take a listen. I also can play and teach cornet. It's about the same as trumpet, not exactly. And notice, got a sizzle weight that works with cornet. Let's see if this guy's warmed up. Cornet. I'm just showing you this mainly to let you know that there is a sizzle weight that will fit your cornet mouthpiece. French horn. And look at sizzle weight on the French horn. I got one for the French horn. Most of you don't see me play French horn that much, and that is true. I don't play French horn all the time, but I do teach it. I do teach you how to get better. Hey, you know what? Take a listen. Let me play something a little harder than that. Okay, I hope you enjoyed this in-depth discussion about practice aids, practice devices. I'm giving you tips and tricks and exercises and all kinds. I'm trying to get your brain thinking and turn the light bulb on. I've got new instruments that are going to be much more affordable than the typical brand name. You've seen me post a wanted piccolo ad for quite some time. I really wanted to get involved in piccolo. I didn't have $4,000 in my pocket or my bank account, or $5,000 for a share, so I just didn't have that extra cash to go put down on a piccolo. Now I got a great piccolo. It's going to be either half or even 1/3 the cost of some of these brand name piccolos, and it's a decent horn, as you'll see. The double bell jazz horn. I only got one right now. You better grab it. The holidays are coming up. Can you imagine what you're going to do with it and all the possibilities? And then let's just face it. If you're listening to this and you already can play amazingly high with a big open sound, with a gorgeous tone, flexibility, you can do the whole world of trumpet or brass instruments, from classical to jazz to rock to commercial. You can do it all. Well, then you don't need to get any of this stuff. You don't need the sizzle pipe. You don't need the sizzle rims. You don't need these other practice aids. You already can do it all. But for the rest of you, if you're wanting an edge, all these give you a percent edge. Here, you get 1% here, 2% there, 3% there. And of course, you got to practice your main instrument. But this will all put the thumb on the scale and tilt the odds in your favor to becoming a better brass player. And let's just really think about it. Why not try? Why not get these and just try? You don't really have much to lose. So I'm Kurt Thompson, TrumpetSizzle.com, TrumpetSizzle.com, TrumpetSizzle.com. Go there and you can always click on catalog when you get there. And you click on catalog and the whole thing comes down. Or you can search my site for a specific item, but you click on catalog and you can scroll through for all these items. I'll try to have the link in the description below. We're getting into October of 2019, and now is the time to go ahead and get involved in this stuff. Also, don't forget about all my courses to make you better more quickly. I'm Kurt Thompson. I hope you enjoyed this. By the way, it wouldn't hurt a little bit if you wanted to support this channel. That would be great. I got patreon.com that some people kind of throw me a bone from time to time. It's really cool. I do a lot of work. All this is pretty much for free, and it takes a lot of time to do all this. So anyways, just a thought. Hope you're having a great day, that you enjoyed this, you got something out of it, and the light bulb came on for you. Bye for now.
Please go over to Patreon, become a supporter, support my channel and my work and what I'm doing. I really need your help. Thank you so much. This is Kurt Thompson.
Okay, we got to keep her there, I believe. Herbert L. Clark Cam. Herbert L. Clark Cam. What is a Herbert L. Clark Cam? Herbert L. Clark Cornet and Technical Studies for Trumpet and Cornet. Did I say cornet and trumpet? Trumpet and cornet. Cornet and trumpet. Let's try the easiest one in the book, okay? Here we go. Herbert L. Clark Cam. What? What? I hope you liked my Herbert L. Clark Cam. You know, did you see that? This is all uncut, folks. Go back and rewind. All uncut. All uncut. And I was joking when I said this was the easiest in the Herbert L. Clark book. My guess is if you take this to your teacher, if you have a private instructor, my guess is they can't do what I just did right now. Off the cuff. Guaranteed. Kurt Thompson. I'll leave a link in the description. You better go check it out. Now is the time to get a hold of me and get started on prepping. And I will help you do that. I will help you be the best and walk in with your A game sometime in November or December in just a few months. Kurt Thompson, over and out. Herbert L. Clark Cam. Herbert L. Clark Cam. What is a Herbert L. Clark Cam? Herbert L. Clark Cornet and Technical Studies for Trumpet and Cornet. Did I say cornet and trumpet? Trumpet and cornet. Cornet and trumpet. Let's try the easiest one in the book, okay? Here we go. Herbert L. Clark Cam. What? What? Wait a minute. What in the world? Yes. Herbert L. Clark Cam. Herbert L. Clark Cam, Technical Studies. I'm Kurt Thompson. It's the end of August, 2019. Are you interested in getting involved in the 2020 DCI auditions coming up? You know, you got those camps coming up that you got to sign up for, right? If you've never been in drum corps, it's kind of a big deal. You got to pay your money and get your audition packet, all that kind of good stuff. But most of the corps will force you to go to a camp. I mean, you can't just try out. I don't believe so. Maybe there is a corps that you can do that, but most of them will force you to actually go to a camp where they can kind of judge your character, your ability to learn, you know, all that kind of good stuff. It helps to be prepared before you get to these camps. Trust me, it helps to be prepared. Now, that said, you don't have to be Arturo Sandoval or Ellen Mazzuti or any of these guys. You don't have to be that great to get into a drum corps, because they go a lot on your willingness to learn. So, in fact, some of the drum corps will actually train you. But, hey, trust me, you want to be prepared. You want to be firing off the best that you can be, whether it's fingers, whether it's tone, air, technique, endurance, power, range. And guess what? I actually teach all these. I have a Facebook page dedicated for drum corps. It's been on there for years. In fact, I help out, every year I help out at least 10, 15 sometimes. Some of these students are already my students and they decide that they want to try out for drum corps. And some of them come to me kind of at the last minute. If you come to me after Thanksgiving, I can still help you out, but you know, you're cutting it close, right? Now is the time to contact me and get specialized instruction. Specialized instruction means someone that knows how and why and where to hold your hand. Here, can I hold my hand? There you go. I'm going to hold your hand and get you to where you need to be. Now, if you've already been in drum corps, you probably don't have to, some of them you don't have to do all the auditions and stuff like you did before, but yet they're not going to just throw you lead soprano, and they're not going to just throw you the solo if there's some other people that can also compete for it. In other words, if there's 3 or 4 of you that can play great and have some high notes and things like that, you're just not going to walk into that. You're going to probably have to try out. So you need to bring your best game. That is what I'm here for. I hope you liked my Herbert L. Clark Cam. You know, did you see that? This is all uncut, folks. Go back and rewind. All uncut. All uncut. And I was joking when I said this was the easiest in the Herbert L. Clark book. My guess is if you take this to your teacher, if you have a private instructor, my guess is they can't do what I just did right now. Off the cuff. Guaranteed. Kurt Thompson. I'll leave a link in the description. You better go check it out. Now is the time to get a hold of me and get started on prepping. And I will help you do that. I will help you be the best and walk in with your A game sometime in November or December in just a few months. Kurt Thompson, over and out. Hey, it's Kurt Thompson. Just finishing up the 2019 back to school year Trumpet Sizzle special. And this year, unfortunately, time got away from me and I wasn't able to get to a lot of the specials that you guys should have been at least made aware of. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and extend some of the special on my courses for a few more days, just because I got a couple of things screwed up. Number one, I was under the impression, without looking at the calendar, that Monday the 18th was the last day of my back to school special, until somebody on Sunday said, hey, are your links going to expire tonight? And when I looked, I realized a little bit of a snafu. I got the date wrong. So I think a lot of you thought that the sale was over on Sunday, the 18th, and I had put down Monday, the 18th. Really, it was supposed to be over last night. So I think that weeded out a couple of you just for that. So that's my fault. The other thing that I guess that could be time's fault is I just ran out of time. This is very time consuming, folks, the stuff that I was going to do for you. And then I had a snafu here happen with my French horn. You see, I'm doing some repair, and this little string here is still kind of screwed. That's a new string. I'm having technical difficulties getting that going. What I wanted to do was demonstrate the new sizzle weight that I have for the French horn mouthpiece. It makes a huge difference, guys and gals. Look at that. Isn't that nice? Like a 1.5 ounce weight right there on the mouthpiece. It makes a big difference. I probably could blow on it now, but you're not going to be able to tell that way. Anyway, I need to get the rotors going, but the sound, I don't know if you heard that, the sound is just amazing with the new sizzle weight. There's a bigger weight right there that's probably going to eventually go on, let's see, the trombone. I already got one on the baritone. I don't know if you can see that. These weights are made out of tungsten. They're very, very dense. They make a big difference. The guy that's helping me in Texas fabricate these, he's actually almost done with the one for tuba. And so I got a hefty 4-ounce weight that's going to be drilled. It'll probably end up being about 3 ounces. And we're going to see what kind of difference it will make going on the tuba. So I got a lot of stuff to show you guys, a lot of stuff. I also have some new practice devices in. All this was supposed to be done for my 2019 back to school year specials in addition to my courses. And look, I got a special 1.5 ounce weight. Actually, it's a 1 ounce weight now that it's drilled out of tungsten for the cornet. And so I got a lot of stuff to show you, a lot of new stuff that will make you a better player. I wanted to re-emphasize the sizzle pipe. I still got some of these left to sell. I think that you would get a lot of benefit out of using this as a practice aid. Now here's some stuff that's new. Some of it's part of my course. This is a new restricted inhaling device, and I'll be going over more of this. This will be up on my site at some point soon for sale to help you become a better wind player, vocalist, woodwind or brass wind. Really, this works on your diaphragm, diaphragmatic breathing. You guys already know about these the sizzle rims, but I was going to do some more in-depth videos on this, actually showing some demonstrations on buzzing on these rims and how it can really help you out. Here's 2 new devices to develop the strength in your face muscles in a different way. This one here is the sizzle chomp, and I'll be showing you about that in another video. And this one is that's a sizzle bite. This one's a sizzle chomp. Kind of looks like a mouth guard or fighter mouth guard, but really you can actually chew it. And so these help develop certain muscles in the face, in the jaw, which actually translate into strength when you're playing a brass instrument. Actually, these here lend itself even a little bit better for woodwind players that have to bite on that reed, you know. Sax players, clarinet players, to some degree double reeds. I got my own version of this that you saw me do a long time ago. Now this one on Amazon, the metal one, is about 50 bucks. I've got a cheaper version here that I'll be putting up on my site. That's going to be a lot less than 50 bucks, less than half. The quality is decent, not as good as the $50 one, but yet a lot of you didn't want to spend the $50. And so I'll have this up at a reasonable price, probably a little bit under 20 bucks, and I'll send you a couple of these. So I got some really interesting stuff. Oh, this one is hilarious. I call it my sexy sizzle lips. I found this and I laughed and then I cried. And then I thought, wait a minute. Is this a joke or what? And I actually found that, I'll show you real quick. Put it in my mouth. Oh, folks, that is a tremendous workout on your chops. It hits your embouchure and your lips at a crazy angle, and it really does work. It's almost not isometric because it's more kinetic. So there's that one. It's a crazy one, but I'll be putting that up. I'm going to call that I'm just going to call it the sizzle lips, maybe the sexy sizzle lips, and a nice weight belt that I've got a pretty good deal on. I'll be giving these. Now I'm going to be using this as another enhancement practice aid for diaphragmatic breathing. What do you think I'm going to be using this belt with Velcro and have it wrap around you, obviously? Well, we're going to be making things difficult on you to breathe so that when you breathe normally in a performance or practice, your breathing is that much better and stronger. And I had lots of demonstrations to do. I'm working on Siegfried's horn call just a little bit, and not much, but I wanted to show you how me, as kind of a non-full-time French horn player, most of you know I play trumpet full-time, and I dibble and dabble with these other instruments. There's kind of a smaller tuba. I mean, it is a legit tuba. It's just not a big 5/4 tuba or anything like that. Not a big miraphone. You can't get the super duper low notes. It's just got 3 valves, but it's okay. Baritone, cornet. I do have, I got my piccolo finally developed, and I got to do a tutorial on that. It's going to be for sale. This piccolo is kick-ass. It's not quite as good as the Scherzer, but it's up there. But the price is going to be down there. So a very affordable, professional quality piccolo that I endorse, accompanied with a brand new custom designed Bob Reeves piccolo trumpet mouthpiece. Not a trumpet mouthpiece that most of you are playing on. Most of you throw in a 10.5 E or something like that. No, your intonation and everything else in your sound is like a duck. So Bob Reeves has it down pat. You have to have a specific length mouthpiece. It's not about the shallowness. It's the length of the shank of the mouthpiece. So I have a new piccolo. It's all developed, and even with my brand on it. The brand is the Sizzle Andre Baroque rotary piccolo trumpet. That piccolo combined with the Bob Reeves custom piccolo mouthpiece is just a match made in heaven. These are things that I just haven't had the time to go through. I was going to do all this for back to school to generate all this excitement. I just ran out of time. You can see I got to do all these individual tutorials and videos on. What about this guy? This one, I'm not sure what to call this. I think I'm going to call it the Sizzle Bob. This is a crazy one. It's got weights on the end. These are actually weights that come out, and there's some heavier weights that you can put in. But it's a crazy one. I haven't finished getting it all the way down as far as the technique, but it's something kind of like this. Hold on. Now, I'm not biting that with my teeth, so this is all lip and chop strength. And crazy, right? Some of the stuff looks stupid and crazy, but it's crazy like a fox, which you know a lot of my stuff is crazy like a fox. This stuff is crazy, but it works. I mean, when I could feel it hit me in a different direction, I know it's going to be great for you guys. I'm probably going to call this the Sizzle Bob. And you might think it's easy. Guess what? You're not able to bite on this. You could bite it. I'm saying you don't use your teeth. All this, and this is kind of heavy, all this is held with your chops, no teeth. And these are some weights on the end. They come out. There's other heavier weights that you can put in. So look at all this. I got the Sizzle Bob. I got the Sizzle Chomp. I got the Sizzle Bite, and I'll explain that. I got the Sizzle Jack. Call this a Sizzle Jack. This goes in and out. You do it with your chops like on the video that you saw me do before. Not sure what I'm going to call this yet. This reduces or increases the resistance as far as airflow in. It's a device for inhale, not exhale. So we'll talk about that. Look at the sizzle rims. All of you should have all 4 of these, and I got a tutorial coming out that it might just be for sale, but it's all about buzzing on these 4 rims in different ways to develop your playing. Restricted inhaling belt. Of course, the sizzle pipe. I use this every day, more than once usually. And then we got the sizzle weights. Ton of stuff. I got a ton of stuff to go over, and I have to apologize. I'm kind of apologizing to myself and making excuses, but I'm also kind of letting you guys know that I dropped the ball a little bit for this year's back to school special. As you can see, there's a ton of stuff that should have been made available, generate a little bit more excitement. These are all practice aids that can make you a better player. And the reason I'm putting this out there is because some people, for either lack of money, lack of time, or just a lack of motivation, don't want to jump into one of my long courses, and they just want a couple things to start messing around with to help them get better. These will. All these will get you a little bit better individually, but what if you start to add these in a macroscopic approach? In other words, what if you get all these and you're doing all these a little bit every day, or you're hitting them just a little bit every week? You will get better. Lots and lots of stuff, practice aids and devices coming your way. Some of them you can already get right now. Right now on my site, you can already go ahead and get the sizzle pipe. And you can already go ahead and get the rims. If you don't want to get the combo, you can get just the rim for yourself. There's a tuba, baritone, euphonium, French horn, and the gold one is a trumpet. So I mean, I got a ton of stuff for any brass player. Tuba, all the way down to a tiny little cornet. If you're a brass player and you put your lips into a brass mouthpiece, I got stuff for you right now that you can get that will make you a better brass player regarding air and regarding chops. Think about it. Air and chops. These are devices that will make you better. Really, I'm telling you the truth. They will make you better. I do them. I practice what I preach. This is my religion. I would recommend that you get in one of my courses. That is your best bet to go through the process. But circumventing that, if for whatever reasons, I already mentioned time, money, maybe your motivation level, you can at least pick up these. You will get better. And I intend to make the 2020 back to school year special spectacular, because I'll have all this stuff. It'll already be on my site, and I'll have all this stuff. I'll probably have some specials and maybe include, some of these with the courses, for different specials. So next year is going to be more spectacular than this year. As a consolation, I am leaving some of the links live and open. So if you missed the window for these substantial discounts on my courses, you can go ahead and click on the link, because some of them are still active. A 16-week upper register course right now, 40% off still. You can grab it for $100. That would be stupid not to, wouldn't it? Remember my stupid video? Well, this is a thing where you don't want to be stupid. If you can get that 16-week course, now I'm not teaching you live. That one is still $1,000. If you want me to teach you live and ensure you get the results you're after, that one, is more intense, and that is $1,000. But if you want to try to wing it on your own, why not? I mean, for $100, just take a gamble and see. I mean, a lot of people get results with that, and you can do it on your own time. That's on sale, $100. Give it a shot. You don't have anything to lose. You will most certainly get better. Listen to that again. You will most certainly get better if you do it on your own. Now, if you do it with me, you're going to become a brass playing god. Just kidding. You will get good if you do it with me. You're going to pay more money, and it's a class. So anyway, check the links in these back to school promotions that I've been putting up. Many of the links are still active. I'll leave them active for a few more days, just in case you missed the boat on them. But what I really wanted to do was get you involved in all my new practice devices. And so they're here. And like the tuba one, it's not here, but it's almost here. So just be checking back at my site, or you can email me. Even though some of these are not on my site, I have the ability to send them out now, and we can work that out if you want to email me. Otherwise, it's Kurt Thompson. I'm wishing everybody a wonderful back to school 2019. And if you're an old timer, if you're a comeback player, or if you're just an adult player, professional, hobby, or whatever, and you're not going back to school, well, you are getting involved in more stuff here in a couple of weeks, because everything starts happening after Labor Day. And then, of course, we have the best time of the playing season for all us pros, starting after Halloween up until New Year's. Actually, even Halloween, I've noticed that I've gotten a couple of these fundraising gigs. Have you guys been getting those? Goodwill and some others, tend to offer decent gig money for doing fundraisers and stuff like that. So anyway, it all happens after Labor Day. That's when everything happens, and so that's why I call this back to school year. But for you people who are not students, it still is back to school, because the ball is going to get rolling again here for everybody, regardless of whether you are a student, you're a hobby player, or you are a pro. I'm Kurt Thompson, TrumpetSizzle.com. And you'll be hearing a lot more from me in the future about all these new practice aids and devices. And you'll hear me honking on these different brass instruments. I'll see you later. Bye-bye. Hey, I'm Kurt Thompson, and you are at my channel, your brass instructor, TrumpetSizzle.com. This is a channel that helps you in all areas of brass and trumpet playing with a special emphasis on range and endurance. In this particular video, the message is for all musicians.
Vocalists, singers, string instruments, bass, guitar, keyboard, piano, drums, brass instruments, woodwind instruments, double reeds, all musicians.
All musicians.
Today, we are going to be talking about the 5 top reasons that keep most musicians, you, from turning pro. Number 1, can you become a professional musician just by watching YouTube videos alone? Number 2, how much drum corps experience is required to become a professional musician? Number 3, do you need a music degree? Number 4, how much practicing is required? Number 5, how much natural talent is required? If you like these kinds of tutorials, I have over 1,000 tutorials for most musicians. And you might as well subscribe. You'll get alerts and notifications when I post a new video. Go ahead and comment on this video. Give it a thumbs up. One, can you become a professional musician just by watching YouTube? Sorry, but the short answer is no. The long answer is also no. You cannot become a professional musician just by watching YouTube. Watching tutorials is a passive venture. You're not interacting with a professional musician, and you're not interacting with a teacher, and that teacher is not giving you feedback. You're probably entertained by some of mine because you've already watched a couple of them. You may have also gotten a little bit better by some of the tips that I've offered, but YouTube and videos do not take the place of a live interaction between you and the professional teacher. Sorry, YouTube is not going to do it for you. 2, how much drum corps experience do you need to become a professional musician? None, 0, nada. Absolutely 0, nada. No drum corps experience required to become a professional musician. Think about this. All the time you spend in drum corps is focused on 3 or 4 songs for an entire year. Ooh, not good. Not good if you want to become a professional musician. The professional musician has to adapt quickly to new music, new environments, and be very flexible, especially at site. Drum corps and marching and playing 3 or 4 songs for the entire year that you're going to be in drum corps for that season is not going to help you become a professional musician. Sorry. Think about this. Quickly now, think of 5 names, 5 people that are professional musicians that made it by first going to drum corps and using that as a springboard into professional music. Go ahead.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Time's up. The bottom line, don't go into drum corps thinking it will help your career, because it won't. 3, do you need a music degree? The quick answer is Yes. The long answer is double yes. Now, before you go, wait a minute. Hey, I know there are exceptions. There are always exceptions to everything. And you might be able to find a handful of people across the globe that didn't get a music degree. And really, if you want to know the truth, if you go back to the 1970s and before, the answer to this question would be no. Most professional musicians likely did not have a music degree. But in 2018 and going forward into the future, most musicians will need to get that music degree. Why? Because the competition is amazingly keen. Jobs are scarce, gigs are scarce, and there's a whole lot of competition. Music school will prepare you for things outside your comfort zone. If you are a classically trained singer, vocalist, opera singer, string player, concert pianist, brass or woodwind player, percussion, any musician at all, if you're classically trained, you will need to broaden your horizons to compete in the real professional arena. Music school will help you do that. You'll learn arranging, jazz and commercial idioms, and you'll be more marketable, more flexible to support yourself. Further, if you go to music school and get that music ed degree, music education, you then can have a day job of teaching school, teaching band or teaching music, and at night go out and gig, go to rehearsal bands, and gig on the weekend. So do you need a music degree? Yes, you do. 4. How much practicing is required to become a professional musician? That's a question that's often asked. The quick answer is about 5,000 quality practice hours. Ooh, sounds like a lot, and it is. 5,000 hours of good, intense, quality practice by yourself will bring you up to the bottom rung of the professional caliber ladder. Pat yourself on the back or on the shoulder or somewhere, because being at the bottom rung of the professional caliber musician level is quite an accomplishment, as almost all musicians are not at this level. Let's just say, for example, that you started music in 5th grade, whether that's drums, piano, band, choir. You started in 5th grade and you practiced an hour every day, every single day until you graduated high school. Would you believe that you would have only got to around 3,000 hours of practice? Somewhere along the line, probably in high school as a junior and senior, you're going to have to up your practice time. And maybe even as a freshman or a sophomore in college, you're going to have to up that practice time to 2, 3, maybe even 4 hours of practice every day to get closer and closer to that 5,000 hours. Practice, perfect practice, and high quality practice is required, and 5,000 hours at a minimum is required to reach the professional status of musicians. 5. How much does talent matter? Like the old adage, genius is 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration. Same is true for talent. The same is true for music. There are a lot of talented musicians out there who don't achieve professional status. There are a lot of lesser talented musicians that do become professional musicians. What's the difference? Many times the very gifted and talented musicians early in life, in elementary, junior high, and high school, tend to be early bloomers. Also, things are very easy for these people. What happens to these highly talented people is that once things begin to get hard at the college level and beyond, a lot of times they may not have the work ethic to continue practicing and doing the required practice necessary. For people that don't have as much talent, are doubling and tripling up their practice and lessons and eventually surpass the more talented individual. So, yes, talent is required, but not as much as you think. You need just a little bit of musical talent and a whole huge heaping of work ethic, and you can still become a professional musician. Don't feel bad. You don't need the talent of a Mozart or Bach. What's more important is you have discipline. Remember what discipline really is. Discipline is the ability to make yourself do something you really don't want to do, but make yourself do it and enjoy it. And a lot of these people with extra talent don't have the discipline necessary and required to become a professional musician. So now you know the 5 top reasons that keep most musicians, maybe even you, from turning pro. What were they again?
Just watching YouTube videos and tutorials alone will not allow you to become a professional musician. Drum corps, DCI, will not help you in your career and to evolve into a professional musician. Yes, you are going to likely have to get that music degree. Forget about it. You are going to have to practice, and you are going to have to arrive somewhere along the line at 5,000 hours of quality, intense practice or above. Yes, you do need to have a little bit of musical talent. Again, like I stated previously, you don't need to be Mozart and you don't need to be Bach to become a professional musician.
Alright folks, that's a wrap. I hope you enjoyed this tutorial. I hope you got some value out of it. Hit the thumbs up, smash the like button, comment down below if you like, subscribe. I'll see you in the next video. The top 2 reasons you cannot play high. Well, I just demonstrated one of them. This, the meat, the muscle, right? But you already knew that, right? Yeah. You know you got to have chops. You got to build this. Everything. All these muscles, everything. It's all got to be built up strong. So you know that one, but maybe you didn't. Maybe you thought it was talent. Okay? A lot of people think it's just talent. Can't play high. I was just born to play third chair. Just the way it is. Don't get mad about it. Don't beat yourself up over it. You just weren't born with the talent to be able to play high. Actually, some people feel that way. But that is 100% wrong. 100% incorrect. That's your belief system, but it's not reality. Your belief system, but not reality. So the top reason that you can't play high is you haven't gone through the process of training this and the whole mechanism from diaphragm to here to out to the horn. You haven't gone through that process. Now you can look at video, YouTube after YouTube. In fact, I just crossed over the 600 mark on my YouTube channel. Videos available to the public. You can watch them all. You're not going to get that miraculous improvement in range and endurance just by watching videos, even though I'm giving you some good advice and others are giving you good advice. You have to go through the process. The process is systematically applying so many different angles at your chops, your breathing, your tongue, strategically over a period of time, infused with momentum. That's what the process is. And you're not likely to have gone through that process if you're watching this video, or maybe you're just watching it just for giggles. But you have to go through the process. It seems like a lot of teachers that can actually play decently high are not taking their students through the process. And as a result, the students don't end up playing as well as a teacher, and they don't even make that much improvement. It's about the process, not about 1 or 2 techniques or a routine that you're going to do. About the process. So, if you watch my stuff, you will get better, and you are certainly going to play a little bit higher, a little bit better, a bigger sound, a bigger tone, more accuracy, better endurance, yes. But you're not going to get that miracle, amazing, oh my God, I was playing high C's and D's a few months ago and now I'm zinging out double high G's. Now I can actually do some Broadway shows if I wanted. No, you're not going to get that by watching just individual random videos on how to play trumpet better from anybody. You have to go through the process. I happen to know what that process is, by the way. And according to most of the people that have been working with me, it seems like they know it now too, and they can demonstrate it. So let's go on to number 2, where the second top reason that you can't play high. That. Tongue and tongue arch. Now, you can still play high without the tongue arch. I'm going to play high right now, leaving my tongue dropped in a low C positioning. And now it's not going to sound good at all. Okay? How am I able to still get up there even though it sucked? I had the chops. But having the chops is one part of the equation. If you don't have the tongue arch, my friend, you can have the range. F, G, weak, kind of brittle sounding, stiff sounding, not that powerful. But I can get those notes. That proves to you right there that if you're still not doing some things right, that you can still gain some altitude just by developing your chops. But that's not going to be the panacea and what you're thinking about as an end result of how you want to play. So the tongue arch, the less space you have in your mouth when the air is coming out, you're going to zing out higher notes because the air is going to be speeding past the lips, vibrating them faster, vibrating the air that goes into here, coming out here is going to all be faster. Okay. So how do we do that? It's the tongue arch. And it's kind of one of the most elusive techniques on the trumpet. It really is. I get people that can actually play pretty decently up to high C, D, even E, and they're not using tongue arch, but they're so used to not using tongue arch that they can actually play sometimes at the professional level or as a professional in a symphony. It's quite amazing how they can do that. They're making things in life very, very hard by doing that, but yet they've accommodated not knowing about the tongue arch or not being able to do it. So what if you had a screwed up embouchure, or what if you thought you didn't play correctly? Well, here's my natural setting. What if I played poorly? Let's move the mouthpiece over a little bit. There we go, see it? I'm way off my embouchure. In fact, I'm over. What about the other way? Well, now I'm back to center. Move it over. Now I'm really playing not where I want to play. I can still do it, but it sucked that on that one side compared to the other. So I've showed you that with no tongue arch, I can still play high. Playing on a totally screwed up embouchure, one side to another like that, I can still play some, actually into the upper register above high C. So it's the tongue arch. Tongue arch. So quit looking at whether or not you got a bad embouchure, a defective embouchure, whether or not you think that you're playing a little off center and your teacher's on you for that. Or you play too high, play too low. You can work on that stuff later, but that's not your problem. The problem is tongue arch, especially if you've got the other part handled, the musculature of the embouchure and the strength. But a lot of people don't got that handled either. But it's the tongue arch. With the tongue arch, you can do quite amazing things. So if you can play high B flats, B's, and C's with the perfectly executed and advanced tongue arch, that those high C's automatically turn into E's and F's with no change in the musculature and the strengthening of the embouchure here. Tongue arch works wonders. That's the second reason that you can't play that. And if it's the second reason, or it's the second place why almost all brass players can't get altitude and can't have good endurance. It seems to be mystical and ambiguous, foggy, murky, unclear what the tongue arch really is. But basically, if you can take the tip of your tongue, that's the tip. Take it and put it under, behind your teeth, your lower teeth. Here's upper, lower. Take the tip, go down, anchor it. I have the tip anchored right at the bottom of my lower teeth, where the teeth kind of almost turn into the gums, you know, right at that gum line, or you run out of teeth, and you can feel the wet gum. That's where you anchor the tip of your tongue. Yeah. And then the tongue arches up. Like you're saying in, or E-I-N-G, swimming, yeah. So that's when you're at maximum tongue arch. And here's a good test for you. Know, I made another tutorial about this, but it was kind of shorter. So you can try this on different things. Here's me going from second line G to C on purpose. Okay? Okay, you're seeing movement here. I'm also adding a little extra tension when I'm going up to give it push. The way to really get the feeling of tongue arch, so it's not theory, is actually something real that you're doing, is to purposely try not to get the top note, yet raise your tongue in an arch position. So right now I'm going to take a big breath and I'm going to hold a G, but during that time what's happening inside my mouth is this. My tongue is arching up. You already know that tip is placed behind my teeth. So it's going here, up. And I'm purposely going to try not to get the C. Watch what happens. Hear that? Of course it didn't sound good, but I'm purposely trying not to get the C. I don't want the C to come out. Watch again. Again. You notice no movement going on here at all, right? And I'm really trying not to let the C come out. That's your assignment. If you can get that to happen, you've executed the tongue arch quite perfectly. Now, it doesn't stop there. The tongue has to be developed, and you have to be able to hold the tongue arch under a lot of undue pressure when you're above high C. That pressure will flatten down your tongue, and your range will drop. Not because you don't have chops, because you're not maintaining the tongue arch. So the tongue arch, you got to get it, but then you have to develop it to withstand the pressure that will be inside your oral cavity when you're really playing in upper register and beyond. Your tongue arch drops just a micromillimeter and you've lost 2 notes on your range, just like that. That's how easy it is. So watch, let's try it on a different note. Low C. I'm trying to do that, right? You can tell. What if I take a big breath and purposely stay on that low C? Don't let that G come out. Take a bigger breath this time. The first one came out air because I didn't have any air left. Even low C to G, which is a wider interval, isn't it? It's another note wider. So you're going to fifth. Now, a lot more air is coming out on low C than it is on G because you have the placement of your jaw and your tongue even lower. But still, you could hear that something was happening. In fact, the air started to cut off. On that first one, did you hear that? It was almost no air. I mean, it was just air coming out. But the low C would not come out. So don't think that was a mistake. The low C would not come out anymore. Let me just see if I can go for the air again because that was pretty important. I'm raising the tongue up to the point where the low C will not vibrate anymore. Well, now that time the note came out. No, hold on, let me try it again. Trying to keep the low C down, but I'm raising my tongue into a tongue arch. No, it's not going to do it this time. I guess it was kind of a fluke, but still, that was important to realize I'm trying to play the low C, which even beginners can get. So you know something was going on inside here. I mean, if I can't play the low C, something really is bad, and something bad's going to happen. Maybe the end of the world tonight. I can't play a low C, and if you can't play a low C, it's probably the same thing. Now, if I'm playing a low C and I do something inside my mouth that causes the low C not to come out, you know I'm doing something. You know something is going on. You just have to know that. So I was probably speeding up the air too fast for the low C to come out, and it was in the little twilight zone area right before the G was going to snap out. So I'm not even sure if I've even tried this on C to E. Now, I'm thinking that as you get more narrow in intervals, it's probably going to come out easier. So I'm not sure if this will be the best demonstration or not. Let's find out. So middle C to E. Oh, normally. Now, I'm going to try to keep it at middle C and not let the E to come out. Oh no, okay, it gets easier as you go higher, actually. Yeah, okay, so that's why I was experiencing that air at the low C to G. So this demonstration is actually perfect for you at G to C. And if you do have range up to about an A to a high C, you might want to try it from middle C to E because it's actually easier. But it might be so easy that you don't really get the feeling of it. So you've heard me do 3 different ones. G to C is commonly what I show students. Low C to G is going to be harder, and C to E is going to be easier. So you got 3 different intervals that you can slur to using the tongue arch. Remember, you're trying not to let the top note come out. You're trying not to let the top note come out. That's what you're trying to do. But you're arching up, you're trying to arch the tongue as high as it will arch, but with the goal of not getting that top note. Because if you have the goal to get the top note, then you might add a little bit more pressure here. You might blow harder. You're going to be doing some things unconsciously that you've just already trained yourself to do to get the note to come out. That's why it's important to really, it might go against your ego, but really do not let that top note come out. Just keep arching the note up and hope it doesn't come out. And when the top note does come out, if it does for you, then you know that you've got the tongue arch decently perfected, but just not strengthened. I mean, the tongue arch, you either get it or you don't, right? There's not really a gray area. You got it perfected, you can do it, or you don't have it at all. There's not really a middle ground. You either got it or you don't. After that point, it's about developing your tongue and the tongue arch to really be refined and just amazingly versatile when you're playing. That's where I come in. Have you ever heard that I got a website called TrumpetSizzler.com, and then I teach a lot of people, especially a lot of advanced and professional players that want to get better with endurance and range? Well, if you haven't heard about it, you're just hearing it now, I actually do that. That's kind of actually what I'm good at. And I'm good at some other things too, but I kind of have this natural knack for helping people out with that. So if you'd like to learn more, you can definitely look at more videos here. And if you're watching this, why not go ahead and subscribe? You can support me. You're going to get an instant email when I put up new videos like this. And I don't know, I think that you're going to learn something and become a better player. But if you really want to take the horse by the reins and run with it, you got to do something, and that's called going through the process, which I alluded to earlier in the video. So, but this tutorial on tongue arch should help you. And now if you're not getting the note to come out at all, even though you're trying not to, but it still doesn't come out, that's where, again, you need a coach, you need someone to work with you on that, because that is the second reason you're not able to play high, play with power up the upper register, or even have great endurance. If you're constantly playing in a low C position in the upper register, you're gassing out all the muscles here. You're just putting such a load on them, and that's why you don't have any endurance. So you might even have a little range where you have no endurance. You got to get the tongue arch. It's the second reason people have problems in the upper register and with endurance. Since you've already heard me say that, it's a no-brainer. Work on it. Get it going. It's worth the investment in time. So that's a wrap. And for right now, I would just like for you to subscribe to my channel. Look down below and click the subscribe link. I would love to have you as a subscriber on my channel. I'm Kurt Thompson. I'll see you in the next one. Hey, I'm Kurt Thompson, here to talk to you about the 3 known ways that most trumpet teachers and brass teachers would tell you how to increase your range. And in some videos you may have heard me kind of disrespect these a little bit, and that would only be because you've tried these 3 ways, yet you keep trying these 3 ways to really bring out the most amount of range. The 3 ways I'm going to talk about are the main themes and concepts behind your beginning range building and endurance increases and improvements. And this is what you're going to probably hear when you go to most instructors for private lessons, and maybe even on the internet forums. So this will get you actually a little bit of a ways. If you don't have any range at all or any endurance, you at least be making sure you're doing these. And that's why I'm giving these away for free, because it's something that you at least have to start at this point. It will only take you so far. So once you use these techniques and only get to a certain level, and you can't really seem to get beyond that, that's when you have to come to me in my course, the 16-week upper register course, and add another 3 or 4 notes to your range. But this will get you a little bit of a jump start, and might as well do it if you haven't been doing it. A lot of you watching this video will have already undoubtedly heard about these and have already been doing it, and then you're watching this to see if you can increase your range past that, but this won't help you. So you do these 3 until you reach a certain level where you plateau off, and you're not going to be able to break that barrier. You're going to have to do something different. And in this particular case, doing something different, I'll put my website address, would be taking a momentum-based course to really supercharge your range and endurance. But anyway, let's get to these 3 known mainstream techniques. Number 1, long tones. You go to any trumpet teacher around the world, any college, university, you ask about playing and increasing your range, they're going to tell you long tones. It can be in the form of pedal tones. F, pedal F. Or the harder range would be tier 2, would be your pedal Cs. C. So any kind of long tone, even in the regular lower middle register. Or and on and on and on. You can go down chromatically there, you can go up. So long tones, there's just too many to even list here, but I just gave you some examples. Long tones will help out your range and endurance. Also, a good tone comes from practicing tone studies and flow studies. Remember, tone, a gorgeous, big, beautiful, brassy tone that you can almost just reach out and grab. You just kind of get that feeling that when you hear someone play with a great tone, that comes from tone. So you want better tone, it comes from tone, long tones. All right, let's move on to the second one. So the first one was long tones, and you can include pedal tones, and there's just a whole myriad of ways to do long tones. But you got to be making sure that you incorporate some kind of long tone study in your practice. As far as how much to do it and what to do, that's where people like us come in handy, because we need to hear you play and get a feel for where you're at, and then we could better prescribe the right long tone study for you. Second thing would be lip flexibility studies. And the lip flexibilities are broken down into 3 parts: glissandos, lip trills, and regular lip slurs. So you need to have that incorporated into your practice as well if you're trying to increase your range and endurance. Obviously, lip trills would be a very fast oscillation between 2 notes. G, start on G with a staff. Or it could be lower if your range isn't that high. Let's do a C. C to E. And that's an example of lip trill. Of course, there's a lot of different books out there that have all kinds of interesting exercises to do your lip trills on. My favorite right now, my favorite right now is Dr. Charles Colin Advanced Lip Flexibilities for Trumpet. It's a big red book with white lettering. I swear by that book. I love that one. So there you have it. So lip trills. The second part of lip flexibilities would be your glissando. In fact, I remember reading Roger Ingram's book, and if my memory serves me correctly, he really swore by practicing 1-octave glissandos. I think that's his claim to range fame, if I remember what he said in his book. Now, don't quote me perfectly back, because I read it a long time ago, but he really swore by 1-octave glissandos. So, and you're probably going to want to do them where at least you reach out of the staff, like A, or even high C. And then you can start at an octave. And then you could expand it to, well, if you wanted to go to like 3 octaves. Low A. So that's your glissandos. The third and final way, as far as lip flexibility is concerned, just basic lip slurs, easy for me to say. So you're getting around the horn, and you're trying to be clean and precise with your lip slurs. Something as simple as this. Or even simpler. Get the idea. Lip slurs. Okay, so far we've discussed long tones in their various formats. Lip flexibilities, which are broken down into 3 parts. There's only 3 ways that you can get around on this horn without using these and without using that. And that would be the glissando that we just talked about, lip trills, and lip flexibilities or lip slurs. Actually, lip slurs would be part of the lip flexibilities. And now the third way that most trumpet teachers would tell you or advise you on how to be able to increase your range would be able to take something up an octave. The first thing that comes to mind, if you're more of a beginning or intermediate student, probably intermediate, or you simply just don't have that good of a range, and you're hanging around G's above the staff, and you're still a good 4th away from even the beginning upper register, which starts at IC, I would at least have you work on scales and arpeggios up an octave. If you're used to practicing the C scale, and you kind of staying around that range, you want to start giving it a go an octave higher, even if you have to go slower. Or arpeggios. If you're used to being in that range, try to see if you can squeeze it out an octave higher. Those are some examples there. Of course, you don't have to just stay on the C major. We're talking about anything from a chromatic. Chromatics, arpeggios, scales, you name it. And then you can finally go to little tunes. They could be classical little things out of the Arban's, jazzy ones, anything that you've ever played, you can try to take it up an octave. Something simple like this. Take it up an octave. Okay, that was Sesame Street. So I'm just doing this off the cuff. You know, I didn't have any set list that I'm going off for this particular video tutorial. But anyway, this is gold. If you haven't already been doing this and you want to skyrocket your range and your endurance, this is a no-brainer, folks. You got to be doing at least the 3 things that trumpet teachers around the world would tell you to do, even if they really can't play that high in the upper register or they don't specialize. They're going to tell you these 3 things. What were they again? Long tones in all their various forms. Number 2, lip flexibilities. And there's only 3 ways we can get around the horn lip flexibility wise. Lip trills, right? Glissandos and lip surs. And finally, the 3rd thing is to start just getting the courage and being confident and take some stuff up an octave. It could be your band part in 8th grade band if you're an 8th grader. It could be some little licks that you've learned. It could be scales, chromatics. Just start with the idea like, hey, let me just see if I can take this up an octave. So, I'm Kurt Thompson. My site is www.trumpetsizzle.com. You can email me at kurt@trumpetsizzle.com. Now, you're going to use these techniques, and they're going to take you a little bit of the way up. But you're going to find at some point you get stuck. Everybody gets stuck, and that's why they come to me or other people that teach and kind of focus on the power side of the horn, the physical part, the volume, the tone, the sound, the range, the endurance. So anyway, I hope that you got a little something out of this. And if you already knew this, great, it was a review. And then go get my course. Come on. You want to get another 4 or 5 notes? I know you do, right? Bye-bye. 3 tips to help you get the pedal C on trumpet, and then pedal C downwards. Pedal C starts off tier 2 pedal tones. Many of you can't even get the pedal C to even begin to get into the tier 2 range of pedal tones. Tier 2 range of pedal tones is the most difficult of all pedal tones, and they are also the pedal tones responsible for really increasing your power and your high range. They tend to have a real raspy, nasally trombone sound, and we do want to play them as loud as we can. So, alright, tip number 1, we're going to cheat. Sometimes cheating helps. So, if you can't play the low C and then drop down an octave to the pedal C open, that's actually really, really loud, folks. That's probably about 3 Fs. I can back off a little bit. You can actually cheat and play 1, 2, and 3 for the pedal C. Now, what happens when you play 1, 2, and C? You'll notice that the quality of tone and timbre changes to that of tier 1 pedal tones. So, tier 1 pedal tones are medium in difficulty. So, they're not too easy, they're not too hard, they're kind of right in between. By adding 1, 2, and 3, you now bump the pedal C back up into tier 1. It'll be a little bit easier for you, but at least you're still getting it. Now listen to the difference. Low C. Now I'm going to cheat and play 1, 2, and 3 for the pedal. Sounds pretty, right? Compared to... That's the real pedal tone. Okay, so first way to get it is to cheat and to use 1, 2, and 3 to get the pedal tone out. While you're doing that, you could, just for giggles, throw off the all 3 valves at once and see where you are at and trying to get a piece of that pedal C. Watch. Now I'm making that look really, really easy, folks. But what's going to happen is, as soon as you throw your fingers off, you're going to see where some of your deficits are in your chops. And what you need to work on, because that note might drop or it'll go up. Always remember this: the only reason you can never get any pedal tone is lack of embouchure strength. That includes your lips. Remember, pedal tones don't really exist on the horn acoustically. We're actually manipulating things to get them to come out. So never come up with an excuse of why you can't play the pedal tones, the horn or the mouthpiece or whatever. It's always due to a lack of embouchure strength. If you can't go through all at least 4 tiers of the pedal tones, all of them, it's due to a lack of strength here and also your lips. So that's something to keep in mind. Okay, the second tip now, to be able to help you reach that pedal C, is, for many people, they describe the pedal C as a note that's not on the horn, that they can never get. It doesn't exist. It's just not there. Remember, the only reason it's not there is because you don't have enough strength here. That's simply the answer. So, okay, what can we do for our second tip to get into the pedal C? Do the scoop method. A lot of times, intermediate and advanced players will try to get the pedal C to come out, but they'll come in around an A or B flat. It comes out something like this. And they're fighting, but that's actually a good way to fight it. You want to fight and sharpen and raise the pitch. Well, actually, I hit it too close there. Let me go down under it a little bit more. See how I did that? We're scooping into it. So that's tip number 2, scoop. Okay, again, I'm making that look quite easy. You won't likely be able to do that right when you first try it. But listen, how did I get to do it? By practicing. I practiced until my lips were falling off to get these pedal tones a long time ago. You got to practice it. You'll increase the strength and you'll get it to come out. The third way, now this is a little bit more of an advanced technique, so you should already be familiar with tongue arch. And so tongue arch is what we use normally when we ascend and we want to get above the staff and keep going higher. We're also using it when we're doing our shakes and our lip trills, right? You can actually employ the tongue arch in the tier 2 pedal tone range, because tier 2 pedal tones are almost a substitute or kissing cousin for practicing in the upper register. Okay, yeah, so the third way and tip for getting your first pedal C, or at least pushing that direction, is use a tongue arch, as I already mentioned before. You start off with the low C positioning, which is a drop jaw, a little bit wider aperture, and your tongue's flat in your mouth, like you're saying ah. You got an egg in your mouth. Just a little bit of exaggeration. But instead of freezing and keeping that same position in your mouth, you're going to bring your chin up. You're going to arch your tongue up into a knee position as you go down to the pedal C. Ah yee. Ah yee. And so you're going to have, of course, when you put your tongue into the tongue arch position, you're going to have to actually blow harder, because now you're blowing against more resistance. That resistance is the tongue in your mouth. You're going to blow harder. You got to blow more air. Actually, you're not going to blow more air. You're going to blow air. It's going to seem like you're blowing more air, but you're blowing against this resistance, and that actually speeds up the air. There we go. That's a little bit better description. But you'll feel like you're forcing, like you're blowing more when you put the tongue in that arch position. I have my tongue right curled up as much as I could, arched as much as I could to get that pedal C out. I can still do it low. It's harder and it's less efficient. That's no art. That's no tongue art. That relies on lots of air and pure embouchure strength. So the tongue arch makes things more efficient down in the tier 2 pedal range. That was with tongue arch. So to recap, the 3 tips and tricks and techniques you can use to get your first pedal C to come out and then keep continuing down in tier 2 pedal tones all the way to G flat, pedal G flat. What was the first one? What, you don't remember? Cheating. Cheating's number 1. The second one is doing the what? I think someone got it. You know, it's like those Fritos. Ah, you got it. Scoops. You seen those Frito scoops? Yes. Scoop. Got to scoop the note. And then the third way is what we just finished up on, is using the tongue arch. So these are the 3 ways that are going to push you in the right positive direction for getting your first pedal C on the horn. Yes.
Hi, I'm Kurt Thompson and welcome to my channel. That's youtube.com/your brass instructor. Thanks for just watching the video that you did. Maybe it's the first one that you've watched, or maybe you've watched tons of my videos. In fact, as of June 2016, as a brass player and trumpet player, I have the most tutorials free on the planet. I have over 600 videos on my YouTube channel currently, all free. So again, thanks again for watching this video. I hope that you got something out of it. Sometimes I make a video just to make you laugh. A lot of times I make a video to educate you on something and maybe even help solve a problem. So I hope something like that occurred for you in this video. And while you're at it, again, subscribe, click on my website link, and go on to the next video. It's lovely out here. Have a great day.
You are looking at a book that you should be very familiar with. It's the red Dr. Charles Colin Advanced Look Flexibilities for a Trumpet, volumes 1, 2, and 3. In my opinion, as an advanced trumpet player, as a semi-pro player, as a professional, you should have already gone through most of this book. Now, not everybody can get to the back of the book, but you should try, definitely. You should know this book pretty much inside and out. You should have mastered it as much as you can. And if you tell me that you did, I don't even need to hear you play it. I know that you're probably a pretty good player. If you have no clue what this book is all about, and you've never gone through it, my guess is that you still have a lot of work left to do on the trumpet. But we're talking about starting at the very end of this book today, not the beginning. It's not a beginning or intermediate lesson. We're going to turn to the very back of the book, which is the last section in the book. It's like page 79. It's section 8C to A above high C. Now, a lot of people try to get through the book. Some people actually arrive at the end of the book and finish that last one, maybe just barely, or maybe they can actually finish it and then they think they're done and they've arrived, but no, that's not the case. So we have some things that are out of the scope of this book and many other methods as far as upper register that you can keep pursuing to develop yourself into the best that you can be. Popped out the first 3 on that page, and now we're on to the last page.
I'm not going to go through all of the rest of these just for time's sake, because my important message to you is what we're going to do after that. So let's do maybe one or two more of these. And I have my own way of doing it. I realize that some of you guys may start and hold that in the first note as indicated with a fermata. You may go to the other notes and hold those longer, but not me. I have my own way that I've been doing it for years. And so I'm just going to do it how I do it. It works best for me. I do throw in some extra notes at the end. I throw in some pedal tones just because even though you're doing lip flexibility studies, and the name flexibility implies some flexibility in your lips, well, you do a lot of these and your lips actually start to stiffen up if you do too many. And you have to do too many on a regular basis, not every day, but to be able to build. To maintain you don't, but to build you have to do kind of overdo it so you get stronger. So I'm going to pick another one. Let's go to 24E, and that starts on high C. First valve. And then the last one, which is 24G, D, high D. So now you've just finished the book, think that you're done, and maybe you're going to go back and dibble dabble through the book. But that's not going to get you anywhere because you've actually done the hardest one in the book. So if you kind of work your way backwards just for maintenance, you're just going to maintain what you got and you're not going to get any better. Your range is not really going to improve. You might improve your endurance a little bit, but that's about it. So where do we continue on this exercise? We continue with E flat. And you start off with 2 and 3. So you got E flat, 2 and 3 up there after the D. That's where it continues. The same format. And you keep working yourself up. Now I'm not going to go through each one, but for me, I actually go up to double G. So that was E flat. So I do E flat, I'd rest a little bit, E, rest, F sharp, and then I'd hit the double G. When you do that last one on double G, you're actually getting up to like a triple D, or some people might call it a double D. Anyway, you're above super C that way. That's usually where I stop for my maintenance right now. If I'm really preparing for a show, or if I'm really trying to build, I will actually force out some more lip trill studies above that one. And there you start approaching the triple C when you do that. And it's good for you if you really have some stuff that's going to be challenging you. So I'm going to do maybe 2 more. So we just did E flat, and then you would go to E, 1 and 2, F first, F sharp second, and then G is about usually where I end up on a regular basis. So we'll go to F. So if you did F right, your top note should have been double C. So the last one would be G. Let's just pretend that you did F sharp, which I didn't do, but you're going to do F sharp, take a break, and then you're going to start on double G, and your top note should be the D above that. So those are some exercises that you can do past the end of this book. Now, there are so many other techniques that I do beyond the scope of both books. Some I've commingled with other exercises from other people, and some exercises are things I've made up on my own. But when you're trying to develop your upper register and your high notes and your sound and your tone way up high, there's no question, if you're not doing these types of lip flexibility exercises, my guess is either that you're not up there that high, or if you are, you got one of those real thin, shrill, annoying, lead playing kind of upper register sounds that most people just can't stand to listen to. And there's some famous people out there who have that kind of sound. I think we know who we're talking about. But you don't want to end up sounding like that. You want to get a nice, big, round Bill Chase, Doc Severinsen, Maynard Ferguson. Should have mentioned him first. But those are the sounds that you want to get. A nice, big, round, beautiful tone in the upper register. Not a shrill, shrieking, thin, annoying high note sounds that sounds like someone just backed over a cat. And some people can play high and sound like that. But hopefully you won't be sounding like that after this. See you in the next lesson.
And for right now, I would just like for you to subscribe to my channel. Look down below and click the subscribe link. I would love to have you as a subscriber on my channel. I'm Kurt Thompson. I'll see you in the next one. Hey, I'm here going to talk about tongue arch a little bit. Simply because although I've tried to explain it before, even demonstrate it before, people still have trouble actually doing it. Now, a lot of people think that they're doing tongue arch. This is for all brass players, really. Tongue arch, as you probably should know, is a second stage of compression. Diaphragm first, tongue arch and the bottleneck at the throat second, and your aperture and your ability to keep your aperture narrow is the third stage of compression. But it's that second stage of compression which is really important in the problematic area for most brass players. A lot of you think you're doing it, but you're not. I can instantly recognize, I don't even need to hear you in the same room. And that's why I'm so effective teaching on phone and by Skype. I can hear when someone is not doing tongue arch because they have this strained, forced sound that does not come with a tongue arch. It comes when you're not doing the tongue arch. You got the tongue arch, it's free and it's effortless. You can just tell there's a different kind of quality to the sound. I'm going to try to get down and dirty in my mouth. I think you can see it. It's not going to be pleasant. But some of you got to realize what's going on. When I talk about roll in and roll out, a lot of people don't get that. I'm not sure why that is. So first off, you need to understand the concept of roll out and roll in. Roll out, roll in. Okay? When you are going higher, eventually, when you really get an expertise at the upper register, you can do both of this in real time. And you can do it in the form of a glissando. Here's like low A. I'm not warmed up, folks, so pardon me here. Look at, that's kind of a roll out, isn't it? More roll in, right? Even more roll in. Awesome roll in, okay? So I went from here. Sorry, it's flat. Not much roll in. In real time. A little bit sloppy. That's real time rolling, folks. To be able to do what I just did, you have to be able to roll your lips in and roll them out in real time. Now, for those of you who haven't graduated to that level, and actually it's very, very difficult. I have to say that I don't meet too many people that can do that. It's just difficult. So your second best way to do it would be to already have the roll in place. Okay? So when you're wanting to play higher, or if you have to start a higher passage, you need to already be rolled in. You can't start above the staff with a roll out. It's just going to have that strain sound. Even with my tongue arch. Let's roll out. Recognize that sound? I certainly do, because I hear it in a lot of people that I teach. And most of the time when they get done with me, they don't make that sound anymore because they've learned proper tongue arch and roll in. So you can't start a passage. Let's go back real quick. Ultimately, you want to be able to do what I just did, roll in and roll out in real time. Okay, that's ultimately. But during the interim, while you're still getting this down, you at least got to roll in when you're starting a higher passage. So you can't start above the staff with a roll out. You got to start with a roll in. Roll them in. Rolling. That's rolling, folks. Seems like a lot of people don't get that. I hardly ever get on the forums anymore for obvious reasons, but when I've gotten on there, it seems like every other topic is about roll in and roll out. So people are still having tons and tons of problems with roll in and roll out. So get the roll in down. Now when you get the roll in down, you roll in your lips as much as possible, and you're trying to put as much lip tissue into the mouthpiece as possible to play higher. So I'm rolling in. Let's say I want to go, let's just like ridiculously higher. I got to really roll in. I am a dry lip player, by the way, but sorry. I'm just trying to get my roll in without scraping up my lips too much. Roll in. Now I'm going to put some pressure and put as much lips in the mouthpiece as I can. Actually, that wasn't too horribly difficult for me. I'm not really warmed up. It's almost impossible to play too low, or even low at all, with the roll-in as extreme as I was doing. Watch. I mean, even that high C felt low to me. So roll-in extreme. I mean, I'm having trouble getting the high C out practically because I've rolled in so much and I got so much lip tissue that it really narrows down the aperture. Now I'll roll out a little bit. A little bit more. So for me, I actually had to roll out considerably to accommodate the high C, probably because I'm used to playing so much past that. And for you, you're going to have to feel where you are on the instrument. You have to get the roll in, folks. It has to be there. Learn it, do it, use it. Now, if you got the roll in without the tongue arch, remember in the beginning I was doing the roll out on the high A, but with the tongue arch. What happens if you have the roll in with no tongue arch? Other people sound like this. So they got the roll in part down, but they don't have any tongue arch. So it sounds like this. Roll in. And roll in. Again, the hallmark of somebody who is not doing the tongue arch properly is a very forced and strained sound. And of course, you don't really have a lot of good range if you're not doing the tongue arch at all. So, hope you recognize that sound. If you hear that in your own sound, you need to start paying attention here and get with the program. Get that tongue arch down, get the roll in. So roll in, but no tongue arch. Listen to the difference when I go higher. Okay, roll in. Drop my tongue. sounds like crap, doesn't it? It's got that forced, strained, quivering, wavering tone that people get when they're not using tongue arch. So put the tongue arch back on, and I don't know if you can tell this, but I'm one-arming this myself, which is not easy to play and do this at the same time. So I'm actually holding the camera. With tongue arch. Notes lock in. In fact, that almost hurt my ears, folks. That was louder than, okay? This was loud. So, and I was one arm banded on that double A scale, right? So now let's go back to what's going on inside your mouth. Low C positioning. Ah. Ah. There you go. You can see my tongue. Ah. So for low C. Ah. I'm going to freeze my tongue when I get done playing with no tongue arch. Low C. Notice there's hardly any roll in. It's just more of a roll out. That's where my tongue was. Flat with that kind of dip into it. Let's see what happens if you do the tongue arch. Now the tongue arch should be with your tip of your tongue right there. Behind your teeth. Here. Okay, now you got the first part of the tongue arch. Now the tongue arches up. That is your tongue arch when your teeth are shut. Okay? It's not here. Some people are doing all kinds of wacky crap and it's not going to help you. In fact, I don't even know how some people can do it. Your tongue arch is not just arching up like that. I don't even know how you can play if you're doing that, but some people are arching it up, but they still sound pretty bad. And the reason is you have to have your tongue anchored. The tongue can be anchored at the top of the bottom teeth. Here's the bottom teeth, obviously, near the top. Right there. Or down lower. I'm right down almost at the gum line. You getting this, folks? Why are we doing this? Because no air is coming around the sides of your tongue. Only the air can come up and over the tongue and come down and come out your aperture. That's why just building lip strength and chops is not the be all end all to everything, because you have to have this air sped up at the second stage of compression. The air is coming up here. Now you've already got the first stage down. We're not going to talk about that right now with the diaphragm. But basically it's a bottled up high compressed air. So that's diaphragm. The air is coming up through your throat. It comes in and immediately it should meet the resistance of your tongue. Resistance meaning you reduce the space in your mouth. Ah, E. Now it has to travel up and down. When it comes down right there. It comes out your aperture. You got to get that, folks. If you don't get that, you can actually go through my 4-month program and build up chops of steel. And yes, have gain in range and endurance, but you haven't hit that sweet spot. You're still going to be struggling with mouthpiece pressure, even though you have strengthened all this up. You have strengthened up a lot of things during my course, or if you take somebody else's course. But if you don't get the tongue arch, you're really missing that sweet spot that a lot of people that excel in the upper register are enjoying. It just makes life a lot easier and more efficient. So you got to get that down. You need to invest whatever time it takes for you to get the feel down for yourself. Ah. That's low C for me. Ah. 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 uh, uh, mm, 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 mm. Now, when I go above high C, my tongue arch is so high that it's rubbing against the roof of my mouth and almost stopping the bulk of air to come through. I mean, I'm really blowing hard to meet, not because the note's hard or high, because it's meeting a tremendous amount of resistance inside my mouth. Once I meet that resistance, the air spins out so fast, and then you see what happens with the roll-in. Everything links and syncs up to be able to get those high notes out with the least amount of effort and the most amount of efficiency. So, again, low C, I'll freeze it. That's where my tongue was, and you saw where my lips were pretty much a rollout. Tongue still low, but it is higher than it was with the low C, and my jaw is up. Low C, the middle C is more up. So I think your jaw dropping down when you go lower. I'm exaggerating. Up. And it goes up as high as you can get it when you're really going into the upper register and the extreme upper register. So high C. Hey. You see the beginning of my tongue arch? So I didn't even have a full tongue arch for my high C. Don't need it. I guess I'm just a little bit lucky. I just don't need it after doing it for all these years, because I also have this to rely on. And I also have a lot of hot air. I think people know that one, right? So that's even when I'm not playing the horn. Now let's go a little bit higher. Roll in. Oh yeah, tongue arch was up there, way up there, and almost probably at the max, but not quite, because my max starts to get, my tongue really, I can feel the brunt impact of it when, for me, when I'm going to my highest notes. Got the B out, not the triple C. Once I'm at, for me, triple A, triple B, and triple C, my tongue is like, it's just shaking, it's just grinding as hard as it can to lift up and close off the air at the roof, because it's trying to make just a little pinprick of a space for the air to come through extremely fast and then come down. And then after that, it's up for my lips to be able to continue grip into the mouthpiece and hold that narrow aperture. As soon as you have a millimeter flinch where your lips can't do that, all of a sudden you drop. You could drop a fifth when you're up that high. So I hope this video helped explain what most of you think you are doing, but you're not. Tongue arch, just like diaphragm, is not theoretical. It's something that you really employ. So tongue arch, take a good look. Roll in. Tongue arch. It's not pleasant to look at, but so many people have problems with that you just need a little tough, unpleasant love in this video. So we talked about roll in, roll out. I got up close and personal. Roll in. Sorry, roll out. Roll in. Roll out. Roll in. You need to understand that concept, and you actually need to be able to apply it. That means really do it. Not something you're thinking about. You are really doing the roll in and roll out. You are really doing the tongue arch and then flattening the tongue back out when you go lower. You are really moving your jaw up and down depending on what register you're playing in. These are things you're really doing, and if you're not really doing but you're just thinking about them, you really are having problems and you're not sounding the way that you likely could. So this is all about technique and feel. It's like riding a bike. There's a technique to it, but also there's a feel that you got to learn, right? So technique and feel. This is not about lifting weights and getting stronger, making your chops stronger. This is all about applying technique to what you've actually done. The conditioning of your embouchure and your lips, you apply this technique to it, and you're going to have that wow experience. So now, for those of you who thought that you could just watch this video and sail on into the silvery seas with no more problems, no. Upper register and endurance is the most challenging technique on the instrument, bar none. Bar none. So I gave you some really good advice on this one to help you, but you still need to get involved in a process. So many people, when I say so many people, it just gets ridiculous. I mean, every time I log onto Facebook, can you help me with the high note tip? Can you help me with this? Can you show me this? I mean, well, first of all, it's my job, you know, and people sometimes pay me for doing that. But second of all, no, I can't just show you a quick little tip, because one quick little tip is not going to help you attain your goals. And the reason is because most people don't understand improving your upper register and endurance is a process that you must go through. It is a process that you must go through. And you need to have somebody show you the correct process and the right timeline to accommodate your goals. And a couple of techniques, a routine from some guru, meaning one technique from one routine, or some tips and tricks just ain't going to cut it. You're just not going to get what you want. So I've shown you some pretty good techniques here, which is a part of it, but there's no shortcuts. You have to go through the process. You got it, my friends? I hope you do, and I hope this helped. Bye for now. It's Kurt Thompson, and you haven't forgotten my website, have you? TrumpetSizzle.com. And for right now, I would just like for you to subscribe to my channel. Look down below and click the subscribe link. I would love to have you as a subscriber on my channel. I'm Kurt Thompson. I'll see you in the next one. Woo! Look at those chops, baby. And that's what happens when you grind out some super duper power high notes. Hey, this is not a mystery. All you got to do is get involved in my 16-week upper register course for all brass. And starting for 2019, I have a very unique twist, financial twist. You can get involved for $21. Easy, right? If you would dream of playing like what you just heard, the power, the range, the technique, the accuracy, it's not a pie in the sky dream. It's attainable, but you have to get involved in my course. There's no other course on the planet at the moment anywhere that comes close to the success rate of my 16-week brass upper register course. Test me on that one. Try to find another course that even equals mine. You won't find it. I'm Kurt Thompson. Look in the description below. There will be a link. I hope to have you join me in 2019, and it feels amazing to be this strong and this powerful on this instrument. Happy New Year. Okay, we're going to do a little bit of flexibility stuff out of the Arvins. It's number 30, page 47. And so this is definitely a measure of flexibility. And if you're working on your high range and other stuff, you definitely have to have flexibility as well. So let me flip this around if I can. Here we go, Arvins, page 47, number 30, a little flexibility action for you. Got the metronome set around 84. 1, 2, 1, 2. There you have it. Okay, I got one of these Bach visualizers. It's kind of a conjunction with that clear mouthpiece that I just used. I never have really fooled with micromanaging and overanalyzing my embouchure and what it looks like, the mouthpiece, but I've had a lot of requests, especially over the last couple of years, and so what the heck. This is the Bach 1.5C, I do believe. I just ordered it, and it's the visualizer, and you know, I'm not really big on these bigger mouthpieces for what I do. If I was a symphony player 100% of the time, then of course I would have to be very selective on what I'm playing on, and this might be included. But we can start off with something. I'm going to put it up. Okay. Go up a little bit more. Trying to get it as close as I can. This should be a high C coming up. And let's see if we can scoop it up another octave. Double C. Almost trying to get the triple G to come out. Not quite. Go back to double C. That felt more comfortable. Okay. Now let's drop it down lower. Yeah, even lower than that. I don't even know if I can get a pedal tone. Let's see. I skipped a whole tier, went down to the fourth tier, and it didn't even sound that good. So anyway, I don't see myself using this as a tool for anything that I would use to enhance my playing, but it is kind of interesting to look at maybe where my lips are, what happens when I get ready to set up. Well, this kind of have a diagonal look. I don't know if you noticed that. So I'm here, but when I really set up, there's kind of a diagonal movement here. I don't know if you saw that. Oh, we're a little bit flat. We're going to get that up an octave. Barely, folks. I'm working hard here. Anyway, so that's this guy here. I'm going to take a look at this when I get done and see if I can spot some interesting things when it comes to this Amish visualizer. And as you have probably seen from some of my most recent tutorials, I'm not big on overanalyzing Amish unless you've built up some serious strength here first and are still having lots of trouble. I'm a firm believer that most Amish problems can be rectified with strong Amish and strong lips. Easy for me to say. If you have strengthened your corners, your embouchure, and your lips, and everything else is right, but you're still having lots of problems, then yeah, we could probably adjust your embouchure. You should check out my other video. In fact, I should leave a link for that. I'm just basically hitting the embouchure from every possible angle and level that you can. And anyway, I'll put a link in this description here below. So that is the embouchure visualizer. Doesn't really float my boat that much, but some people get all excited about it. So I put it up there for if people want to just take a gander. I'll see you next time. Bye-bye. And for right now, I would just like for you to subscribe to my channel. Look down below and click the subscribe link. I would love to have you as a subscriber on my channel. I'm Kurt Thompson. I'll see you in the next one. And for right now, I would just like for you to subscribe to my channel. Look down below and click the subscribe link. I would love to have you as a subscriber on my channel. I'm Kurt Thompson. I'll see you in the next one.
Hey, it's national anthem time. Bring it. Back to nature with Bill Adam, lead pipe buzzing, advanced trumpet lesson here. Kurt Thompson, I'm going to expose you to a very, very useful, powerful, and efficient practice technique. And this is actually going to be more doable and more absorbable if you've already been doing the Bill Adams routines and the Bill Adam routine. I always like to pronounce his name with an S. For those of you who don't know, Bill Adam was the best trumpet teacher at Indiana in Bloomington, bar none. There's no one that's even close to him before or after. And it's just too bad that he's not still teaching. And he's, of course he's getting older. In fact, I haven't even checked to see if he's still around, but I hope that he is. Anyway, even if he is, I mean, he's just the best teacher at Indiana, and he came up with a lot of cool stuff. And I played with a lot of IU guys back in the day, and these guys were all good players with huge, big sounds. And I believe that they got that partly from Bill Adam lead pipe buzzing. And we're not going to go into his whole routine because you could actually spend an hour and a half or 2 hours doing all the Bill Adam lead pipe buzzing. But I tweaked and twisted and manipulated my own advanced version of Bill Adam lead pipe buzzing. It's just a little snippet. And so what we're going to do is we're going to be starting on perfect force from second line G to middle C and working our way down. And as you'll soon discover, this is going to be very, very difficult to do unless you have extreme flexibility and power built up in your chops. So G to C. Okay, a little flat. Now I'm pulling out the lead pipe, or the tuning slide, so I'll be blowing just through the lead pipe. The same thing. So you can see that I'm actually blowing out through here and not through the whole horn. And you probably could tell by the tone quality. Okay, let's work our way down. Now, most of you probably can get that one. That was G to C. How about F sharp to B? Take the lead pipe out. I'll do it like this so you can see what's going on. Okay. You probably are noticing it's getting extremely hard, and it's going to get about impossible in the next one or two for you. It's going to feel that way. So F to B flat. Pull this guy out. F to B flat. Taking a lot of intention and focus on my part to get that out. And now we're going to go to a little fly on my lead pipe. Now we're going to go to E to A. So 1 and 2, bottom of the staff, E to A. Take out this guy. For many of you, that would have been almost impossible. Thought I heard a monkey over there in the trees. You hear that? It is back to nature time with Kurt Thompson, but I didn't know that we got monkey in the trees and chimpanzees. But anyway, if I don't make it, there he goes again. If I don't make it through this video, you'll know what happened to me. I got taken out by a monkey or chimpanzees. Okay, now it's going to get really hard. In fact, this gets hard for me. E flat to A flat. Pull this guy out. Boom, center that note. And the last one that we will do will be D to G. And there you have it. You can consider this extremely, extremely advanced. And I put this particular technique that I just did to even the best players on the planet. And if you just sprung it on them and made them do it right without even having a chance to look at it, probably 9 or 10 out of them, I don't care who it is, would have difficulty going through this advanced Bill Adam lead pipe buzzing technique. So the physical part of the horn, yes, the high notes, but listen, so many people that can play high have a real shrill, thin sound. And so it's not about just being able to play high. If you have a real shrieky, shrill, thin, falsetto kind of sound, who cares? There were people that were playing back when Maynard Ferguson was kicking butt when he was a lot younger in the 40s and 50s that could also play high. Well, how come we didn't hear about them and they didn't get that famous? It's because they had that shrieky, thin, falsetto kind of sound that nobody wants to listen to. Maynard's sound was thick and brassy all the way up. That's why. So this is a technique here that will improve your sound. So with whatever range that you have, you're going to have a thicker, fuller, maybe even warmer type of sound in the upper register, and then all registers really. Now, if what I just did today on the horn seemed almost impossible to you, there's usually just one reason why that would be. It's simply a lack of embouchure strength. Not really talent here, a lack of embouchure strength. So you don't need to feel like you don't have the talent. You actually got what it takes, but you have to have someone show you the right way to do it in the most efficient way to do it. So if I perked up your interest and you'd like to learn more about the stuff that I do, which for the last 9 years in my online programs, is it 9 years? Sorry, 7 years, has been truly effective for just about anybody that has gone through my courses. It's not a walk in the park. You will pay your dues, you will invest time, and you will invest money. And it will take some hard work and effort, but the results are pretty amazing. And they're long-lasting for your life. So it's something that if you've been thinking about it, you just need to pull the trigger and do it now. Take care of this, get it handled. I'll see you in the next one.
Hey, one of my students, Tom Granoff, told me about a master class that he went to quite a long time ago where Bobby Shue came in, talked about his breathing techniques like the wedge breath and all that, and then picked up the trumpet by a second valve and played a few high notes that were pretty meaty. And so I thought I would try to see if I can demonstrate the Bobby Shue, I would just call this probably the Bobby Shue no pressure high note test. So you can do this after you watch this. You can try it right out if you're in a practice room. So what I was told by Tom is that I guess Bobby just grabbed the middle valve like that and proceeded to play a couple, my valve's starting to unwind. Proceeded to play a couple of notes. So I'm going to try it here. Just a couple of notes. G. So that was a pretty loud double G just by doing the Bobby Shue method of holding on to the middle valve. Even though I was trying to pull in, you really can't pull in too much, folks, as opposed to when you got, both arms grabbing and pulling in. So you got just your fingers holding on to this. Part of it's holding the weight of the horn from dropping. So anyway, that's the Bobby Shue no pressure high note test. You saw it here probably for the first time because I just found out about it from Tom Granoff. Thanks, Tom. Thanks again for watching this video. I hope that you got something out of it. Sometimes I make a video just to make you laugh. A lot of times I make a video to educate you on something and maybe even help solve a problem. So I hope something like that occurred for you in this video. And while you're at it, again, subscribe, click on my website link, and go on to the next video. It's lovely out here. Have a great day.
Hey, this will be a discussion about brass embouchure and the differences in embouchure, and how even if you think you might have a bad embouchure, it can be overcome by strengthening your embouchure from all different kinds of directions. And I'm going to play some embouchures that are bad for me, and that typically, for me, I would not be able to play very well using these type of embouchures. Now, one thing to keep in mind, no one embouchure is really bad for an individual. And so what that really means is what might be bad for me and I sound horrible on might be really good for you. And so it depends on, if you look carefully, your lips, how long they are, how short they are, how narrow they are, how thick they are, how thin they are, your teeth, how much of an overbite you have, how much of an underbite you have, if they're crooked, if you're wearing braces, so if maybe you have a partial denture, so it can include a lot of different things, and also your bone and jaw structure. That's why I think that some brass coaches and teachers can do more harm to a student by forcing them into a particular embouchure. For example, the most common would be centered and a little bit more on the top lip. That seems to be, the most common. But not everybody is going to do well with that particular embouchure. The other thing that you should be aware of is that if you attempt to drastically change your embouchure, it seems like, in my experience and opinion, people that have done that end up really not faring any better. In fact, a lot of people get worse. So if you think a big drastic embouchure change is the answer, you're probably barking up the wrong tree. So let's look at some various embouchures. Here we can see. For me, I tend to play a little higher. So I guess you got your high player or high lip placement position. You got your medium or middle and your low. So those would be the different placements. So high would be, it's probably high. Now I can go higher, but that's probably close to where I normally would play. Now what happens if I wasn't playing that way and I was using an embouchure that was bad for me? Let's try something. Let's drop it way down. So I'm up here. Let's go on way down. Way down. Hear the difference in tone quality? But guess what? I'm still able to get the high C. I'm still able to play, but it doesn't sound that good, but I can still do it. Let's go maybe medium. So normally I play here. Let's go down just a little bit. Seemed like it noticeably flat on the high C. I think I was flat on the first one too, but so I'm still able to play. Now I'm gonna be tying this all into a huge point here. Okay, so now let's talk about angles. So I can use my normal embouchure here. What if I bringled it up? Because I see people playing like this. Okay, it had a significant high angle to it. One of the most interesting embouchures I've ever seen is by Stan Mark, the famous lead trumpet player for Maynard Ferguson. I don't know how he can play the way he does. Take a look at it. It's like he puts the trumpet up straight, and then he comes up to the mouthpiece. You really got to watch him do it when he's playing live. It's very interesting. He's got the trumpet here, and then he'll come up. So the trumpet's actually straight out, but he's coming up at this angle. So now most of the embouchures that I'm showing you are ones that I really couldn't play on. In fact, if I was playing on them, I might be just like you are right now. If you have a particular question about your embouchure and that it's not working for you, well, if my trumpet teacher long ago had said you need to play like this, like Stan Mark, so I got the horn out, I'm coming into it like this. Well, I mean, if I was using that embouchure all along, thinking that was how it was supposed to be, I would be having a lot of trouble, and I would be wanting to look at a video like this to change my embouchure or do something about it. So, okay, so now we had the upper angle like that. Did we do this one yet? Well, I think that's kind of like more like Stan Marks, isn't it? Yeah, it's more of a, he's coming into like that, but you can still go downwards. Okay, now what if you don't play center? A lot of us brass teachers want kids to be centered right smack dab in the middle of their lips. Unfortunately, our jaw structure and teeth and everything else might suggest otherwise. So here's me, I'm center now. I'm a little bit off center, I guess. It's kind of difficult to do this too while I'm playing, but I wanted to get the camera up close, and so I needed to be holding the camera. Okay, so here's kind of where I normally play. What if I didn't play centered? I played off. I can still get it. It's a little bit crackly. What if I go way over? What if I'm crazy and I go way over here? That's a real screwed up embouchure, isn't it? Okay, let me try playing the horn left-handed here and hold the camera this other way. So go back to center, or center for me. Let's move it over to the left a little bit. Let's just say I played a little bit off. Okay, that's kind of wacky, isn't it? But some people play in all these different positions. Now, no, I've never seen anybody really play out here. But what if we go over here? I'm going to go crazy. Look at that. All right. So you saw various positions from high to medium to low, mouthpiece placement, and of course each one of those takes a different embouchure to be able to play, right? You saw me go over a little off center, way off center, back to center, off center this way, and way off. And then you saw the horn angles like this, and then down. So I basically covered just about any embouchure that a brass player could play with. Now, the point I'm trying to make in all of this is that there's one reason that I could go up to high C on all those angles, all those embouchures. Now, granted, you notice that the tone quality went way out the window on a lot of them. And obviously, that would mean that I wouldn't use that particular embouchure, right? But how am I able to do that? And if I wanted to, folks, I can switch my embouchure to any embouchure and start to get comfortable and familiar with it and let it sink in. It takes me about a week. And I'm able to do all that because of an extreme amount of strength that I build up in the embouchure and the lips. So what is my real point to you brass players out there that are micromanaging yourself, that are being confused by too much worry and thinking, what's that analysis by paralysis kind of thing, overanalyzing everything? So my advice to you is, number one, you need to do something that will hit your embouchure from so many different directions that it almost won't even matter what embouchure that you use. I mean, you want to use the embouchure where you feel most comfortable, where you get the best sound, the best tone, and things just feel right. You don't want to use the embouchure that a teacher tells you to use, and it feels horrible. It always seems bad. It seems like you're always struggling. Of course, you don't have any high range, and your endurance is shot. but supposedly, quote unquote, that's the place where you should put it. Ideally, I like to have my students, my younger ones, start off with centered on the lips and slightly a little higher on your top lip. But sometimes that doesn't work for them, depending on what I see going on with them and, their teeth structure and other things in their lips. Sometimes we have to bring it back right down to the center, and sometimes even go down a little bit lower. Sometimes the upstream player will not be an upstream player until he or she or their teacher figures that out. So if a student is not doing too well with the typical embouchure that I like to get them started on, well, I'll start playing with it. We might move their mouthpiece down and have more of the lower lip inside the cup. And if they do a lot better with that, then hey, why not? That's them. Why not let them do that? So you need to strengthen your chops, your embouchure, and your lips in many different directions. So what did we learn? We learned that not one particular embouchure is suited for everybody, and you may find that playing on an embouchure that supposedly does not look good to other players but works for you, that may be the embouchure that you need to be using. You got to play where it's comfortable, where you're sounding good, and if you're a little bit off center, and if the horn angle, like for Stan Mark, look, you got to Google him and watch him play. I mean, he's got an extreme angle that he's coming at. I don't know how he does it, but it works for him. And there's other people that play with the horn at an extreme up angle, and then there's people that play off the side of the center of their lips. So you got to find the sweet spot for you, not the sweet spot that your teacher thinks is for you. If the teacher thinks of a great embouchure position for you when you were younger and it worked, by all means, that teacher gave you great advice. If the teacher kept forcing you to stay in with a particular setup, but you are not doing that well, that's when you really need to start thinking differently, and maybe there might be a different setup. For people, in fact, I want to thank Sharon for giving me an idea about this particular video. So for people who are concerned about bad embouchures and good embouchures, more mouthpiece pressure, less mouthpiece pressure, I really don't want you to be thinking about that if you're working with me and you're taking lessons from me or you're taking my course. What I want you to be doing is focusing on the 75 techniques, if you're involved in my course, that are going to hit this from so many different angles. In fact, now is a perfect time to plug my course, which I almost do in almost all my videos. Your embouchure and the muscles here in your lips need to be worked in so many different directions. And what that really does is it makes worrying about embouchure and everything else, angles and where your mouthpiece is hitting your lips, too high, too low, in the middle, off center, almost irrelevant. Because once you develop chops of steel, you can pretty much play anywhere that you wanted. I demonstrated that, right? I mean, I took the angles all over my mouth and I was still able to get up to high C. You just probably heard a change in tone quality from either decent to bad. But still, I was able to do it, mainly because of this. So you need, if you're concerned about your embouchure, lack of strength, or maybe you're using a bad embouchure, you're using excessive pressure, there's really only one answer, and you're going to have to come to the conclusion quickly by deferring to someone that knows what they're doing and has worked with a lot of people that would be like me or somebody else in my capacity. Or you can kind of go to the school of hard knocks and keep pounding away at the one method that you're using. Maybe you're not even using a method. Maybe you're just practicing all technique, Clark and Arbenz and other stuff, and some warm-ups. Or maybe you are involved in a routine. Claude Gordon, only doing Claude Gordon. Or only doing the palming method with William Costello and Roy Stevens. Or only doing the isometric stuff of Carmine Caruso. So if you're pounding away at one routine and you don't want to change, yet you have embouchure problems, endurance problems, range problems, excessive mouthpiece pressure problems, and it doesn't matter if you're on trumpet or trombone or euphonium or French horn or any brass instrument, the mechanics and the approach is still the same basically. Well, you're going to find out through the school of hard knocks, if you keep insisting on working that one routine for your embouchure development, you're going to find out it doesn't work. It only takes you to a certain amount and you get stuck. So my advice is to go back and rewind this video and watch it again and think to yourself, how is he able to put that mouthpiece in all these wacky positions on his lip, up and down and all around, yet still be able to get a high C out on each one? If the answer comes to you that maybe I might have stumbled onto something that's very successful when it comes to embouchure development, then you really need to look in the item description below this video and go to my homepage, trumpetsizzle.com. And I'm mainly addressing people that have embouchure problems, that have problems with too much mouthpiece pressure, that maybe play off to the side or too high or too low, or maybe need to experiment. The 75 techniques in my course almost is an auto correction mechanism for minor embouchure problems. In other words, it's hard to go through all 75 techniques and get those down after 4 months and not have had some kind of shift in your embouchure. Your embouchure and your mouthpiece placement will shift during the 4 months. For some, slightly, and for some, noticeably, because you'll need to be able to accommodate those various techniques. And you just can't go through 75 different techniques in 4 months and not have a change take place here. You're going to have the musculature thicken and develop, but you're also going to have a change take place in the embouchure. So, if you don't recognize me by my lips, I'm Kurt Thompson. You may have thought this was somebody else the whole time, but I am Kurt Thompson, and I wanted you to get a close-up of my jaw, my lips, and hopefully got close enough on those different embouchures. So don't let embouchure scare you or wear you down. You focus instead on building embouchure strength from all kinds of angles, and from my point of view, 75 techniques with the different angles that we're going to hit you at in your embouchure is just the holy grail to upper register and endurance improvement. Well, now that you got to know my lips really good and my embouchure, I'll see you in the next one. Take care. Bye-bye.
And for right now, I would just like for you to subscribe to my channel. Look down below and click the subscribe link. I would love to have you as a subscriber on my channel. I'm Kurt Thompson. I'll see you in the next one.
Again, the Hot Hit Band.
Probably a good thing you didn't use the microphone. And for right now, I would just like for you to subscribe to my channel. Look down below and click the subscribe link. I would love to have you as a subscriber on my channel. I'm Kurt Thompson. I'll see you in the next one.
Okay, middle C, high C, and double C buzz. And that's the ultimate test in pure embouchure and lip strength. Notice I was doing the real lip buzz, so I wasn't doing the little puff out your thing that 8th graders do. No, I was doing the real lip buzz with an embouchure set, my lips rolled in, like I'm blowing into the horn. So make sure you're comparing apples to apples. What I did was the real lip buzz, free lip buzzing, like you got your embouchure set. So if you do this, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about real free lip buzzing, which requires an enormous amount of embouchure strength. And you can always just about count on the fact that if you can buzz a certain note, it's likely you can play about an octave higher than that. Buzz a high C, you can probably play double C. Buzz a middle C, you can probably play high C. Buzz a double C, like I just did, you can probably play a triple C, which is true. So there is a correlation between your lip buzzing and your strength and what you do on the trumpet, what you do on any other brasses. It doesn't really matter, tuba, trombone, whatever. So embouchure strength is the most important thing, the most important aspect of brass playing. Take it away and you really have little left. Little left. You might as well just become a singer. I mean, you really do. If you don't have the embouchure strength, you can't play. I don't know. Maybe you can play in the low register, and that's about all you're going to get if you absolutely have no strength here whatsoever. Nothing really is going to happen on the horn. You could be Olympic swimmer with great lungs and air, no embouchure strength, and it's going nowhere. So there you have it. And we'll continue on with this brass improvement series right here. Hey, today we're going to be talking about chop strength or embouchure strength versus air. And it seems like every other day I'm getting an email from somebody with a counterpoint of view for myself about air. A lot of times you hear me say air is not the main thing that's going to get you your range, and it's not the only thing. And then people think that I don't believe in air at all, and that's not true. But we really need to figure things out. Now, I love Don Jacoby and his stuff. Bill Adams is wonderful. In fact, I do a little bit of his stuff in my 4-month upper register program, the lead pipe buzzing and stuff like that. So, and then the other yoga breathing techniques. But air, my friend, if you work only on air and think that's the holy grail to ultimate endurance at upper register, you're going to fail. That's just the bottom line. And we're going to find out why today. In fact, I'm going to prove that air is not the holy grail to upper register. It really is lip and embouchure strength. And then the second to that would be how you compress your air. So that is a very important part of being in upper register and playing that way, playing clearly in the upper register. So, and I'm not following a script here, I'm just thinking out loud, but you need to see a good up-close demonstration. That's why I have this camera so close. I want you to notice how much air I'm really taking in to be able to get in the upper register. And if you have half a brain, you're going to figure things out that you got to have the chop strength. You got to have the lip strength. Lip strength is a little different than your embouchure, than the muscles that surround here. Don't believe me? Watch some autopsies. It's pretty gruesome, but you're going to see that the musculature of the face right through here, our embouchure, actually is different tissue than what you have right here. And so this is a little something different here that we want to work on to get stronger. You have to have lip strength to withstand the pressure of the air coming out. So yes, you do need to be able to have great air flow and to be able to really compress the air. That's the most important part. So even if you only had one lung, if you had the mechanism set up to really compress that air and everything was synced and coordinated, I'm sure that you could probably still play decently in the upper register and expand your range. I'm confident of that. And let's find out why that is. So I'm going to put the mouthpiece up. First of all, I'm going to see if you can get the feeling of when I take a full breath. So here's a full breath. Okay, so you'll know when I'm taking a full breath. I'm sitting down, so you'll see that I have to do that. Now, if I take a partial breath, I'm not going to take a full breath. By the way, this video's in lieu of me writing out a big email for my brass techniques improvement series. I'm just basically it's going to be this video, so you're not going to see a long email. This is the next installment in the Brass Players Improvement email series I do on Facebook. So I'm just be watching this and taking notes. So check this out. And I'm going to try to make it clear when I do take a larger breath. So you need to see my lips. Try to get it close. I'm putting the mouthpiece up. I'm going to take about 20% air. Here we go. That's it. That's only 20%, folks. Now, I didn't exactly have the accuracy that I wanted because I didn't have the airstream pushing it forward. But that's pure embouchure strength. Let's do it again. I'm going to take about the same amount of air, about 20%. Here we go. It's only 20. I think I got up maybe around the triple F range, give or take. Wasn't a lot of air there. Now, I will put in a lot more air. So let me take in double that. Let's go up to about 50%. That's about 50. So I'm getting more sound out, and the air that I'm blowing through my chops is more air, more quantity, and it's actually probably a little bit faster, of course. Now, because I'm blowing more air, that's activating all the muscle contraction in here. It's got to still stay sealed on the mouthpiece, otherwise the lips would fly out and you're not going to be able to go up any higher. So anyway, that should be really clear. Let's just take another look at that. Not much air. So here we go. That's a big breath, and let me let it all out. Basically, you saw me playing a double G, that's a double concert F, on the trumpet with virtually no air. Did anybody check that out? I basically had hardly any air. And how loud was it? It came out about MF. So wait a minute. Now, let's go back to Don Jacoby, and we can even include Stamps and some of these other guys, Bill Adams, real big proponents. Even my hero, Bud Brisbois, real big proponent of his wedge breath. He was the original wedge breath guy. Shoe came after him. Bud Brisbois is the originator of wedge breath breathing, in case you guys didn't know that. And there's actually two versions. The Shoe version, Bobby Shoes, is a little bit different, more applicable to like real-time playing. But Bud Brisbois basically said his way of breathing, this wedge breath, was the reason he could play so high. And tell you the truth, I don't believe that's true. The guy had incredible chops, and I'm pretty confident that even if he had only one lung or wasn't breathing quite as good as he did in the wedge breath that he originated, he could still play very, very well in the upper register. He had a natural setup, and so I think he was trying to explain why he could play so well. Sometimes when players are born with natural leverage and a natural ability to really compress air, they're not quite exactly sure what they're doing. So they look to rationalize how they're able to do it. You can watch Maynard, one of the ultimate talent in upper register. Just look at his face. He had a natural setup. His teeth and everything was just perfect for being able to get the high velocity out to play in the upper register. Now, of course, he had to work. He had to practice, not shortchanging that. But I think at some point he was trying to figure out how he was actually doing it. He had just this ultimate talent. I mean, he had the perfect leverage just built into a system that a lot of us have to work a lot harder to get. And sometimes we don't even get to that level. So you can watch in some of his master classes that he really explains about that he worked a lot on his breathing, and then he leans back. He's really big about bending knees and leaning back. And I'm going to tell you something, and Maynard is also one of my heroes, just along with Bud, but they're trying to explain how they're able to play so easily and well in the upper register when, in fact, they had just like the ultimate amount of talent to be able to do so in natural setup. I'm confident that you can take in a big gulp of air and practice yoga, lean back, bend your knees, and you're not going to be sounding like Maynard. and you're not going to really get that much upper register. You're going to have to do something to strengthen this area up here in your face. You have to have the strength up here. There's just no question. And what do a lot of people tell you to do? Do long tones, take stuff up an octave, play in the upper register, and really work on your airflow, and you'll get there. Nope, it doesn't cut it. It doesn't cut it. Now, it might for some people who are already predisposed and have the natural great leverage in their face right here, their tongue. Maybe they got a small. If you have a smaller oral cavity and you're using your tongue arch, you really can speed up the air a lot faster. So, I mean, there's a lot of things that really go into this to making natural leverage. So yes, the people that have gained a lot of range and can excel very well in the upper and extreme upper register of any brass instrument, if they did the long tones, if they really worked on their breathing, if they played stuff up an octave, they might actually just get to where they wanted to be and where everybody wants to be, but mainly because they had already a predisposition for natural leverage and a great compression ability just through their genetics. So the rest of us, you're going to have to really be strategic about getting this strength. And unfortunately for most of us, not one method and not one technique is going to get you there. In other words, you can't just do Bill Adams' method and get there. It's going to work for some people, but will it work for you or me? I don't know. Claude Gordon, love it. And I actually got something out of it, but is it going to work for you? I've been teaching for a long time, and that Claude Gordon doesn't work for everybody. It works for me, and not ultimately, but it did help me out at one point. So I love the Claude Gordon stuff. Roy Stevens, so palming and all that kind of stuff. Will it work for you? It may, and it may not. Reinhardt, all these other methods that are out there. Cat Anderson is probably the toughest method to actually go through. So there's a whole bunch out there. The only question is, will it work for you? And those methods are successful for some people, but not for everybody. Of course, we already know why it's not successful for everybody. It's just fact. If one method was actually successful at producing gorgeous high notes and upper register abilities and endurance, then we would all only use that one method. Think about it. Let's use our brain here. If one method was that successful, you wouldn't be listening to this right now, and I wouldn't be talking about it. Everybody could just do it. So the fact of the matter is, not one method is perfect for everybody. As a result, that's the whole nature of my 4-month upper register course. There's 65 techniques, and these techniques come from every method you can think of. The bulk of it are actually my techniques, and I include a lot of breathing for compression and some other stuff. So you have to take the macro approach to really building the strength. We don't know which particular technique is going to do it for you. I'm confident that out of 65, 5 or 10 are definitely going to be the magic bullet for you. But what's the magic bullet for you? Don't know. And whatever it is, it won't be the same for me or the same for the next guy or gal. So you really have to use your intelligence here if you want to improve your upper register. And keep in mind, I don't care what instrument you play. I don't care if you're a college professor or you're a comeback player or you're a hobbyist or you're a pro player, whatever. It doesn't really matter. What matters is you have to keep improving your range. You can't be subtle on your range wherever it is at today, because the more range you have, what happens? Even if you don't want to play double C's, classical guys out there, if you can play a double C, what happens here? Boom. The pressure comes off your lips when you're playing in the tessitura that you normally play in, whether it's middle C up to maybe E's. So you don't have to have the desire to play double C's. It's just if you can play them in your practice, the pressure comes off here. You get a better sound, a bigger sound, and a lot more endurance. So let's take one more look, and then I'm going to wrap it up here. Really, the air is important. And to compress the air, you really have to arch the tongue in your mouth up, like you're saying in or E or T. Your tongue's actually like this. That is doing the arch. like that. And you're blowing the air from the back of your throat up and over the tongue, and it comes out the aperture. Now that's great. We got to have that air. But if you don't have the super strong embouchure, chops, and the lip able to contract and hold that air into the mouthpiece, all the air is just going to be useless for you. And that's this brass improvement email series. Hope you get a lot out of it. You're seeing a real good close-up of me, maybe too close. Let's take another look at the mouthpiece. So I'm putting the mouthpiece right on my chops and take a small amount of air. Okay? Not a whole lot of pressure there, really. And that was probably about 30% of my air capacity. That should prove a point. It should really prove a point that, yes, work on your air, but you need to focus a lot more on how to get this going here. And let me just leave you with this. If you're pounding away and banging your head at one method, and you keep wondering why it doesn't work, but you know it should work because it works for everybody else, well, that's erroneous thinking right there. You really need to take the shotgun approach. I'm here to tell you, you got to take the shotgun approach, the macro point of view, when it comes to really increasing your strength in your face, your lips, and everything else. You just got to do it. Otherwise, you're going to be one of those guys that sticks with a method because you don't want to, I guess, admit that you've made the wrong decision. You'll stick with that method for all your life, and you'll always have problems in the upper register. So, use your intelligence. Think about things in an intelligent way. And I'm Kurt Thompson. Hope this made a little sense to you. And today's date, by the way, happens to be March 7th, 2013. Take care. So, that was a test of your pedal tone ability. I started on first bass F, and I worked my way down with a F major concert E flat scale all the way down to triple pedal F. Now, that's a test of your overall ability to do pedal tones, but keep in mind each tier of pedal tones has a different characteristic and a different level of difficulty. So briefly, your bread and butter and your meat and potatoes pedal tone tier is the second tier. It's the most hardest tier of all. In fact, for those of you who are not really playing up into the upper register, ability to do it, we're talking about starting at high C up to about double G, give or take. That range right there is the upper register. Above that is the extreme upper register. So if you're trying a lot of different things, at least check your pedal tones. If you can't do what I just did, that may be one place to start looking and start practicing on. Now, to be efficient and focused with your time, when it comes to gaining strength in your embouchure and a big round sound, especially in all registers, you really want to pay attention to the second tier. So the second tier is the hardest of all pedal tones to play. That starts with pedal C, and I'll just play it down. The best way to do it is just to do octaves, unless you have perfect pitch, which I don't. I got relative perfect pitch, but if you don't have perfect pitch, just go ahead and play the tester note an octave higher. So here's the low C, and then the pedal C. B, B flat, A flat, G. Now notice I'm going to play G 1 and 3. Don't cheat and play it open. And then the last one in the second tier of the pedal tones, this is the hardest tier of pedal tones, would be the G flat or F sharp. Again, when you go down to play it, don't cheat and play second valve for the pedal. Go ahead and leave it as 1, 2, and 3. Here's the low G flat. Okay, so that's the hardest range. Now, let me just describe the different levels of pedal tones. The first tier is from F to D flat, E, E flat, D, then D flat. Okay, so you'll probably be able to get most of those. That's what I consider like a medium difficult level of pedal tones. So the first tier of pedal tones, which I just did, is the medium level of difficulty for pedal tones. That's F, pedal F down to pedal D flat. And you already heard me do the most difficult level of pedal tones, which I consider your meat and potatoes. That's where you're going to get a lot of bang for your buck as far as your practice time, especially if you're shooting for upper register and power. You're going to get it from the second tier, which is the most hardest. That's pedal C all the way down to pedal G flat. Don't cheat when you get down to pedal G and pedal G flat by playing those open in 2. Make sure you play pedal G 1 and 3 and play pedal G flat 1, 2, and 3. And for right now, I would just like for you to subscribe to my channel. Look down below and click the subscribe link. I would love to have you as a subscriber on my channel. I'm Kurt Thompson. I'll see you in the next one. And for right now, I would just like for you to subscribe to my channel. Look down below and click the subscribe link. I would love to have you as a subscriber on my channel. I'm Kurt Thompson. I'll see you in the next one. This exercise is meant to increase your endurance, in a huge amount, and your range, and you have to actually work. And that's one thing a lot of you are not willing to do. So what you're going to see is me doing the Cat Anderson whisper quiet middle C for 5 minutes. Trust me. You do that for 30 days in a row and you're going to notice something big time happens to your endurance, and you'll probably get a half step pop in your range. That's not a bad trade-off for doing your 5 minutes of practice a day. So let's see if we can put this, hold on, I got to fix the phone here first. Yeah, so I have this set at 5 minutes. I was just trying to adjust the screen so it won't go off. And this was set at like 30 seconds just to go to sleep. So let's do it for 5 minutes. In fact, once you know what I'm doing, why don't you get out your horn and go right along with me, and let's kick some butt together. Okay? So let's start the countdown. By the way, if this note sounds pretty on your horn, you are doing it the wrong way, my friend. Listen to how I do it. This note does not lock in. And the closing your teeth stuff is optional in my opinion. I'm going to just do it normally without my teeth shut. But it's going to be at the threshold of where the tone quits. The tone should be kind of bad on this one. The pitch should waver around because you're never locking it in. You're playing at about 4 Ps. Here we go. 5 minutes.
You want to get some serious range and endurance, then you need to man up. Or if you're a gal, you need to woman up. I mean, you need to work your butt. You try that exercise I just did and watch how it exhausts you. Basically, you're not breathing for 5 minutes. That is the Cat Anderson Whisper Quiet 5-minute C. It's an advanced technique in my course. And I'm here to tell you, you do that once a day, like I did, 5 minutes for a month. You might double your endurance and you might throw a half step on top of your range just for 5 minutes a day. But you're going to work. Did it look easy? You do it. And you do it for 30 times in a row for a month. But when you have that extra range and that double of endurance, then you got to come back and thank this guy right there on this video, okay? You make a comment. If you haven't subscribed, you should subscribe right now. And you come back in the middle of January with more power, a little bit better range, and a lot more endurance, and you make a comment right there for everybody to see that it does work. Kurt Thompson, TrumpetSizzle.com, and I was just doing the Cat Anderson 5-minute Whisper Quiet C. And for right now, I would just like for you to subscribe to my channel. Look down below and click the subscribe link. I would love to have you as a subscriber on my channel. I'm Kurt Thompson. I'll see you in the next one. Hey, we're back with topics posed right before Christmas of 2016. And next batter, Ed Carew, if I'm pronouncing that right. Carew. Ed, so you're wanting to know about shallow mouthpieces and how do you actually pick one out that works for you? And it says that you have a real big struggle with them. So, well, I think we're all experienced that. I remember when I was in high school, I found out that Maynard played on a jet tone, and I immediately rushed right out and got a jet tone. God, I was just so excited. And when I put it in the horn, guess what? I think I could maybe get a G. My range went down 3 notes. I could get a G above the staff when I had a high C at the time on my other mouthpiece. I think I was playing on a Claude Gordon Bench mouthpiece at the time. And I was like, what in the world's going on here? I can't play. I can't get any sound out of this thing. And then, later on I heard about Bill Chase's mouthpiece, which was the Schilke 6A4A. I was like, okay. I mean, Bill gets this amazing, rich, brassy sound on it. I mean, wow. So I ordered the 6A4A, and the same kind of deal happened. I went to play it, just blowing my brains out, couldn't get any sound to come out. So I believe that there is a mouthpiece out there that will fit for everybody, but you have to find that fit, and it may not be a stock mouthpiece. It may not be a Schilke 14A4A. It may not be a certain Monet mouthpiece. Aren't those like the B1s? And then I've tried the Maynard Ferguson Monet, the gold ones, the Prana. I think it's like the MF1 or whatever, MF3. I've tried those. And different, mouthpieces. Pardubas and Proviance is another one. So shallow mouthpieces come in various depths and widths. And since your teeth and lips and everything are different than mine, I can't exactly tell you to do the things that I did because I have a different setup than you likely do. However, what worked for me is to spend a good afternoon, about 3 hours, with Bob Reeves and his associate John, and over there in Valencia, California, which is, I think that's right near Six Flags. That's where I actually went. They'd already moved offices. He was in Hollywood. But when I went there, he was right near Six Flags. And I took the mouthpiece that I currently played on and looked at what they had and we all decided that I liked the rim. But there's something about either the back bore or the shallowness or the deepness or the cup of mine that wasn't the greatest. So they ended up cutting off my mouthpiece. Don't know if you can see that. And I don't want to I don't want to unwind it, but these are 3 parts. There's my original rim. This is the Bob Reeves stock backbore, I guess, or the bulk of the mouthpiece, and then a sleeve. So I spent,
probably, close to 3 hours trying out different backboards and sleeves and screwing on. This has threads now. They got rid of the rest of my mouthpiece except for the rim. And it came out with a mouthpiece that works really, really well for me. It is definitely on the shallow side, but the width of the rim is probably that of a Bach 1 or even a 1.5C. It's a very, very wide rim. That works for me. I've had other people that have tried to play on the Neil Sanders 17S and they couldn't play it at all. It was too wide. So your best bet is to invest some time in playing a myriad of different mouthpieces from different brands, different widths across and different depths. They do make a 5E. They do make a Bach 7E. I think even a Bach 10 or a Bach 7D. They make a Bach 1.5E, I believe. So if you're with Bach, you can try different shallow depths and different widths based on your embouchure. You're just going to have to try a lot of different mouthpieces until you find one that just all the stars line up and you play well and you notice something is really, really good about it right away. That's when you found a shallow mouthpiece that's going to work for you. Otherwise, it's like throwing darts blindfold in the dark. If you go get Maynard Ferguson's Monet mouthpiece, if you get Bill Chase's 6A 4A, if you get a Jet Tone, and anything like that, it may or may not work. It's like throwing wet spaghetti at a wall. It may stick, it may not. So you're going to have to try a bunch of different mouthpieces. One way to do that is to go to a music store that does carry a bunch of mouthpieces that will let you take some back in the practice room and start playing them. I think the Woodwind Brasswind, www.bw.com, woodwindbrasswind.com. I believe they have a mouthpiece policy where you can order 3, 4, 5, 6 different mouthpieces and just keep the one that you like and then send the ones you didn't like back, and you're only charged for the one that you ended up liking. So that's another idea about mouthpieces. So I hope that helped you out there. And that was Ed Carew, if I'm pronouncing that last name correctly. I hope so, about mouthpieces and shallow mouthpieces. And I just told you my story on what I ended up having to do. And I had to spend quite a bit of money and a lot of time getting the mouthpiece that I really like, but it's really paid off. So you will spend some money. Don't expect to spend $50 and try one mouthpiece and that's going to be it. You're going to spend a lot of money and time to boil down what works for you the best and allows you. Remember, I believe in playing on the smallest equipment possible as long as you get the best and biggest sound. There's no point in going to a shallow mouthpiece or a horn where you suck and you sound like a leaf blower or a broken down chainsaw. I mean, there's no point in playing on something like that, and you can play a little higher, but you sound like, you sound horrible. So you want to play on the smallest equipment possible that allows you to get the best and biggest brassy sound. And a lot of people forget that last part. They only hear the smallest equipment. They don't hear the part about getting the best sound with it. That's the important part. So anyway, and that was Ed. So Ed, appreciate that interest in the topic. Hope it will help you out and other people. I'm Kurt Thompson. My story, sticking to it. Thanks again for watching this video. I hope that you got something out of it. Sometimes I make a video just to make you laugh. A lot of times I make a video to educate you on something and maybe even help solve a problem. So I hope something like that occurred for you in this video. And while you're at it, again, subscribe, click on my website link, and go on to the next video. It's lovely out here. Have a great day.
And for right now, I would just like for you to subscribe to my channel. Look down below and click the subscribe link. I would love to have you as a subscriber on my channel. I'm Kurt Thompson. I'll see you in the next one. The ultimate trumpet mouthpiece comparison. I'm going to be reviewing all the Bach trumpet mouthpiece cups from A, B, C, D, E, F. You've never seen this before. This is going to be awesome. I'm Kurt Thompson, trumpet teacher, trumpet player, and brass coach, and you are at my channel, your brass instructor. Okay, the couple of things that we're going to talk about in this video today will be, first, we're going to be taking a look at some of the pictures that I took of all these mouthpieces. I've never seen all the cup sizes in one spot. I mean A, B, C, D, E, F. Personally, I've only tried the C, the E. I've only tried the C and the E cups versions of the Bach trumpet mouthpieces. I haven't tried the A, B, or the D or the F. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you some pictures that indeed I have these mouthpieces. That's going to be number one. Number two, we're going to go ahead and put these mouthpieces to a test, and we're going to try to make the test equal for all mouthpieces. In other words, I'm going to play the same thing, but on each different mouthpiece. Third, we're going to wrap it up, and I'm going to give you my opinion on each mouthpiece and what it might mean for you. So stick around.
Please go over to Patreon, become a supporter, support my channel and my work and what I'm doing. I really need your help. Thank you so much. This is Kurt Thompson.
Here we go. So are you ready? Are you ready to hear and see something you've never seen or heard before? All Bach trumpet mouthpiece cups in one sitting. You ready? First, I'm going to use my control mouthpiece. Now this is the mouthpiece I play on all the time. It's a custom hybrid mouthpiece from Bob Reeves, and we're going to go ahead and use this first. I'm going to do a triple G scale from low to double high G. I'm going to do it rather slow and put a couple of breaths in there. That way you can hear the notes as they go by. So first, my normal mouthpiece. Yeah, you heard me play my normal mouthpiece. The first Bach cup size that I'm going to try today will be the Bach 3F. Let's see what happens. And keep in mind, I'm going to try to make this a very true blue test by playing the same exact thing as we work our way into the basement and into the bathtub. Here we go. This is the Bach 3F, as in F as in Frank. Next is our good friend, the Bach 3E trumpet mouthpiece, which you already know my opinion about from a previous video, a tutorial and review. The Bach 3E. I already know I like this mouthpiece. Here we go. All right, the next mouthpiece is the Bach 3D. D as in David. I've never seen one of these in person, and I've never played on one of these D cup mouthpieces ever. Give it a shot. All right, the next mouthpiece is the quintessential iconic Bach 5C. How many of you guys right now and gals play on a 5C? Raise your hand. Is that you in the back? You play, and then over here, the side of the auditorium? All right, we do have a couple of people in the audience that actually play on a Bach 5C. So, C as in Charlie, and I'm actually just kind of joking here, but really, I bet a lot of you raised your hand. Well, let's not waste any more time. Let's go ahead and give the Bach 5C, C as in Charlie, a run for its money. Many of you play on this mouthpiece, so I hope you enjoy this. I felt the double G get to be a little bit harder with the 5C. I still got it, but it doesn't feel as comfortable as my mouthpiece. I bet you guys could hear that right there, right? Yeah. Moving on. We are now going deep, deep down into parking level 2. Way down in the garage. This is the Bach 5B. B as in boy. First time to hold one of these, first time to actually see one of these. I've never played on one before. I don't think I've ever heard anybody play on one before. But it looks like we could probably go swimming from the depth of that cup. It looks like we could do a little bit of swimming in there. And this mouthpiece is cold. This is going to be fun. Let's give it a whirl and a twirl. Bach 5B as in boy. Double G on the Bach 5B, B as in boy. I don't know about you guys. I'm not hearing a huge difference in the upper register, but I feel like my low register, which I'm not really called I don't know if you guys know this. If I do something, if I play somewhere on my own, or someone calls me to play, or whatever, it's never to play below the staff. I mean, that's just the truth. But you know, in another life, if my range wasn't as good, I could probably play on one of these deeper mouthpieces and be a really good second or third trumpet player in a symphony. You know. Anyway, I digress. Let's move on. Okay, can somebody turn around, will you? Just turn around, because I'm going to go ahead and get my beach towel, my beach ball, take off my shirt, get the sunscreen, my sunglasses, my flip-flops, and I got some swimming trunks underneath these shorts here, and we're going to go swimming. Wow. This is the Bach 5A. 5A. A is an apple. 5A, trumpet players. I've never felt this one in my hands. I've never played on it. I've never seen it. I don't think I've ever seen anybody play one. Now, I haven't searched anybody on YouTube if they play this, but I should have a beach towel, beach ball, sunglasses, sunscreen, the whole thing. You know, shark repellent, a spear. Because we're about, wow. Can you see me at the end of, can you see me through the mouthpiece? I mean, that hole is big. I bet you can see my pretty face through this mouthpiece, right? Wow. I mean, I'm just looking at that, just catching light coming through it. Wow. I will admit to you right now, this is going to be the largest trumpet mouthpiece I've ever played, ever tried to play, ever held in my hands. A Bach 5A. Oh my goodness. You blow into it, all your air goes out right away. Okay. This is really going to test my execution of all three stages of breath compression, I can tell you that. I may have to take more than a couple of breaths. We'll see what happens. I mean, this thing is huge. Probably use it for trombone. That G sounds nice. Oh, that was tough. Would you like to hear me do that last octave again? G to double G? High G to double G? Yeah, let's try it. Let me see if I can get it in one breath. Wow. I feel like I'm at the gym and all the weights in the entire gym are on each side of the barbell, just weighing me down. So today you saw some close-up pictures of the entire ensemble of all the Bach trumpet mouthpiece cup sizes from A, B, C, D, E, F. We got into the test, the demonstration, the comparison, using my trusty, well-worn Bob Reeves custom mouthpiece as a control in this type, if you want to call this an experiment. You can rewind the video, you can go back and hear how I sounded on this. I feel like I sounded best on this for what I do. I'll make this point again. I don't make my living teaching or playing below low C. I make it playing usually in the upper part of this inside of the staff and way on above. And I feel like this mouthpiece I sound the best for doing that. Okay, so I started off with my Bob Reeves. You guys have already heard me play on that one, and you're not going to be able to get that mouthpiece anyway. It's a chopped up hybrid cut of an old mouthpiece and Bob Reeves mouthpiece. They don't exist, and you won't be able to get one. And I don't think, for some of the students that have played on it, and a guy that was playing split lead with me not too long ago tried it, he hated it, couldn't play on it, so it's a wacky weird mouthpiece. So let's move on to the Bach trumpet mouthpieces. This is the Bach 3F that I tried first. I don't know, you want to hear something weird? I didn't really like the Bach 3F, as F is in Frank. Supposedly the cup is a little bit more shallow, right? I don't know, oddly enough, I like the 3E better, which is odd because this is a 3F, so it's not like a 5F, but it's a 3F, and I actually like the 3E better than this one anyway, so take that for what it's worth. You may fall in love with the 3F, but I highly recommend you try it. It was a decent mouthpiece, unusual, not as shallow as this guy. So you're probably wondering, no, the Bach 5F is not as shallow. So I'm just revealing my kryptonite here. This is more shallow. It's very wide. This one's about as wide as probably the one rim on the Bach ladder of sizes. I would say this is probably as wide as a Bach 1. But no, it's more shallow than the F. Now we should go to the 3E. I don't have to say too much about that. Here's the 3E. There's a previous review video tutorial on the 3E, and I'm not going to say a whole lot. I think that you guys could probably tell when I played on it, I felt better, more confident, I sounded better, at least to myself. I like the 3E. I don't play on the 3E, but this is the #1 best overall trumpet mouthpiece that anybody can get. Not specific. Now, if you're a pro, you're probably not playing on this. Maybe you are, maybe you aren't. I'm saying for somebody who hasn't found the perfect mouthpiece and spent hundreds or even thousands of dollars, this is the best all-around mouthpiece, macroscopic, for someone to be on when they don't really know what they want or they haven't found it. So, but that's all I'm going to say about the Bach 3E. Great mouthpiece. Here we go with the Bach 3D. I thought the 3D was pretty cool. In fact, let me just do it one more time. I enjoyed the 3D. In between the 3C and the 3E. Yeah, this 3D, I'm like, you hear me play the 5C. Now this is probably one of the most common mouthpieces for most people to play on, at least the trumpet players that I've met in my life. In fact, we could do another video that would cost a lot of money. We could go to the top 10 music schools that are classically oriented. Well, most of them are anyway. So anyway, yeah, if we ask quite a number of professional classical players and professors, a lot of them might tell you that they play on the Bach 5C. It's just one of the most common, decent mouthpieces that I've heard and found that people play on. The Bach 5B, my impression was a good mouthpiece, but it would never be anything practical for what I have to do. Let's hear the Bach 5B, B as a boy one time. I mean, maybe when I get to be about 90 years old and I'm playing in an old-timey, 3, 4, or 5-piece jazz ensemble. I think I get a pretty good sound on it. It's big. A 5B, B as in boy, folks, is big. And it's not likely that you're going to be able to use this in most of the stuff that you do. But if you are a person that just enjoys playing third and fourth part in any ensemble, or you like to play Dixieland Okay, so enough about the 5B, 5A. I bet you guys want to hear me do this one more time, right? 5A. Seems wide to me, but it could be that because the cup is just about as deep as could be. It really is an amazingly large mouthpiece. You heard that I struggled trying to get up to that double G and actually put some meat on the bones, power. So we could play it again. I feel like it does make me sound better for the classical stuff, but I don't make my living playing or teaching the classical stuff like I did when I was in college. So I mean, yeah, and I'm not going to go out there. You're not going to see me anywhere in the next couple of years just playing the Carnival of Venice or the Hummel or the Haydn. We got thousands of players around the world that can do that. In fact, even some of my high school students, the All-Staters, can actually get a piece of some of those. But it does have a very nice tone in the low register. Wow, I sound the best in the middle of the staff and all the way down to below the staff on this 5A. I mean, I wish you could be here. It sounds good, but I'm not going to go out and I'm going to send this back probably. I'm not going to keep it because I'm just not going to be able to use this kind of mouthpiece for the stuff that I do. Like I said, in another million years when I hit 90 and I really can't play above the staff, maybe I'll get one of these guys and you'll pass me in the hotel lobby someday over in Korea or Japan and I'll be doing this. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed this first one-of-a-kind Bach trumpet mouthpiece cup comparison for all the cups of the Bach trumpet mouthpiece lineup, A, B, C, D, E, F. I really enjoyed doing this for you guys. It was very interesting for me. I was curious about some of these cup sizes I've never heard of before until I started thinking about doing this video review for you guys. If you're not happy with the mouthpiece you're playing on, there are a lot of mouthpieces in different cup sizes. I highly recommend that you go out, have some fun like I did, and try a couple of these different mouthpieces. And by the way, you probably didn't even realize I still have the Bach large bore commercial trumpet Stradivarius in my hands, and I'm really enjoying it. So I did all this. In fact, some people might say, hey, you did it the right way because you heard the Bach trumpet mouthpiece, which is supposedly supposed to go into a Bach trumpet. So there you have it, right? Bach trumpet mouthpieces, all the cup sizes, and they went into a brand new Bach large bore commercial trumpet. So I'm Kurt Thompson. I hope that you got a lot out of this. If you did, why not give one of these things, you know? You have a question or comment about what you saw in this video, drop me a comment right there. I'll do my best to get back to you maybe in a couple days, up to about a week. And finally, if you'd like to see more of these types of videos, or if you'd like to see some wacky videos or entertaining videos or me performing, all kinds of stuff, or people talking about me and how it was working with me in my courses or lessons, become a subscriber. You're going to have a lot of fun here at Your Brass Instructor. I'm Kurt Thompson, and I will see you in the next one. And for right now, I would just like for you to subscribe to my channel. Look down below and click the subscribe link. I would love to have you as a subscriber on my channel. I'm Kurt Thompson. I'll see you in the next one. You remember my little friend? Of course you do. I've been working on it for a month now, and I figured out the way to do this. The way to do it is to do it fast and for a lot of reps. And so I've noticed just a feeling of more solid structure here in my corners, a little bit better flexibility, and my endurance. So I've noticed three things. Just a little bit more grip here in the embouchure, and my flexibility seems just to be crazy awesome. And endurance, you know, just play and play and play, and I'm not really getting that tired. So what I've been doing, and there's a big time drill factor. I got 3 rubber bands on here, and you're not supposed to, I don't think, have that many. You think the way they have it graded is they have the rubber bands graded as a lightweight, medium, heavy, so forth and so on, and using only 1 rubber band. But I started off with 1 rubber band, and that was just so easy. And so I don't know if you can tell, but I got, probably hard for you to tell, I actually got 3 rubber bands, and these are the heaviest weight rubber bands that they have on there. I don't know if you can see that. 3 of them together. They're little tiny rubber bands, and I feel like this one, I might end up putting a 4th rubber band on there at some point, but right now this seems to be good. And what I've been doing is setting my phone at a minute on the timer, let it count down. What I do is I do 2 per second. So it goes something like this. Okay, that was about 10 seconds. And I feel that right away. So what I've been doing is I'll set it at 1 minute, and I was not able to actually do the full minute for probably the first 3 or 4 days, especially with 3 rubber bands. And so I've experimented with different ways, from putting it in there and squeezing. I've actually been able to squeeze these apart so they pop off. That's how hard I squeeze them. Squeeze. Which is definitely more isometrical. But this action of making this go in and out, kind of like that, yeah, there is some isometric activity, but you're really moving things along. You're kind of fighting against a resistance instead of just a static isometric. So I'll probably keep it where it's at. I do 2 1-minute rounds of this guy, and I have noticed a difference. So I think my chops are still adapting. So what I'm going to do is just keep this in a regimen, probably not up the ante anymore on it for right now. Just keep it as part of my regular regimen. It's really easy to do. I do it while I'm watching Netflix. I have a couple of my different contraptions out, including the Pete and some others, and the mouthpiece that Bud Brisboy exercise and all that. And I'll just have it all out there like a little buffet of devices, practice aids that I use. And I'll put on a Netflix show or catch up on weather, and I'll just do it then. So this is part of my practice, but I don't count it. I'm not going to lump, I'm not going to say that I practice a half an hour on these, because I'm actually multitasking. So there you have it. I think it's definitely worthy of anybody incorporating it into the routine, but I think it comes with a caveat. You can't use this in place of good old-fashioned elbow grease and nose to the grindstone work. This is not a substitute for long tones, arpeggios, for Arbenz, Clark, for lip flexibilities, irons, Colin, Schlossberg.
It's not a substitute for that. This is an add-on. And I feel this probably would work better for people who are already advanced and they're looking for something to kind of take them up, a notch or so. That's how I see and view this particular device. So this is not a substitute that should come before the other stuff. I don't think it's going to get you where you want to be if you substitute this instead of the hard work and the smart work that you should be doing. So anyway, if you'd like to know where you can get this at a pretty decent price, I don't sell them. I don't have anything to do with the company, but you can send me an email if you like, and you should know my email by now. It's all over the internet, so I'm not even going to tell you. You should know it by now. If you don't, then you need to do some work and find my email. Send me an email, and if you'd like to know the particulars of where to get it, it's not much money, and I think you'll be glad that you did. So I give this 2 thumbs up and my bottom lip up as well. It's definitely something I'm going to keep doing, and I expect to continue to get some results from it in a positive manner with my playing. All right. That's my story, baby, and I'm sticking to it. Subscribe, click on my website link, and go on to the next video. It's lovely out here. Have a great day. Are glissandos. And if you're not doing those, you're leaving a big chunk out of the apple when it comes to improving your overall trumpet playing, flexibility, range, all range, low range, mid range, high range, facility on the instrument. Here, check out some fun stuff when it comes to glissandos on the trumpet. Hope you enjoy it. And for right now, I would just like for you to subscribe to my channel. Look down below and click the subscribe link. I would love to have you as a subscriber on my channel. I'm Kurt Thompson. I'll see you in the next one.
And for right now, I would just like for you to subscribe to my channel. Look down below and click the subscribe link. I would love to have you as a subscriber on my channel. I'm Kurt Thompson. I'll see you in the next one. And the fact that he actually had some decent high notes in his back pocket, but they didn't last very long at all when he went to play in his band. And he really wanted to know how the 16-week upper register course could help out with that if it mainly focused on higher notes. And that's when I told him, I said, well, endurance is a byproduct of your range. Okay? So if you want better endurance, you just simply have to increase your range. That's what you got to do.